the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level, and it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like what when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean,
Like,
you can also just like not
yo.
Skygazer.
No, but also
Skygazer.
like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a muddy, like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not a big deal. But it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all these.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So, Spongle, on a daily
bro.
basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary? Meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature, just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, And if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spangle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
Well, I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain, because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't believe.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
Not just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Um, only only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was exactly? But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
Okay.
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually like ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, uh, um, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
You know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? It's because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. That's so it's like again, none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is if I just think about like uh my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth, the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees?
Hmm?
The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. You know, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically
So,
the effect it
so
has
how would
is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean it like if you
can you give me an
like
example?
okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right?
Hmm.
You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square feet, square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
Huh? What? No, you measure
I'm
two.
sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measurement, the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
Okay,
that's
let me
not an
give you
example.
another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically step like patch of grass, right?
Mm.
And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the deepness,
The slope.
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean,
Yeah,
also,
I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like I get that. Like if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain uh, scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. It's like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like um basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they
Mhm.
basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said
Mhm.
that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less
Well, when you were talking about the
valid.
hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. Well, when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. That's not you can't do that. Well, I mean, you can, but
You
how would
get it.
that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in, in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing, but a bit?
I didn't say what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I
Again,
said.
if we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the
Wow.
curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it.
I
I don't know about
I
Aristotle.
feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
Like
distance?
because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like so, people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 stadia.
What? In which case?
In the between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. I'm. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about how minuscule something is and blah blah. Yeah, I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle
I don't
and
think.
how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, oh, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e., begging the question. Oh, there's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead. which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage, uh, from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry
Like
to say.
everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you uh, a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. That's you can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about um, like actual direct measurement because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. Um, and the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. you would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it. But the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
If it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to like look at a few pictures to like confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something.
Uh-huh.
But
So that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay. You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are
So
there?
you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, "Yup, that checks out." That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, oh, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay,
That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way.
Uh-huh.
Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get
Oh,
what
Okay,
the
from
problem
12
is.
inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. Is from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon, at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay. So what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So
okay.
A Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just let me just look at it for a few
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah, yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3 minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long. If you like.
Let me just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
Right.
Hold on.
Which I'm not
Hold
gonna
on.
go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
what do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where, like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you're like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal height.
That's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
Oh my God. If I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
let me carry on.
With a fallacy
Do I have to
on the
like
back of on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it. You're trying to make a point on top of that that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
you haven't even heard what I'm about to say? How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next
Because
thing is that,
I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it
That's
seems
begging the question.
above it.
That's
Right.
begging the question
Kind of
and non
making
sequitur to the point.
it hovering
Okay,
above the
I can't. This is rude as hell.
or in the
When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstruction. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe
Yeah.
model perspective. That's the problem.
It does.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position.
Yeah,
The horizon is wow.
the horizon's
the
behind the
position of
rig.
the,
So if you're going to say
position of
that,
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
Listen,
Isn't that
the horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
what?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing, exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So,
How many horizons are there?
how many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say.
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Well, okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say one, which implies
I know.
that he
That's what
thinks
I'm
there
saying.
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, "Well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but
Refracted?
when it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one
We're
horizon.
talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to get. We're just trying to. I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this
well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
What
Can
do
I
you
maybe
mean?
walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be
Yeah.
helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Okay, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet
Right. I mean,
the sea?
it like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? That
Yeah.
the horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further?
I still
meaning
don't
that
get how you get to that
meaning
number.
that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water. As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like a
look, I mean, you're just being um
Well,
you're
what we're
being
trying to
skeptical
say,
for no reason. That is a
if you-
buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, "Well, it's not." What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is, you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So
Like you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
it's
so the point
irrelevant
being,
what it
Because
is.
I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why
It's
would you
not.
say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
Yeah, you're
saying
being
that.
disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and it
It's
won't
from a
seem
video.
right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right? Right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
That's
the
where
Earth
they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly see
Obscured by what?
portion. But water?
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
Do me a favor. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see, or thing to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you
it's not
see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not like hitting the water. What you show
they go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related. Okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim. And it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
No, I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can't see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
What's
what do you see?
obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So
That's why
on the
it
first
kind
oil
of
rig.
seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yep, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that, we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image, we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys
God,
the
land
plane
rat
of
logic.
the
Yet
radius
clearly,
value.
none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here. I'm posting definitions because it's what I do.
Yeah, because I think
All
that's
right.
where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew. And so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I don't like. I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
Are you trying to explain to him what the geometric horizon is? Is that what you're doing?
No, we're just trying to explain to him what geometric means. That's what we need to start at. Horizon will be the next one, but he needs to understand what geometric means.
Well, imagine you're a little tiny ant and you're stuck on a basketball, right? And a quarter way around the ball is another ant. Can you see him? And one ant see the other?
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, in this case, scale is small enough. There aren't things like refraction, for example.
No, you understand the question, right? Obviously, clearly, one ant cannot see the other in the description I gave,
Yeah,
right?
but in this case, if you factor out things like refraction, for example,
Dude,
refraction.
I just gave you an instance
Well,
where
how do
it's
you
quarter way around the world than the other.
well, then listen to me
how
for
do
a
you
second.
factor? How do you factor?
Like,
Listen,
starting
no,
to
stop,
breathe or
no,
something.
stop,
Let me actually finish a
stop,
singular sentence
stop,
instead of calling on me for
stop,
stop. Like I make up
stop,
0.1%.
stop. Because
Calm yourself.
obviously you're trying to ram in refraction. The only thing I want to ask is, how do you factor in refraction? How do you factor in a light phenomenon for something that you cannot see?
Calm yourself. So first of all, what I was trying to say concerning the ants on the ball, but the other ant wouldn't see is
Nah, son. First of all,
He told you to calm yourself.
I know, like,
Yeah,
no,
like,
just
calm yourself.
go do something else. I don't know.
Nah, dude, nah. Calm yourself, man. That's what you need.
Now I understand. Now I understand why you were in a mathematics Discord trying to cheat on your mathematics exam. I get it now.
He deals from
Well,
mathematics.
like, go do something else. Like, you.
He probably told his professor to calm himself.
He's just a university student. That's kind of besides the point. Listen,
He's a sailor too now. Don't forget that.
Bongold, this is the epitome of cognitive dissonance.
Well, I muted him so everyone knows.
I know. Holding two things in opposition simultaneously. I'm eating my cake and I'm having it too.
I mean,
You can out, Rod.
I said the explanation the gentleman gave on the two ants on the basketball is a perfect example, and this kid found some way to skate around it. I was like,
Well, he was just gonna say, if you factor in refraction, the only, like, what kind of crazy person doesn't allow someone to interrupt to say, how does that work? Because if you're not going to elaborate, then what you're saying could be potentially falling on deaf ears. I don't understand what you mean when you say factor in refraction. How do you factor it in? Please let me know.
that is just crazy talk. You know, you can see
Not because they say this word. They say this word, but okay. Demonstrate for me or elaborate for me how refraction plays a role in things blocking things or not blocking things.
I mean, so the ant, so whatever's refracted, so the ant can see the other ant because of refraction, right? So that's basically what he wanted to say. That's
All right, here we go. Here we go. This is in the chat. The square is going to block the circle. Then we look at the square and the circle. Oh, well I guess the square isn't blocking the circle. But then somebody comes in, Spongle, and you say, I don't understand what the problem is here. This makes perfect sense to me that the square is blocking the circle. It's obvious that the square is blocking the circle. Look, obviously, the square is blocking the circle. And everybody's like putting GIFs in the chat and of confusion and exacerbation, hoping that you could just free yourself for just a moment from holding on to whatever it is that you're holding on to and go, oh, I see now. The horizon, the square in my little picture, is not blocking the rigs, the circle in the little picture. Yeah, I am. I'm making fun of the absurdity of your claim, Spongle. I am. Because it was a profoundly absurd claim. It doesn't matter who you're talking about. The fact of the matter is you claimed that the horizon was blocking the oil rigs, even though the horizon is most evidently, most apparently, irrefutably behind the oil rigs. So to say that it's behind and in front at the same time is profoundly absurd.
It's heresy.
But it's not heresy. That's not even applicable. It's absurd.
Sorry, I was just trying to.
Here. Plainly illogical. Absurd.
He knew what
Finally.
he was doing. He
The
knew what he was
single
doing.
thing that I was trying to say is, if there is no refraction in this funny like ant thing, right?
What kind of refraction? Hey, what kind of refraction are you invoking to get that 10-mile horizon at the 1 foot observer height?
Besides
Please,
the point. All of
please,
that's besides the point.
Finish the sentence. I was just trying to say, in this case, right, the one ant would not have the other ant in full view because it would be obscured partially by the ball itself. And
Fungal.
that's
Is
what I was
the square blocking the circle?
So that's not analogous because that doesn't happen.
Hold on. Spongle, is the square blocking the circle?
What do you mean?
Look at this. Look at the little picture I drew.
You drew a circle and a square separately.
That's correct. Is the square blocking the circle?
What? This is
It's
like,
a yes or no question.
it's like, okay, bro, is 1 + 1 2?
Yes, and you can answer that
so
question easily.
Right. So I'm right. Yeah, because it doesn't really have to do anything with
Spongle,
what you're saying.
answer the question with a yes or no.
You're presupposing that this is the correct perspective.
Answer the question with a yes or a no. Is the square blocking the circle? Yes or no?
What am I supposed to say?
The correct answer. We've been through this before.
Like you talk as if you are holding like a gun to my head. What's going on here?
It's disturbing to me because I have such a high regard for humans and their capability of thought. I think of humans as special and different than I don't know, robots, programs, other creatures, insects, whatever. So I have high expectations unless you demonstrate otherwise. I'm asking you a simple question. In the picture that I posted at 31 after the hour, is the square blocking the circle? It's a yes or no question. You answer with the appropriate answer. It's very simple. Is the square blocking the circle?
Like, why do I have to answer your bait question? There's only one answer. You know it. Why are you even asking me this? Completely
I'm not
ridiculous.
convinced that you know it. That's the issue.
Oh! You don't know it. You drew a circle and a square on a two-dimensional plane, and you're asking me if the square is blocking the circle. Like, I couldn't
Correct.
even tell if the two were overlapped.
Correct. I'm trying to ascertain how much of a reality denier you are.
Yeah, because
Okay.
pretty much what you're doing, it's no different than if we've got a street light and then maybe say like a large building further down the road behind the street light, and then you say that the large building is obscuring the street light.
That's not what we're
That's
seeing.
what you're doing when you
It
say
is.
that we've got a horizon past the oil rigs, and then you simultaneously claim that that thing is obscuring them. That's what you're doing.
They're separate, Spongle. They're in two different places. One of those places is
Yeah.
behind, much like the square that I drew. It's behind the circle. Just like the oil rigs are in front of the horizon. It can't be behind and in front of at the same time. This is simple. You're claiming otherwise. That's why everybody's treating you like you're insane. That's why I'm asking you such a ridiculous question. And you couldn't answer it. But why though? Why couldn't you just go, obviously not, the answer is no. How is this connected? Asking clarifying questions, but you didn't do any of that. You refused to answer.
Well, because it's like just a humiliating thing to do.
It's you're the one humiliating yourself
Admitting, like,
by
Neil.
refusing to accept the fact that the horizon behind can't be the obscuring in front of. The thing behind can't also be the thing in front. Do you understand these words?
Yes, you have never been to sea. You have never seen this.
You're not demonstrating that you understand these words. The thing behind cannot be the thing in front.
It sounds
What are
like
you even saying?
he's
You're
saying
like,
you've never.
Does not equal in front. Do you understand these words? Behind does not equal in front.
it's like,
Bro,
to me
it's
it
a yes
sounds
or
like,
no question. Okay.
look, just so you
No. I don't. No.
He just
No.
said like you've never been to sea, as if I guess that does happen at sea. That things that are behind things can somehow also appear in front of them if you're at sea. I guess.
Now he's
I
got
do a
some-
lot of offshore fishing. Never seen anything of the sort. I would have to equate this to some type of quantum horizon where there's
Quantum
a
horizon.
horizon,
There you go.
a horizon obscuring and a non-obscuring horizon duality. You guys just don't know quantum physics enough.
I would say for him, like, for him to watch this video, but based on his answers to the horizon and the oil rigs, he might just say, well, the thing that's blocking the strips of the flag is the horizon. Even though he can see the horizon behind the boat, he might still say that, because that's basically what he's saying here. He's like, yeah, you can't see the bottom of the oil rig. Not due to the horizon. Where's the horizon? Well, it's between and it's behind. How do you? I don't look. I don't have gospel rare. There's no hope in humanity, because that's a mirror of it right there.
Yes.
They're gone already. We have to start with new children. We have to start
I've
over.
got 3,
That's
bro.
what it is.
I've got 3, and I'm
I got
thankful.
one. I can only afford one. I got one.
Well, that may or may not be a toolbox fallacy, but I got you, bro. Take your time and make it worth it with the one you've got. We do have some new people in the
Gosh.
in the chat, though. We have Papa Glitzy and Finn. Because you guys came in almost simultaneously, I'm going to ask you guys to go on up to VC Verified, or VC Check-In. That's what it's called. Names. Kron, is that another one? Yep, Kron, you too. Kron just left. All 3 of them moved on up there. I don't really feel like it, but maybe maybe somebody's filling. I know I told him to go up there, but maybe somebody would do the grand honor of checking those guys in.
I'm actually shocked by the words that came out of that guy's mouth.
So he followed up in the chat, and said, if you put a balloon in the water, is the water in front of or behind it? And I responded with, water doesn't equal horizon, because it doesn't, because we're talking about the horizon. We're not talking about the water, we're talking about the horizon. So it's this conflation, this dedication to wanting a thing to be true that allows you to obscure the meaning of words and what you like. It's just ignoring.
Is he having like a hard hit cog this, or he's just playing some game with us? I don't understand.
I do not. I personally don't think that he's playing a game.
Initially he seemed genuine. It might be strong cog this. I don't know. He came in pretty cool. He seems pretty cool and all. But it's like finally when we get to the details, because remember he said I couldn't really figure out which one it is. You watch a debate and you're like, it could be this, it could be that. He's one of those people, and it's like, nah, my man. Things that are just are. And the first thing I brought up was the geometric horizon that isn't geometric, and this is where we got. So we know that whenever we actually discuss details, because as far as they're willing to go is, well, we don't really know. We can never tell. Probably so they could secretly go. Therefore, I'm just going to stay in the mindset that I already have and go watch the 100 and Star Wars and whatever else that I like. But once we said, no, definitively, look here, there's no curvature. It's like, nah, I can't have that. There's got to be some kind of explanation, fraction or something.
Is there somebody that
Someone needs to create a visual representation of this whole thing for people. So because it's hard for them to wrap their mind around what we're trying to explain, and I think that's where the disconnect is, because they can't visualize what we're trying, and then at the same time when you show them something they don't want to look at it. So it's like it's like I don't even know how to help these people because they don't want to open their eyes. They prefer the cognitive, the blissful ignorance, but they still come in here, which I don't understand.
That's why I said to him, I said, yo, like, we don't have to have this conversation. The only reason I'm engaging with you and stopping you is because you're saying things that need clarification. I'm not stopping you to say, no, you're wrong, and then making my own point. You're speaking in relation to something that I said, and I'm like, whoa, that thing you said, can you elaborate? And it's like, oh, you guys are interrupting me. Come on, man, this is unreasonable.
And here's the other thing. He just said, step 1, put up resistance. Step 2, get perma-muted. My response, which I know everybody could just read for themselves, but I'm going to say it out loud anyway. Step 1, state illogical claims. Step 2, double down. Step 3, mercifully get muted to protect your dignity from your own foolishness. That's it. You can whine all you like, but we're just trying to help you out. Anyway, Big Crit Nasty, please go up to VC check-in so that you can get VC verified and join the conversation.
Hey, Gospel, you got crazy wind out there too? It is blowing like crazy.
Probably on and off. I hadn't been. Well, yeah. I mean, my trash can is dislocated, so or mislocated. Yeah. So yeah.
If there's a chance that guy was being sincere, then his brain is twisted into knots, right? I've never seen such bad cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
I think he's confused, but he's still globe. He's just confused as to what he believes. Because why come here unless you just want to just rile people up? Just want to be a troll. But he might just be confused and curious.
I think he's confused too because that was the reason I was saying, well, what you're saying is non sequitur. And that's why I asked him if he knew what non sequitur meant because
And he said, yeah,
I'm
he
like,
obviously
you
doesn't.
know, or maybe I don't know because I was just saying, hey, the point that you're making is not related to the problem that I'm trying to put in front of your face. Can you address the problem? And he's like, yeah, but and I'm like, no, what you're responding with is actually unrelated. So perspective, something that's not in Earth curve calculators, because we know that that's just what it is in real life. And then there's then there's the Earth curve calculator math,
He was mixing
right?
both
Like that's it.
parts with them. Yeah, that's
And
the
it's like,
problem.
no, you don't have perspective. Even perspective is not going to stop something that's 10 feet away from a 10 foot wall from blocking things beyond it. There's nothing about that that's going to prospectively change whether or not there's obstruction there or not. So even still, and then I'm like, oh, what about the buoy that's there? I don't know if it's a buoy. That's I'm like,
I
now you're just now,
I know
now
it.
now you're just at an extreme level of skepticism, and I'm trying to disengage it, and I don't know if you want me to or not.
It's all of the besides the point. That's besides the point. That's besides the point. That's besides the point. Sticking to the point. And oof. And then the victim card. I'm gonna play the victim card. I'm gonna refuse to acknowledge how ignorant I was.
I don't think it's his first time here, is it? I've seen him before here.
Um,
I
yeah,
think
he
so.
had
That
no
picture
roles.
reminds me. I think I've seen him before.
I wish they would put the same skepticism towards the globe
It's
claims.
been a while though. I think I haven't heard from him.
I'm not aware that this username came in newly.
Newly?
He had no roles. Yeah.
Interesting. When did he create the account?
I knew he was
You hear me now?
disingenuous as soon as he refused to acknowledge that two ants a quarter way across a ball cannot see each other. He's like, well, in case, if this. I'm like, come on, dude.
Yeah, he's
Refraction.
trying to have it both ways all the time. Trying to have the proof against his globe and his globe simultaneously.
Yeah, I was just disingenuous entirely, so I don't even care.
Could be transparent ball.
Yeah, I don't think
Transparent.
it was disingenuous. Just for the record, I really think that he lacks the understanding.
But
He just
how?
lacks understanding.
Like,
Sometimes
what
you just
happens?
lack understanding because you're not actually thinking about reality. You're thinking about your imagination. And
So
if
he's
your
really,
reality is your imagination, then things are going to be pretty messed up.
yeah. So his mind is trapped into equation that he can't apply it in reality, and then I don't get it.
Correct. By the way, account creation January 17th of this year.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I saw.
Well, then for us men, pride steps in, right? That's a problem we all share. So his pride is being hurt. So he's not gonna concede, 'cause your pride, you thought you knew what was going on, and now you're hearing some information that's challenging your whole belief system. But it's not something you believe; it's something you feel is true. You know what I'm saying? So now we're telling you that it's not, and you're like, fuck that. That's what your mind's telling you, and
So
you just
we're
be prideful to admit it.
so they're like Professor Dave pretty much. Then it's like, damn, it was a point I was going to make, but I forgot. The moment I said Professor Dave, I remembered how upset I just was from watching that bullshit debate. Man, I don't even. I love Dave Weiss. Like I've promoted him to talk about it, but he had no business debating fucking Professor Dave. I'm sorry, he had no business doing it.
Yeah.
Because I can foresee every Glober ever, everywhere I frequent online, just to tell me, hey, do you know that your priest, the one that is popular for being the most educated of all you flat tards, was just destroyed by Professor Dave? It's like that's going to be very annoying.
Not really. You can just say, I don't care about personalities, and then just get back to the subject matter.
Yes.
So it is annoying because I've been fighting for the last 3 years to tell people stop calling me a Nathan Oakley sock. So it's
Yeah.
just going to be annoying.
But what
Well,
Crypto
fair
said,
enough.
right?
But I mean, people say to me sometimes, sorry, Gospel. Some people say to me sometimes, oh, you're parroting X, Y, and Z. I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't parrot anyone. Like, and also, if you can't respond to the point I'm making, then just concede defeat or respond to it. Like, that, it really is that simple. Just disregard personalities. It doesn't matter. Person X said thing Y. Who cares? Is it true or is it false? That's all you have to do.
Yeah, and if person X says something that's true, are we supposed to say something that's not true just to not be saying what they say? I mean, that's just dumb.
Yeah, man. So don't worry about personalities. Personalities don't matter. And this is the shit they do. They bring up, oh well, all of the scientists say X. I don't care what scientists say. I care what they can prove. That's what actually matters.
Yep.
I'm very confused as to whether or not he understood or didn't understand, because it's like, okay, I can understand how hard it is to accept certain things, but the parallels that we were making, it's hard to say that he couldn't see the point we were making, because it's directly, if if I'm saying there's a paper in front of my face, or the gospel verse said it's behind its head, but actually it's obstructing you, and the guy's like, no, but I can see it, it's behind your head. Yeah, but it's in front of my face. um that's exactly what's happening with the black. It's like, yo, there's the horizon now. um Geometrically speaking, if the earth were a sphere, that thing's supposed to be at 1 mile blocking stuff, and the fact that it's behind where it's supposed to be, those oil rigs are in effect the face, and the horizon is in effect the paper. Why couldn't he understand that?
I broke it down as simply as behind, and I'm putting it in the chat, does not equal in front. It wasn't good enough.
So did he see the picture I posted with the lights reflecting off the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's where I was
that
trying to go
water's
next.
6 miles away. That water's 9 miles away. So like, it can't be behind the horizon. That's impossible.
Again, behind doesn't equal in front. He couldn't understand that. How could he understand anything else?
I mean,
Right.
that's even an infant knows that. I mean, you can
That's
tell a
what I'm
toddler
saying.
that's looking for a toy. Oh, the toy's behind the couch. And they'll go behind the couch and look for it. Like, Mom, where's my teddy bear? Oh, I can't see it anywhere. Oh, it's behind the couch. You don't understand that? Oh, I can't see the oil rig. It's behind the horizon. It's like, what
Yes.
the hell?
You're right. A baby, if you take their toy and you move it around behind your back, the baby doesn't grab your belly. The baby reaches beside you and tries to grab the toy that they know you just put behind your back.
It's like one of the first things children learn. You play hide and seek or peekaboo, right? It's one of the first things kids learn.
To be fair, object permanency is a systematic childhood developmental stage that they don't have at the beginning. And many Globers stay in that stage for their whole life.
I was just, yes. That's what I was saying by we need to start over, because I'm beginning to think, because it's not just about the topic of flat Earth. It's this dumbass Will Smith thing. And people's logic are similarly broken everywhere, regardless of the subject. And it's like, I don't think I can overcome this. There's nothing that I can say that, like, I had to go, I care when I'm making or committing a logical fallacy. So I want to be aware. What can I learn about them? How do I classify them? Like, beyond the simple ones that we know. Like, if someone is being deceptive about a detail that you want to know, you know when they're being subversive. You know, like, it's so the thing is, people will straight up tell people have straight up told me, well, how do you know that logical fallacies are legitimate? You read that from somewhere. They don't understand that, like, some things just exist uh, independent of. It's not. I don't know. I don't know. When people, when you try to say, look, you're thinking wrong, they just go, aren't you using words? Haven't you read something? Who's to say how your thinking is right? How do you respond to that? Like, after someone's committed a logical fallacy and you're like, here's how. Let me give you a parallel example. And they're like, but that's not what I said. But you can't see how it parallels? Okay,
Logic
well,
logic is above language. Logic isn't exclusive to any given language.
right.
But
Right.
see, that logic is something that women have a problem using. Now, I don't mean to just say
No,
that.
see, I
No, hold on.
yeah.
I don't. I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just saying this is true because women are
God,
emotional.
every day I want to say the same thing, and then I remember we got mad ladies
Right?
here, and I'm like,
But they're you have
but I do
like
want to say it
maybe
every day. I'm not gonna lie.
right. There's like
Go
one
ahead.
out of
Sorry.
10 use logic. They have to be taught it. It's not something that they that's intrinsic for them because they are emotional creatures. They're nurturing, blah blah blah. Right? So I've dated lots. You know, what I'm saying from the girl. It's very rare I get one that just uses logic and knows how to compartmentalize emotions and logic. Right? Not go off. You know, most. So a lot of these men that are coming here, dude, these are very emotional men, very sensitive men. You know what I'm saying? You expect a woman to be sensitive because of her nature, right? But these men nowadays, dude, I have no idea how they're men because they don't use logic anymore. It's like your job requires you to use logic. Most of the work we do requires us to use. We can't do our job based on our emotions. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I don't understand. I don't understand this kind of behavior. So it's like either we're striking a chord with these guys, and then they just get so butthurt about it that they are not willing to rationalize and reason. You know, they just go straight into the emotions and they stay there, and they don't want to come out.
There was a fear. There was a fear for him to answer at least two of my questions that anyone could answer. Is the square blocking the circle was one of them. I can't remember the first question. But
Horizons are there?
what was that?
How many horizons are there? Is one in
Correct. The issue with that question, when I said how many horizons are there, he's like, how can I even answer that question? And acted as though the question had an obvious answer of the number one, and at the same time, he wanted it to be more than one. And this is demonstrated in his refusal to acknowledge that the horizon was yeah, what the horizon wasn't both behind and in front of the oil rigs. His refusal to acknowledge that it wasn't behind and in front at the same time, which is either a fundamental misunderstanding of what horizon means or the belief in imagination over reality in some type of quantum state horizon. Maybe there's another possibility. I don't know.
Did anybody from the new group make it, or did anybody check them in?
They were definitely being. A handful of them are still up there. There's 4. It looks getting checked in. Yeah. Look. So I just got the heads up that they look like they're here to troll because they all came in at the same time. They're friends. Blah blah blah. So heads up for that.
Hey, this might be a good time for me to chime in quick. What's up, Elijah? What's up, Gospel?
Hey, D, what's up, man?
Yeah, hope I'm not coming across too hot. Is the mic good?
You sound great, like a radio host.
Thank you. Well, hey, I was just a couple days ago. You guys probably saw my post. I'm trying to get some flat Earth. I hate the word recruits, but on VR chat, which is a virtual world, and I found somebody today just a few minutes ago. I added him, gave him the invite to the server. I ran into him by complete accident on VR chat. And he's not necessarily a flat earther or a glober. He's kind of like more on the fence. But we had a little, probably half an hour talk, and I talked him into coming into the Discord server and the YouTube live stream. So it's going to be pretty cool to see how it turns out.
So,
if you want to jot his name down, his name is like Billy Sprinkle. But
okay,
just keep an eye open for him. I told him, I go, if you jump on, I want to listen too, because he was pretty interesting to talk to, and he was totally respectful. He's more like he wants to look at it by all direct, angles and stuff. So it was kind of refreshing not to get an idiot. So
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
In this VR thing, can you make, can you like recreate like the Black Swan or any of these other things?
Yes, that's what I was thinking, and I wanted to try to do it as simple as possible. Imagine I want to make just maybe like a circular room, and then maybe see if I can make the floor the representation of what we call as the flat Earth representation, just so they have a visual, and then all around the room will be like posters. So we'll have the Black Swan, maybe just the meme, and then maybe a paragraph explaining it, and then sprinkled all throughout the whole place, I'll just have like links to the Discord to come right back here, and then also like to check into the YouTube stream. But that's what I want to do. I'm looking into, I think I'll have to use like a 3D program like Blender or like Unity, and I can create a world and basically make it go live on there. I'm gonna have to like look into that maybe over the weekend or something. But no, I was excited because I was in the chess room. I go there, just go ahead. I was just in there playing chess, and I saw. Yeah, there's a chess room, and I was in there just hanging out. I do that once in a while, and I saw just a random person with the screen name Flat Earther, and of course I was like, I go Flat Earther, I go, I'm a Flat Earther, and then of course, like 5 or 6 people, there was probably 28 people in the chess room, right? We're all watching and playing chess, and like. Probably 3 or 4 of them were like, get the fuck out of here, get out of here, you're flat, whatever. But one guy approached me and he had some pretty good questions. And it's like, here, let's go to a private room and we'll talk. And I did. I kind of gave him a couple breakdowns about, the Black Swan concept and the looking farther than we should and the laser, just some real basics and stuff. And the, second law of thermodynamics violations and stuff. And it was interesting. So lo and behold, he already had Discord, so I sent him the link, and he seems like he's going to be an interesting guy to talk to. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm excited. I'm hoping to get more. So there you go.
Cool. By the way, I've been seeing you type for years now. I don't think I've ever heard your voice.
Yeah. Hey, well, yeah, I kind of took a break. It's weird how time goes by too. I mean, somebody says it was a year since I've been back, but it's just weird how time goes so fast. It never seemed like it was that long, but I was always popping in once in a while, typing, and I would listen on YouTube here and there when I was doing some work and shit. But I'll try to get back more often. But also, what's up, Indio? I've been listening to you guys on YouTube quite a bit, but not
Oh
near
man,
as much as
how
I
are you?
used to. Yeah, doing
Been a
good.
while since I heard you too, man.
I know. It's just I guess it was so much easier for me just to put YouTube on. Like I'll be working in the garage or something, or whatever. I'll just have the YouTube stream going, and that's basically what it was. But it's good to be back. Just been busy with life and shit. But yeah,
Yeah, plus you got to give this shit a break sometimes, man. It's like, it could be psychologically draining, obviously, if you just listen to this other guy.
yeah,
When they
yep.
don't understand the word behind. Like,
I think
come on.
I think that's kind of what happened too. And it wasn't like I took a break. It just I did take a little bit of break. Like I was pulled away for work things and stuff. And then since being away, it was almost kind of like I got weaned off the drug, or so, I got weaned away from it, and so it's slowly coming back now. But yeah, it's interesting. It's a good break. People need it once in a while. But yeah. But I'm excited about this VR chat because I see lots of people in there, and I want to start approaching them more. And it just happened today, kind of organically, and we'll just see. Maybe I'll try to get more recruits or people from, even if they're on the fence. I told this guy, you don't have to be a flat earther. We actually welcome people that are globers too, if you want to come in and talk, as long as you're respectful. And he seemed pretty cool. But I want to try to get more, and we'll see how it goes over time here. But cool.
Yo, VR chat is crazy, dude. Whatever map you go into, go look for the mirrors. Go look for the mirrors, and you'll find a bunch of people who just sit there all day.
That's right.
It's really weird, bro. And they just sit there and look at themselves, dude. And those are the guys that I would go talk to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, because they're chatting, like they just want to talk about stuff. So I just haven't actually brought up the flat Earth yet. But just today, when I saw that username Flat Earther, I couldn't help it. I was almost kind of, almost like hesitant because, I don't want to have everybody jump all over me. You know how it can get. But it was cool today, though. But yeah, I'll send you my VR chat username, Chemtrail, and then you can add me on there. But I think it's going to be cool. It's another outlet. It'll be another outlet to get more people
I'm
interested
not on it yet,
in
dude. I just
discussing.
watched a shit ton of documentaries on a bunch of stuff. So it's like VR chat was in there.
Yeah.
It was like, what was it? It was like it was like the dark truth about VR chat. That shit was crazy. That was a sick documentary, bro. The dark truths of VR chat. That shit was insane.
I'll have to see if you can find a link for me. I'll check that out. But I'm kind of new to VR chat, new to VR in general. It was just before Christmas when I got it, and it's blowing me away. But it's not just for games. I've lost like 32 pounds, but just by playing, fitness games on it too, and regular games. And it's just the chat part of it is way cooler. It's almost like the free chat program is worth the whole thing just in alone because you can meet so many people from around the world. So it's cool. Excuse me. But yeah. VR chat would be another. I'm hoping to make a 24/7 flat Earth room in there. It'll be always open and then pointing right here to our Discord. That's what I want to do. So, anybody have posters? That's what I was going to say. Like maybe do a call out. Maybe Indio can make a room. There might be one somewhere. Like just nothing but memes, which will be cool. And then I can just go through and snag them, and then hang them up as posters in the new world.
Dude, you could set up like a museum. You could set up a museum or something,
Flat
dude.
Earth museum.
You can do a lot of shit
Yeah.
in VR. You can do whatever you want in VR chat.
Yeah. I was going to make it simple. Yeah. But you're right. Museum. Like they just walk around and look at the art, the flat Earth proofs.
Wow.
And I think people can click. I think people can actually click a button and have the YouTube stream come up too. So I can literally say, push this button, and then boom, up comes the live stream. So I can even have that as well. So I'll work on that.
Dave, can you make the world a globe in VR?
Oh crap! I couldn't hear Dave that well.
Can you make the world a globe in the VR thing?
Actually, you know what's interesting is I don't think so. I think it always defaults to like the Minecraft. When you're making your worlds, it's all presupposed as being a plane. So that's cool. Even VR chat they already operate like you're on a plane.
Yeah,
that's cool. Nice, Dave Hinkle. That was cool.
Yep, good to hear you, man. My mic's up, so I'm shutting up.
Yeah, good to hear you too, man. I mean, a lot of you people. I mean, Crypto, what's up, boy? I mean, there's so many. I mean, Elbow Rico, what's up? I know it's good to be back. There's a lot of names in here. I've went back since what 2015 with you guys, or even before Discord. But yeah, it's good to be back, guys. I'm gonna jump back over on VR chat. Actually, one thing I will say quick is next interaction I have, I can tell the VR chat, or I mean the Oculus headset to record it. I should have had that whole conversation recorded. I was just so in the moment, but I can actually hit record, boom, and I can save it to like YouTube, so we can see what it's like. It was basically like finding somebody in the wild, completely new to the whole topic, and I had like a half an hour back and forth with them. But I wanted them to come here because this is probably the best place to get more knowledge. So, but I will record some of those too. But I'll let you guys go, and peace.
Cool, man.
Stay flat.
Cool, man.
Yo, check your DMs, dude. Fucking D to the V. I sent you that link. It's called The Secret World of VR Chat.
Okay, let me check.
World. Here, I didn't send it to you yet. I just wanted to catch you real quick.
Okay, and Jemsy, I got your message too. Hey, Jemsy, what link are you looking for too? Oh, the one to you can actually run. Oh, by the way, guys, VR chat, even though it's virtual reality, like 3-dimensional, where you're immersed into it, you can actually run VR chat on desktop in 2D mode. Like you don't need a headset. So anybody that's got Windows and Steam, there's a standard free Steam account. You can download VR chat on their setup account, and you're ready to go too. So you can actually go in there and hang out in the VR chat 24/7 flat Earth room too. You don't need a actual headset, which is cool. So yeah.
All right, cool, man. Did anybody catch the debate between Professor Dave and Dave Weiss?
I saw the first.
No, sir, I didn't.
No, I didn't even know that happened.
Right now,
it was cringe.
when you hear that Professor Dave actually came out to do a debate, it's exciting, right? Because it's like, okay, now we're cooking with oil. You know what I mean? And I am very upset at the debate. Well,
Dave Weiss was the wrong pick for
Dave Weiss is not a debater. Excellent interviewer, excellent, but see, this is why we stick to. This is why we
Professor
stick
Dave
to
probably ain't a
things that are-
debater either. I mean,
right, but he's an anti-flat earther. We know how they can make us look when we make certain claims that we can't substantiate versus just attacking the globe.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Plus, Dave Weiss, he mixes in speculation with other things and doesn't like qualify it. Doesn't say, "Hey, this part of what I'm saying is speculation." So
Professor Dave appeared like, to me, trying to be as unbiased as I can. It appeared like he is smashing the person who has been gaining lots of ground, gaining lots of credibility, and basically the points that he mentions, Professor Dave kind of crushed him.
Yeah, it almost as if. And here's a wild conspiracy theory. Almost like he signed up to be the fall man.
I'm not gonna say that about Dave Weiss. That's my man. I thought it. I'm not gonna say it, and I even though I thought it, I don't believe that.
Yeah, hopefully not.
I don't believe that. Nah.
My personal, I don't think so.
Video?
The problem is his
somebody
talking
posted
points.
it.
His talking points were about the sky, Professor
Yes.
Dave's. He chose specifically about the fucking sky. That's the problem. That was a fucking problem. That's why he failed to even refute any of those.
Hey, real quick, before we go too far on this, there are a handful of just PC verified people. Well, there was a handful. Now it's just one, it looks like. Weldo Swolfs, are you here? What Waldo's Wolves?
Where did this debate take place? On what channel was it?
It's posted. Wait.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was a British guy.
Yeah.
So when did all this happen? Like, what? My bad.
Couple hours ago.
Yeah,
a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I'll find that link. It's up here somewhere.
I got it already. I'm about to post it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, jeez. I'm
Sean
sorry.
Atwood. That's
I
the one.
don't want to be. I don't want to say he got destroyed, but man, I'm like I said. I put myself in a just a casual observer's shoes, and the problem is again, you do not speak to an anti-flat earther with speculative points. That's just not what you do.
Yeah.
And so on top of him being an anti-flat earther, well, not on top of, but just basically what they typically do like a rumpus. So you say something, he's going to continually frame the conversation around you misunderstanding things. And Dave
Well, yeah,
didn't have
that's one of their
anything to
tropes,
refute
right?
that.
That you don't understand. That's that's their trope. It's a typical trope. Flat earthers don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they think the Earth is flat. That's utter garbage.
And all Professor Dave does is straw man.
It's
the
almost
flat
like a
Earth.
stereotype. You know what I mean? It's just like any other stereotype. He's just playing on people's bias or whatever.
Yeah, you're gonna be you're gonna be pissed if you watch this. You're gonna be pissed. You're gonna be.
Well, I mean,
I
this is
was furious.
Well, this is a typical deal. Is that people that are watching these debates, right? They don't know one way or another, right? Because think of the people we have that come in here, right? They don't know the globe model from their ass. So they get information from one person, then they get out information from the other person, but they're not knowledgeable enough to evaluate the information. So where are they going to default to? The guy that's saying, well, you don't understand. I'm a super smart scientist and you're just a dumb flat earther. So they're just automatically going to think that person's right just because they don't understand, right? So it's going to default to that.
But you know what? But that might be a good thing for us. That might be a good thing for us.
It's not.
It might be because guess what? Let me.
No such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah, exactly, and that's gonna probably bring an influx of whatever he said, Dave, in here.
Well, did anybody super chat the server during the live stream?
I didn't.
Okay.
So what'll end up happening most likely is there's going to be people that watch that and they're going to go, I'm going to go do what the Professor Dave did to those flat earthers on the 24/7 Discord. And they're going to smash against a brick wall so hard they're not even going to know what to do.
See, people think that I'm an ass when I'm like, no, like you shouldn't just be using the word science all willy-nilly. Like there's a purpose. Like you shouldn't be saying observations are scientific and this and that and the third, because because now that you guys are both on the same playing field where science doesn't actually mean what it is, all he has to do is have charisma about the thing that he believes, and that's it, because it's not based in actual empirical evidence. All he has to do is just play on how people already feel about what they already believe. And that's why I say no, like the re-education has to happen. You just can't let people slap the word science on everything. Can't allow people to say there are lots of scientists who have done the math. That is, I don't even know how you say you know what I mean? Lots of scientists who have done the math. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the might makes right situation. It's more like a suave makes right.
Oh my God. I just watched one sentence of it, man. Like I just really just watched one sentence of it. And
Yep.
Dude, this is like a thrown fight. Or he's just horrible. Because, so he says this. He says, has anybody scientifically proven any of the luminaries are physical? And Dave says, yeah, we can see them. So instead of going, probing into that, right? So we can see them. How does that prove that they're physical? He changes his own subject and says, well, so you're saying that we can see things and tell their shape. That's a total, he strawmanned himself. Like, what the fuck is that?
Why was he allowed to choose the topic?
Like,
Yeah,
no, how about, like, oh my God.
it wasn't moderated. It wasn't, don't call it a debate. I know he did, but really and truly, it was an incoherent argument.
Okay. Well, I mean, he never answered the question.
Yeah.
And then Dave Weiss, like, because really, you could drill, like, you can just hold him on that. Okay, where's the proof any celestial bodies are physical? And he could just drill on that, dude, and just beat on that. But why are you talking about that crap anyway? How does any of that prove the shape of the Earth?
Hey, but guess what, man? This also could be like a pump up for Professor Dave, thinking since he beat David Weiss, he could actually debate another flat earther.
Maybe. Yeah.
Right.
That's
For the record, shout out to Dave Hinkle, who about half an hour before this thing happened said, I'll bet anybody, I forget the dollar amount, maybe $5. I'll bet anybody that Professor Dave starts with something in the sky. And he was 100% correct.
Thank you,
Started with the sky.
Yeah, well, yeah. Because none of this shit's falsifiable, so what else are they going to do?
Yeah.
Well, I think as well, it's important to make this. This is kind of what I was saying to Eli earlier. Like, personalities don't matter. So, if Dave Weiss loses a debate, so what?
Yep.
Yeah,
but who cares? Like, people lose debates from winning positions all the time.
Yeah.
And this is what he's done. He's a very poor debater by this evidence, and he lost the debate. Like, okay, what now?
He's a poor thinker, just by, like, I literally watched one sentence, and I mean, how do you straw man yourself? I mean, what the fuck, dude? Like, I don't. I mean, you could chalk it up. Maybe he was nervous or something, or I don't know. Or the problem probably really is that he doesn't debate. That's the problem. That's the problem. He's not familiar with it. And they have all their little, because the main, as we all know, the main globe debate tactic is the Gish Gallop. Is to just bounce from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing. And never let themselves get pinned down on anything. Because think about this. Here's the claim. The celestial bodies are physical objects. How do you disprove that? How could I possibly disprove that claim? What test, experiment, anything I could do? None.
Yeah, there's only really two appropriate responses. It's either to accept the claim and move on, or to challenge the claim and say, well, where's your evidence? There's the only two actual responses you can give.
Yeah, and the other thing is, a lot of people always take the position of confirming evidence, and we all know that that's not the scientific method. The scientific method is, what test can I do to disprove it? There's no test that anybody, absent, okay, take a rocket ship and fly to one of those things, right? Which none of us can do, which nobody can do. We have to trust somebody to do that for us, I guess. Like, there's no method of just looking at something to tell its physical composition, or if it's solid or whatever.
Has Professor Dave debated other people before, or is this the first time?
But maybe he'll grow a pair and like actually like.
So he hasn't. That makes sense, because the way he.
Like Albarica said, maybe he'll grow
really
some nuts and now come. Maybe he'll grow some nuts and come around.
Yeah. That's if they stop promoting his shit.
Nah, he's not gonna come around, man. Like, damn. See, and me saying that kind of goes into what Gospel Bearer was saying, because I'm like, I don't see why this debate happened. It's so odd. It's something that's very odd that this debate happened.
Who had the idea in the first place? Was according to Sean, he said that that Dave had been on his show before, so he prefaced with that. I don't know.
That. And who was Sean Atwood anyway?
I don't know, 600 and something thousand subscribers. Supposedly a dude that's had a weird background. He used to have a drug ring or something. Somebody said.
Our true crime podcast premieres, blah, blah, blah. We interview experts at the forefront of true crime, ex-cops, ex-cons, crime victims, journalists, authors, ex-guards. Hard-hitting stories. Well, that's kind of funny, man, because do you guys remember the guy named Whitehurst? He was an FBI. He was a head of the FBI lab. He came out. He was a whistleblower. Basically said that everything they're doing is basically pseudoscience. And then the Justice Department came out with a report in 2011 that basically said that it was actually, that wasn't the Justice Department, it was the National Academy of Sciences was commissioned to review their forensics, right? Their forensic science in quotes. They basically said it's all a bunch of bullshit, that they're not actually practicing science. And they said that things like metallurgical tests, blood splatter, their, what do they call it? Arson, all their arson shit, all their teeth imprints, basically everything in forensic science they use the so-called ID or like as evidence is all garbage.
Why did he call himself a real flat earther?
CBS Frontline actually did a story on this called the Real CSI, where they actually go through all this. And here's the funny thing: fingerprints. And I brought this up in this chat before. Fingerprints. Everybody thinks that fingerprints are unique to an individual. There's no scientific basis for that. Like literally none.
So what do they say that then?
Because someone had the idea, I don't know how long they've been doing it, like at the end of the 1800s, that this was true, and this is what they've been doing.
I think it's because there's no evidence of any two people having identical prints. That's why.
That's actually not correct. That's actually not correct.
So even if they were the same,
there was a lawyer.
Do you remember the cases? So they need to find ways to solve cases, and that's all I'm going to say.
Hold on a second. So there was a Madrid train bombing, right? It was supposedly done by terrorists. And they got like a piece of, the circuit board from the bomb, and they fingerprinted it. And the fingerprint matched a lawyer. This lawyer happened to be a lawyer for terrorists. But the problem was, he was in Seattle when the thing blew up. They know because he was in court in Seattle. So there's no way he could have possibly did it. But his fingerprints, 3 different FBI professionals matched his fingerprints to the fingerprints on the bomb.
Then that smells like conspiracy then.
The point is, this guy actually sat in jail for months and months and months because this is so crazy. Then he was set up. How many times have you... No, he wasn't set up. There's no evidence that fingerprints are unique.
Correct.
It's subjective. It is completely subjective.
Indio's right about all that, and in my opinion, this is just to get people thinking. The reason they did that is because they needed to start solving things, and they had no idea how to get all those cases solved as quickly as they needed to keep getting the funding that they were getting. Do you understand what I mean? They needed ways to start connecting people that may or may not be actual connections to crimes. They needed to start getting the crimes solved, guys. They needed to go down the list.
However, there is a limiting factor.
Yeah.
I just found the story you're talking about that.
Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. I mean, this is like something that's been memory hold. Think about how we use it, even in how people think about fingerprints too. We use it for my digital fingerprint, or this is just as good as, or their signature, or all these other things, right? So we it's so brainwashed into people that fingerprints are unique. But after I found out about this, I tried really, really hard to find any scientific study on the uniqueness of fingerprints, and there isn't any. But anyway, this report, there's actually a section of that report where they evaluate fingerprint identification, and the Justice Department classified that. So it's not public information, classified.
Does anybody remember the
Think
statistic?
about it. Think about what would happen if they had evidence, rock solid evidence that fingerprints aren't unique. Do you know how many people have been executed? Do you know how many people have gone to jail or are currently sitting in jail based upon so-called fingerprints?
Does anybody know the statistics on how many people per, like, wasn't it like 50,000? Remember the iPhone with the thumb thing? You know, you do your fingerprint on the iPhone. I guess other phones too. Wasn't it like 1 in 50 something thousand?
1 in 50,000 what?
So like if you had, if you said if you had 500,000 people try to unlock the same phone, 10 people could unlock it. Is what I'm saying. Like there was this rate, and they said that the face scan was a much higher number, one in hundreds of millions, as opposed to just like tens of thousands.
Yeah, so they say.
So
I don't even know if I should believe that.
Big Rick Nasty just came in. I think he just got busy.
Yeah. True that we're a little off the topic, but they do say, and here's the link, 1 in 50,000. So there you go. That seems to point to invalidating the claim that that all fingerprints are perfectly unique.
I mean, we're on topic, off topic. The point is that there's a lot of things that people think are scientific, which is they're actually just myths that are perpetuated.
All right, Big Crit.
Hey,
Speaking
so
of
I actually found this. I don't know. It's kind of detailed, and I also know if we should trust the source, but it actually goes into pretty good detail of why they doubt the validity of it. It seems like there's a couple error bars that they look at. So, for instance, the skill of the examiner matters. It looks like there is fingerprints are distinct. They're not unique, but they're pretty distinct to you, and the likelihood of certain patterns repeating in a specific geographic area are kind of rare. But there are serious problems with it. It's 174 pages. I don't know if anybody wants to read it, but that looks like it's there. There's also, I'm reading a North Carolina appeals court case right now where they threw it out in a criminal conviction. But that seems to be that it's kind of unreliable. So that seems to be the general consensus that it needs to be done correctly or it shouldn't be admitted into the court of law. Just throw that out
where's
there.
the link?
I posted in the VC check-in, so I put it in the wrong one. My mistake, guys.
I'll find it. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a pretty long one though.
I read fast.
It's yeah.
Well, I'm only going to look at the data. I'm not going to look at. I don't care what they say about it. That's what I do. I only look at their data. I'm going to look at how they came up with their statistics, like what.
Yeah. So this looks like it's an aggregated study. So you're probably going to have to do some digging in the footnotes.
So an aggregated study that they use the same methodology. Like there's all sorts of. They use the same number of points.
Yeah, well, so the methodology is DNA analysis. So they also talk about the methodology of DNA analysis, which I actually think is kind of an interesting read.
DNA analysis is shit, dude. Ugh.
So what's wrong with PCR? Let's look at your beef with PCR. PCR works pretty well.
What?
PCR?
Oh, gee, are you trying to pee on Carrie Mullis's grave right now?
No, PCR.
Ooh, in a flat Earth server, so it has nothing to do with the Earth. Cool.
Oh,
polymerase chain reaction.
He brought it
Why
up,
not use RFLP?
I mean, you can use RFLP.
The statistics, right? Are we really going to go down this road? I'm not going to go down this road because
you don't have to.
I've actually but because it's way off topic and it's actually a convoluted subject where you have to get in like. So they don't just don't go. Okay, here's a DNA. A DNA match is not a match the way people think it's a match, right? They use standard tandem repeats, right? And
yeah,
STRs. So they use only a certain number of them, but then they subdivide that into ethnicities. But ethnicities actually has no actual biological basis. That is a completely subjective marker from human beings. So, right? They have to break down. So they make a subset of the set. So you got fingerprints from everybody, and then you take a subset, right, and call that African American, and then you take a say, what's the odds of these genetic markers appearing in this subset? This is statistical manipulation. It really is. It's because you're using. What if they decided they wanted to use something else, like people that like peach yogurt, right? So the odds of someone having that also likes peach yogurt, it's going to make it look like a statistically rarer thing, just from the fact that you're making an arbitrary subset. You're subdividing it. So how about people that like yogurt and wear purple shoes? Oh my God! They got a match. They have someone. Oh my God! What's the chance of someone? Oh, it's 1 in a trillion. These are games. We're gonna find out. Mark my words. In the next 30, 40 years, we're gonna find out that all the DNA shit we do now is garbage.
Oh my God! I saw the first few minutes. I can't watch the rest of that. That shit is just horrible.
But anyway, that's way off topic. So what brings you to the server?
Talking to me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I need like
the big
I don't know,
nasty.
just want to learn, man.
Okay.
So what do you think the shape of the Earth is, bud?
I don't know. Willing to be convinced.
We're not going to try and convince you of anything.
Well, that's. I mean, convince is the wrong word. I'm here to observe.
We're going to convince you to think for yourself. That's what we're going to convince you of. Hopefully.
Can't wait.
Well, it sounds to me like you think you're on a globe, which is fine.
What?
Well, it's just the way you're talking. Like, yeah, this isn't my first rodeo.
I mean, I'm just here to learn, man. Don't be so presumptuous.
But I mean, it seems pretty obvious that you're not denying it, so it's fine, dude. If you think the Earth's a globe, that's cool. I just want to know why you think that.
Who says I do? I think all this.
Okay, the one thing that makes me think you are a glober is because you're evasively avoiding my question.
No, that's the answer. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, fine. So you're on the fence.
Are you on the fence?
I would say I was on the fence. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go with what do you actually know? You do know something. You do know what you experience. You do know what you experience the Earth as now, right?
Yeah.
So if you go to the ocean, right?
Yeah.
You experience the Earth as something. If you climb a mountain, if you walk down the street, you do experience the Earth as something. So there are things you do know.
Yeah.
And
so
this is something we all know, is that you've never walked out of your house, looked at the Earth and said, man, this looks like a great big ball.
Well, I mean, I look out into the Atlantic Ocean, I do see the ships go over. And I know there's issues with diffraction and all that stuff, but you know, you do see
You've never seen a ship go over the curve of the Earth, dude.
They go too far away for you to see them, but they don't go over any Earth curvature.
Okay.
Okay, there are instances where people have taken photographs. Listen, there are instances where people have taken photographs that appear that a boat is cut off, or you can see part of the boat. Yeah. Not only can we replicate this on flat surfaces where we know it can't be curvature of the Earth, right? So, for instance, if I take a camera and I go to a 600-foot lake and I sail a little miniature sailboat off in the distance and the thing disappears in 600 feet, well, the gold model says the horizon's 2,600 feet away, so the boat can't be disappearing over a curb 600 feet away because it's not at the horizon yet. So we can replicate this on flat surfaces. And the other thing is, there's something called shoaling in tidal bores, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes the water at the ocean pushes in from a storm or whatever, right? So when there's a hurricane or a storm, it actually depresses the water in the center and pushes everything out on the sides. You can just look this up. It's called shoaling.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
Yeah, SHOALING, and it pushes things up. So a lot of times we've had Goldberg come in here. Funny, one of them used to be a flat. There's this guy who used to be a flat earther. So for whatever reason, he's now a globe earther. But he actually showed an image. So, hey, look, this boat is cut off. Then turns out when you go look at that date and the time and everything he took it, that there was a tidal bore. There's a tidal bore at that location. So certain places have tidal bores or shoaling commonly. Depends on the bay, right? Depends on the shape of the bay, shape of the ground underneath. So, but regardless, the point is that there's lots of observations, right, where boats don't go over the horizon, and there's occasional observations that looks like a boat is getting cut off bottom up, but we can actually replicate that on a flat surface.
Wow.
I've personally, me, myself, I watched a boat go from Boston Harbor with 6 months. There's a website called marinetraffic.com.
Yeah.
It tells you the positions of boats, right?
You're sitting in Dorchester. You're like, wow.
I wasn't in
It's going
Dorchester.
away.
I was in Revere Beach. Anyway, so
living
I
that
watched.
blue line life.
So anyway, I watched the boat go from 6 miles away from me. I watched
Yeah.
it for 3.5 hours sail out to 30 miles. Now, what do you think the globe predicts that boat should be relative to me?
I have no idea. What does the globe predict?
The globe model predicts that boat is 425 feet under the horizon. So that's a 42-story building.
Yeah.
So if there was I'm 15 feet above the ocean.
That's like one Prudential Center.
Exactly. Right. So it's supposed to be under the horizon. So
Yeah.
we know there's no boat as tall as the Prudential Center, right?
Yeah.
So why can I see this boat?
Great question.
And
Why can't you
so
see the boat?
people make this claim of refraction. There's actually no evidence for it. And
there's no
actually,
so I was under the assumption of like why we see it is because that's the life bending. So I was always heard
Okay,
that that's what it was described as. So I'm curious.
But I'm going to tell you why.
A flat earther told me this, so I'm trying to reorient myself.
That's an ad hoc hypothesis, right? That's okay. So I see this. I'm not supposed to see it. How can I possibly see it? Because I know the Earth's a ball. Oh, let's come up with an ad hoc hypothesis.
No. So
refraction.
No. So he told me the reason why ships disappear is because of refraction, and I was like, that makes sense. That could be possible, right? So that's why I brought it up. I wasn't using it as a way of explaining why what you described happens. It was a way of him describing. But your title stuff makes more sense.
Look, I mean, listen. I would say this is that there are many hypotheses as to why it happens, right?
Okay.
So there can be tidal bore is one reason. Because this isn't like a consistent observation, right? If I went out to the ocean 100 times, I'm not going to see a boat go over the horizon 100 times. I'm going to see it happen maybe 2 out of 100, or maybe 4 out of 100. And determining exactly why that happened is like, who knows? Because there's other effects. There's refraction could be one effect. Something called total internal reflection. If there's a layer, right? If there's a layer below your eye level that's of dense air, the light actually reflects off of it, right? But the light that's underneath this layer, and this has actually been tested. It's not just something I'm making up. There's published papers on this, right? There's published papers on this. So there's a published paper. They went to the desert, right? So so what they did was they took a mirror 1.6 miles away, right? They filmed it. So this mirror is reflecting the sun. They can see the mirror, right? And they measure they have a tower, basically, a tower that's like 10 feet tall. And they put thermocouples where they measure the temperature, right? Temperature at each height, and the humidity, and the wind speed, and all that. So as they do this observation, right, they're filming this mirror, and eventually, at some point in the day, the mirror disappears. So they look at the the data from the temperature, meteorological data, all that shit, and they see that when there's an extreme temperature gradient and very high humidity, that's when the mirror disappeared. Right.
That makes sense. Yeah,
because this thing called total internal reflection. Total internal reflection is if you have a see, people think that under all circumstances, light will bend towards dense air. That only happens if it's not past something called the critical angle. If you're at a very shallow viewing angle, the light will actually reflect and not refract. So that's why they call it total internal reflection. This is how fiber optic cables work. So so if you have this condition where there's a layer of dense air close to the surface, the whatever light is below that, whatever, say this layer is 6 feet tall. Any light that's below 6 feet will not be visible. It'll never reach the eye because it's caught like in a duct, like a fiber optic cable, and you'll never see it. So what you're going to see is something that appears to be cut in half. Right? So that's one reason. So Okay, you know, if you take a piece of glass, if you look at it at a really like if you're right 90 degrees from the surface of it, you can see through it, right? Okay, but if you're at an angle to it, it reflects. It's like a mirror.
Yes, I know what you're
Okay,
saying.
so that's basically what's happening. Is that there's a layer of air, and because you're far away, your angle, right, to the boundary of the dense air to the less dense air is at such a shallow angle. The light that hits that reflects, right? But it's internal.
Yeah.
So imagine I had something that's 12 feet tall, and I took a giant mirror and put it at the 6 feet mark.
You said
right?
you had that study. Do you have it? I want to see
Yeah.
that desert study.
Hold on. Hold on, just 1 second. It'll take me a second. It's called Mechanism Formation of Desert Mirages. I don't know if this link still works. You might have to pay for it.
Okay, that's fine.
So what he was actually trying to show in this, because there's a Chinese, like an ancient Chinese thing, right? That they thought that the earth breathed, right? That the ground breathes, right? That it breathes in and out like air. So this is what they were this was like one of the things they were trying to test to see if they could measure this change in I don't know what you call it, change in air conditions, the condition of the air certain times a day.
Yeah.
But this is just something they incidentally captured. But let me get to the real point. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why this could be happening, why things appear cut off, right? And the fact that we can replicate it. If you go to a channel on YouTube, she's called Sky Free, right? I'll actually post a link to it, right? She's done lots and lots and lots of tests, lots and lots, to make entire boats disappear, appear cut off, all sorts of shit.
What's her name? Can you put that, please?
Yeah.
I actually have to get off pretty quick. I really enjoyed this
But
conversation.
I want to explain something to you though.
Yeah.
Something really, really quick. So we can eliminate refraction because there's something called dispersion, right? It's because refraction is dependent on wavelength, not just the refractive index of the material. So different wavelengths are refracted differently.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the equation right now.
So if I have something that's multicolored, right? Like this. So if I shoot a red laser and a blue laser, they're both not going to travel the same path to like, I would say I want to pick it up with a camera. They're not going to take the same path to the camera. One is going to appear elevated or down. If there's refraction, one is going to appear in a different position relative to the other, even if they come from the same place.
Has to be at an angle though, right? Because if it's straight on, then there's if it's straight on, then there's no angle. Because I'm looking at the equation right now, and it has to be at a difference of an angle. If it's straight on, it's going to get it.
Well,
am I reading that wrong?
yeah. It has to be crossing the boundary. It has to be crossing a boundary of a medium with one refractive index to another. That's not the point. The point is if there's refraction, one wavelength will bend more or less than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if I use red, it'll have a different. It'll take a different path than if I use blue.
Yeah.
So there was an experiment done by the U.S. Navy. It was done in the Hawaiian Islands where they took 3 lasers all at the same time, and they were what they were trying to test was they wanted to see, because obviously they're using lasers for all sorts of stuff, right? Targeting systems. So they wanted to see if they could make a model to correspond to their measurements. So what they did was they took 3 lasers, they shot them across this is simultaneous. Shot them across between the 2 islands and picked them up in a 3.5 meter telescope. Well, if you take it and you stick that shit into the model, right? The model of refraction that they use, U.S. standard atmosphere, here's the gradient, this is the curvature of the Earth, all that crap. These lasers should be separated by 20 meters at the other side. But that's not what they measured. They all they the telescope, the 3.5 meter telescope, got all the lasers at the same time, picked it all up, and processed all the data.
Yeah. Do you have those calculations?
Yeah. Of course. Oh, I didn't do this. Let me do this. Give me 30 seconds or less than
take your
30
time.
seconds because I want to give you that channel. I don't know if I posted. Did I post that channel?
Yeah, Skyfree, you did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Breaker.
Appreciate it.
So I'll post you a couple graphs from it. I also have another one I just came across, which is pretty interesting, but I'm not going to post that. Also, this one. So the thing is, if you say, okay, we have this physics model predicts this refraction because there's a density, a temperature gradient through the air, and if the Earth's a ball, then the light's going to take this curved path. Well, yeah, that's fine, but models are tested against reality. Okay, that's how you know your model is correct. You test it against reality. So reality is when they actually do this, right? The effects of refraction are not being observed because you would see lots of effects. You would have something called chromatic
This
aberration.
is a Navy study. You said this is a Navy study. This is this guy's master's thesis. This isn't from the Navy.
It was funded by the Navy. It was funded by the U.S. Navy. Listen, this study was funded by the U.S. Navy.
No. I'm trying to. I just did a Control F for Navy and didn't come up. How do you know it's funded by the Navy?
Because I'll show you.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is a master's thesis from the University of Dayton. I mean, that's not like hard hitting.
That's one. Listen, that's one of like 6 papers that were published on this. I mean, you can argue with the math. Is the math wrong?
I mean, I'm not a mathematician. I'm just saying that it's not what you say it is. I'm like, I'm not. That's not a bad saying
posted,
that. You know.
Well, I'm posting a bunch of shit. It's
No. I know. I'm not. I just. I mean, yeah. Geez, it's got.
Wasn't the Navy. Sorry, it was the Air Force. My bad.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is that they did this test. And this test showed that the lasers all hit the telescope at the same time. They didn't, when they should be separated. Right? That the model, right? Also, if you model it out, it shows that you can't aim where you're supposed to aim. You actually have to tilt it up to compensate for the curvature of the beam. So you have to tilt it up at a 45-degree angle.
I'm following.
And they didn't do that.
Do an observation.
Says when the ray is propagated through the atmosphere with a given refractive index profile, the gradient of the refractive index of the beam bends towards the density of air, which has a higher refractive index. The curvature causes the ray to deviate from the geometric path between the 2 points and miss its target. This is the model. Right? That is the argument. Refraction exists. We have I'm just telling you what the Goldberg argument. We're seeing things because they bend around the curve. Why do you say that? Because that's what the air is a temperature gradient, and if we do the calculations, this is what it shows it should be doing.
I see what you're
because
saying.
there's no observation of it. There's no measurements of it. There's no empirical data that someone went out and said, okay, let's measure this path and see like how much the ray bends and see how much refraction there is. In fact, what they found out is that they can't do any of that. that all the models are wrong. And it isn't just me saying it. Listen, a lot of people come in here and they think that we're just like making up our own shit. No, we test their claims. That's what we're doing. We're not making up our own claims and interpreting shit. We're testing their claims. So, okay. So here's Alex Melov from Physica Scripture. Long-range propagation through inhomogeneous thermal atmosphere analysis beyond phase screens. Okay. Variations in refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide range of sizes. This is turbulence, atmospheric turbulence, which is what causes distortion. If you read that paper I wrote, he did 3 models. He did a turbulence model, he did a geometric optics model, and a combined. Because he got the result from the ray optics model that was so far off from what was observed, he used a combined wave and ray optics model, and that was still off. But when he used something called a turbulence model, then it was more on. It was closer to reality. This says these variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence, they cannot be accounted for by any deterministic model. I mean, you can go through all the literature surveying. Refraction is a detrimental problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic error in the price determination of distances and directions.
Is this the first study or the second study?
Listen, I'm reading from something else completely. I'm reading from.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading from my references for this web page this wiki page, this wiki that we made. Right. So I'm just reading from some of the quotations from the sites. So if you look in geodetic surveying, you look up in astronomy, you look up whatever, right? They have lots of models. There's papers going back 150 years where they try to quantify refraction because they want to be able to make predictions. There's no model that makes accurate predictions, right? There's no model, and then when you test it, then you compare it to actual experimental measurements, then no model matches in the idea that refraction exists at all. Doesn't match. So I'll give you another one. Hold on.
Well, I actually have to get going. This has been great, though. Really appreciate this, boys. Hope you guys have a good night.
The evidence that there's no refraction is in the literature, not shit we made up. In the literature,
so you're arguing that there's no
overwhelming.
reflection. Is that what you're saying?
There's look, of course, there's some refraction. Like I said, there's turbulence. Turbulence is caused because there's air is moving around, right? And it doesn't all have a uniform density. But the thing is, over a long optical path, those inhomogeneities, they even out, right? And actual experimental testing demonstrates this, right? Is that if you record, say I record a building far away for 10 hours, right? It'll move up and down. But if I take all those deviations in where the image is and average them all out, they average to 0. So you'll make one observation 1 second, and 20 minutes later, whatever you're looking at will appear elevated by 1 or 2 pixels. But then I look, 20 minutes after that, and it's down by 1 or 2 pixels, right? So, but if you take all of those and average out like the deviations, they end up being 0.
Appreciate this, guys. All right, until we meet again.
All right, we're here 24/7, as the name implies.
Also, I get fucked up at the Black Rose at least. I'm sorry, I swore. My bad. I'm so sorry. I forgot the rules. I get drunk at the Black Rose at least twice a week. It's in downtown.
Is that Southie? Oh, that's I know.
No, it's downtown.
So Indio, refraction doesn't move.
Maybe me and Gemsy will see you there.
Maybe.
So Indio, refraction doesn't move the distant object up in the air, so you can see it.
No, and there was other.
Behind the earth.
No, it does not.
Indigo, what do you do before I leave? What do you do for a living? Out of curiosity, you don't have to tell me. I'm just curious. You're very knowledgeable.
I'm in IT.
Oh, that's cool. It's a good place to be in IT.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while. Long time. I'm an old man.
Did the guy just say that he's going to the Black Rose?
Yeah, he's going to Black Rose. Why you want me
So
to
when
hear?
we see
I
the
know
distant
people.
observation,
Go ahead,
The
bro.
Black Rose?
sorry, when
The
we see the
bar.
distant observation of the
Oh, okay.
over the water of the buildings going up and down over 10 hours, they're kind of like
It's turbulence.
turbulence, right? So, but they're not up in the air like 40 feet or 50 feet.
No. Or 100 feet or 5 miles.
Projections up to the
Like we're just saying Snell's law, saying light angles down over the curve.
Yeah, they just say whatever. Here, let me show you something.
If their interpretation of things being brought to the fore, to the aft, to the up, and to the down was true, then you should see things displaced in your vertical field of view by 30, 40, 50 feet on various days.
Look,
Like one day I should see, I should look out across the yard over here and see the neighbor's house like 10 feet above.
Right, and if you have a line of sight on a long distance, let's say artillery, you actually don't have line of sight. You're actually shooting over the curve, as they say.
Look, any distortion that we see that is possible with a camera lens, we should see by looking out into the world. You don't just get to pick which ones you want. Right? So if I take a magnifying glass and if I look at something through it, it'll appear shifted or displaced compared to like its actual position. Right? So what they're saying is I'm looking through the air as this big lens and I'm looking through it and it's pushing everything, it's displacing it all up. Yeah, that's a cool story, but what about all the other shit? Barrel distortion, pin cushion distortion, vignetting, chromatic aberration. I mean, the list goes on. On and on and on. Because what we have is when they make a lens, when they design a lens, right? So they're designing it for this purpose, they can't even get it to work. Right? They have to do it by trial and error. And I actually I came across a whole bunch of good shit the other day. So awesome. I found out refraction through oxygen is actually dependent on what do you call it? Whether it's positively charged or not. Whether it's ionized, there's something called cations. So the air is like 20% oxygen.
So there's another VC verified in here, Sono Rondo. Anybody want to talk to him? My mic sucks.
Welcome. What's his name?
Rondo, I guess. Right above Trifle.
I'm shy. We don't bite. Just introduce yourself. Yeah, a little bit.
Don't you know shy guys don't get shit?
Bruh.
Hey, have you guys heard of this thing called, someone else I came across 2 days ago, it's called long delay radio echo? Apparently there's a phenomenon where people will send out a radio transmission and get it like up to 20 seconds later. Get an echo back. So basically, if you get any echo that's longer than 2.3 seconds, which is supposedly the return, the bounce from the moon, they consider that a long delay echo, and there's no scientific explanation for why this occurs.
Firmament dome.
That would put the dome, the firmament at 1 point. I guess the time that's most observed is 9 seconds. So that would put it at 1.6 million miles away.
Cool.
Oof.
I do remember we did back on Dr. Science Friday nights when Miggy was doing it. We went over to articles from PNAS about the ping delay to the moon. And essentially it wasn't measured, it was just like formulated and calculated. And then they basically called it one. Essentially they measured a bunch of times and then they just called it one ping distance. And then they extrapolated it out to the distance they already knew the moon was. And that's how they came up with their seconds, not an actual measurement.
Yeah. I'm less than shocked.
You know, so for example, if anyone didn't follow that, it's let's shoot something at the moon. We'll wait till we see our red lights go beepity beepity, whatever that is. We'll count the seconds, and then we'll just say that's how long it takes for a beam to get to the moon and back. And we'll do it 10 times so we can average it out.
Seems legit.
But didn't they leave reflectors on the moon when they went there last? How big are those reflectors?
Hold on a sec. It's like
4x4.
It's like Connects. Did you ever play Connects as a kid, or like Legos as a kid? Right? You got with the electric Legos. They had the ones that lit up, right? So like, like you could make certain lights light up for certain reasons. But you could, with these folks, they're like, well, hey, this light, look at this. I'll press a button, bink. Now this signal from this button is going all the way to the moon and back. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boop, and then a red light goes off, and everybody's like, oh. So that's how it works. That's how science works today. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do they have to hit that moon reflector like dead on, or can they like hit on the side?
Well, keep in mind that the bodies are moving in free space while this is occurring, theoretically, in their model. So they're being displaced in 11 different vectors, right? So obviously the Earth is spinning in their model, and the Earth is going around the sun in their model, and blah, blah, blah. So you're not going to get a direct hit back, right? If I remember correctly, it's like 11 miles. I think they say it's 11 miles off. I can't remember 100%. So they shoot the laser here, and then the sensor that receives the laser back is like 11 miles to the right or something. And does it receive, a stream of laser back? No, it receives like one or two random photons or some nonsense like that.
Do we have to consider the satellite belt that's spinning around there, 10,000 satellites? Because that could interrupt the signal, could it not?
Would it interrupt the signal?
I don't know, could it? And also like ISS overhead. Hubble.
Yeah, if you had a bunch of helium-filled balloons clouding the sky, I'm sure it would mess up some kind of signal.
Or if you had 1,000 satelloons, it could be just hitting satelloons and coming right back to the satelloons. Is that possible?
You know how the ISS is supposedly see it as it passes over the sun reflecting off of it, so they say. How come we can't see any of the 10,000 satellites that are floating around up there? How come we don't see all these little dots of whatever floating around up there? Somebody explain that to me.
Well, that would be difficult to fake, so that's probably why.
Excuse me?
That would be difficult to fake. I suspect they're faking the ISS. I suspect that. I don't know how they're going to fake 10,000 other satellites. I mean,
well, obviously, we know they're not there, but I'm just saying, if they were, you would certainly think that you would see reflections off of it, at least some of them, at least periodically, when the sun was reflecting just right off the solar panels or whatever, off the capsule or whatever's up there. I mean,
in defense of the Globers, maybe they're just small enough so you can't see them because they're too far away.
That's a Glober story. Okay. You could continue on, please.
Like, they didn't make the satellites the perfect size so you can verify them. Okay, they don't have to do that. They just do what they want to do. Everybody else has to catch up.
Oh, so they made them perfect size so you can't see them. So it's all part of the plan. I get it.
They made the ISS perfect size so you can see it. The other one's perfect size so you can't see them. You have to believe the story.
Ah, it all makes sense now. It makes it so believable. Almost got me back to being a Glober. Continue on, please.
I'd like to know what
you've got me captivated.
I'd like to know what these 10,000 satellites are actually doing exactly. All right, where's the data? Can I see some data from there?
I mean, can you imagine what 10,000 of those freaking things floating around up there would? I mean, come on. There would be
how many
block half the sunlight, wouldn't it?
Estimate
The first thing I would do if I shot a satellite in orbit, I would strap a 24/7 live cam on there. That's the first thing I would do.
Yeah, there you go.
Does everybody know how many satellites are up there? Allegedly,
there's thousands.
Thousands?
No.
How do they keep track?
NASA is the biggest user of helium in the world. So there you go.
Helium in the world.
Well, I know. Biggest consumers of helium, yeah.
We'll never be able to huff helium balloons again.
There'll be shortage.
Price of helium's going up, man. Price of helium's going up.
Sure.
It's just like everything else.
Welcome to helium inflation.
Helium's going up with gas prices, man.
Inflation. Yeah, the inflatable helium balloons have inflated in price and with helium inflated.
What do they call it? Putin's tax hike on helium.
I mean, I have seen a list of satelloons that and they all seem to have the same names as satellites. Not all of them, but quite a few of them have got the exact same name as a satellite that's supposed to be up there, but it says it's a satellite. It says satellite on a balloon, and they've got the exact same names that satellites supposedly have. What's that all about?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, would they just pick and choose which one they're going to use for the day? Oh, that's the satelloon. Well, that's the satellite. Oh,
Maybe each satellite in orbit has a twin satelloon, and they keep tabs on each other.
someone's
No,
got to keep.
maybe they have
Someone's
a
got to keep
triplet.
tabs.
Maybe they have a triplet ocean buoy to complete the GPS.
Yeah.
I did see a cell tower in the ocean. I don't know if you guys saw that picture.
You seen what?
Cell tower in the ocean, in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Where?
On a buoy?
Wait, is it submerged cell tower?
Yeah, on a buoy floating around out there.
No, it was a tower shooting right out of the water. It was like.
So it was mounted to the seabed?
Yeah.
You mean like an oil rig, like it was mounted in the seabed, right?
Like oil rig, right.
Yeah,
Where's that at on California coast?
Yeah,
I think we can Google it. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's do, because when they
I got a
put
question.
when they put those oil rigs in bridges or whatever, they drive what's called pilasters. You drive them down into the bedrock so they don't sink or so they're solid. I know that's how they build bridges over the ocean, and I know that's how they fasten oil rigs and stuff like that. Rigs that are solid, don't move. They're actually set on what's called pilasters. That they drive them, pound them into the seabed until they hit bedrock, so they can't sink anymore. I do know that, but I mean, some of the you have to have a pretty long pilaster when you had to get to the bottom of the seabed in certain areas, at least. I mean, the ocean is pretty deep in some spots. I have a hard time believing they've got a pilaster that's 5 miles long.
Oh, they would have it on a buoy.
Yeah, well, that's a whole different scenario there.
Yeah.
I could just see it sticking up on this buoy that's probably maybe 50 foot in diameter at the bottom, a 50-foot floaty around like
Look in live stream.
Okay.
It would make more sense to have it on a buoy because you just anchor the buoy there, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I think these
now that one you're
towers
showing
have
in live stream
coverage. Probably
that probably is mounted to the bottom of the seabed. Yeah, but how deep is it right there? It can't be. I mean, it just can't be like miles deep. It just can't be. I mean, you don't make pilasters that long. I don't think. I guess I'll have to Google it and see what the longest or the deepest pilaster ever driven into the seabed is. We could probably Google that.
Dude, Google's almost worthless. You look up what's the longest pilaster driven into the seabed, and they'll be like, "Would you like to buy a pilaster? Fast delivery, only $2 million." Instead of actually telling you what you want to know, they would just try to give you sales results. I miss the good old days when there was like 25, 30 search engines out there. Each one had its specialty.
Oh, they even got floating cell phone towers. Okay.
Yeah, on a buoy. Yeah.
No, in the air. What do you mean?
Now what?
In the air, not the buoy.
In the air.
Yeah.
How are they?
Towers.
Hanging on what? A balloon or?
Yeah, balloon.
Yeah,
balloon.
well, yeah,
I call
we
it
know
balloon,
that.
but yeah, balloon. Google parent company.
Let's see. Trying to what's the deepest pilaster driven into the bedrock? I can't find any specific
Loon.
information
It's
on
called
that.
Loon. Floating cell tower. Falling towers. Sounds kind of funny though. Floating.
Between bedrock and hard place is not Duraterra.
I just googled "can men have babies?" and they say yes. This is the shit they're teaching our kids. Put a picture on live stream for you to look at.
Okay. Floating cell tower, cell phone towers, floating.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do that?
So floating on a balloon, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
I don't know why, but it sounds funny when I read it like that, like floating cell phone towers.
I know.
I don't know why.
That sounds sort of ridiculous.
Yeah.
What's that Mexican guy's name right there with the curved level? And what's his name? I can't remember. That curved level is curved. What didn't he used to be a flat earther at one time or something, and then he went back to being a glober? Is that the same guy?
That's Jose.
Jose, yeah.
JG retard.
Yeah. There you go. Didn't he used to be didn't he claim to be a flat earther at one time?
He claimed to be, but I don't think he ever was. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't think he ever was either. I think it was just a joke or just some sort of I don't know what he was doing. Just being a smart ass, I guess, or something.
He was trying to make money on YouTube, as far as I could tell.
Well, every time you guys post his picture, he's putting dollars in his pocket. We quit it, for hell's sake. What are you doing financing him? Just teasing. Don't get too upset with me now. I don't think I deserve to be banned for that one. I don't know. Maybe I do.
Who's getting banned?
I'm trying. Doesn't seem to be working out too well for me, though.
I could ban a lot of people, Godrock, and I don't think you're one of them. I don't think I can do it, bro.
Right on.
Good thing hot micing is not a bannable offense, right, God Rocket? Just kidding.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry, my bad. A leaf blower over here.
And here I thought moderators were worthless to have as friends. My goodness, was I ever wrong?
There's a leaf blower work on a globe, Godric.
Oh, shit. I mean, what are we going to do? What are we going to do to get some Globers in here? We need to find some way to grab them by the nape of their neck and just drag them in here, and hold them so they can't leave, and just punish them, verbally punish them, brutally. We're good at that, I know. Got to make it so they can't leave, and instead of banning, like make it perma stuck in live stream, so they can be abused. No?
That sounds like the exact opposite
What?
strategy for people in here.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I remember when Jose was supposedly a flat earther. I remember talking to him, as a matter of fact. This was probably like 2 years ago, though. Does that sound about right? When Jose was doing I'm a flat earther thing?
I think it was longer than 2 years, because I think I remember I stumbled upon his channel one time, and I didn't think he was a flat earther then.
Neither did I. Never thought he was a flat earther. Ever.
Well, he claimed to be. Let's put it that way. When was the last time that he claimed that he actually was trying to play the role of a flat earther?
A little over 2.5 years, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I guess
think
that
so.
could be right, because I've been here a little over 2.5 years. I just remember,
Well,
talking to him is all.
I've been there longer than I've been here, and I didn't actually hang around there because I didn't like it very much. But yeah, I've been there longer than I've been here, and I don't remember him being a flat earther. I always thought he was on the wrong side. Yeah, even the way that he moderated. But I've always been suspicious of everybody, because ever since I started out, I listen to people say stupid shit, and I'm like, is this person really a flat earther?
Right. Well, I could see how you think that about Jose, but I could mention a few names on here where that would be pretty difficult to consider that they might not be a flat earther. And I think that Hank and is one of them for sure. Could not ever accuse him of being a flat or Glober in disguise. I don't see how that could be possible. Or Dave could never be. I don't think, could he?
Dave. Sounds like you're deflecting attention away from yourself. Very suspicious.
Shh.
Yeah, you're acting sus there, Godlock, and be careful there.
Shh, be quiet.
Yes, that's right, citizen. What's your number? What is your papers?
Yeah, I'd imagine that calling some of these fellers in here Globers just damn near might be fighting words. That might be something we'd have to settle in the parking lot.
You know one thing, when I went to James,
Mr. Roboto, Hank.
Yeah, what is going on with your? You've been roboting a lot. Oh, he's gone now. Maybe he's going to race Young back in. It's been happening to him a lot. It didn't used to be like that ever. I wonder what's going on with him.
The CIA's onto him.
Yeah.
They're dampening his signal, so we can't talk about flat Earth.
Did you get a different internet server or something, Hank?
I don't really know what you're talking about, though, God Rocket. I mean, that's kind of classic Hank. Is every time he speaks up, he robots, and he has to disconnect and reconnect. It's been that way for a really long time.
Yeah, for like the last month or so, it's been like that.
No. It's been like that for
since the
year
beginning.
or more.
At
least
least
since the beginning. Yeah.
I don't recall that, but I guess I can't argue that with, especially Lunatic. My God, can you imagine trying to argue something with that guy?
No, it's even harder to argue with Hank about it. It's his internet.
Oh shit! Yeah, because you can't understand him.
His is probably the same reason mine fucks up all the time. We're mobile. We're driving around.
Yeah, mine does it too. If I try to talk driving, yeah, like every few minutes you're connecting to another tower.
You mean you're not right in the thick of the biggest 5G network available?
It doesn't. No, actually, like my house is like just outside the limits of the 5G service. Actually, I do have a 5G phone, but I don't get 5G unless I'm pretty much have to cross the street, and all of a sudden I'll start getting 5G.
Play Jolly. Just turn on the satellite feature. You'll get the signal.
Satellite feature.
I don't think we have 5G here where I'm at, because I remember when they were first rolling that out and describing it, they said they have to have towers every like quarter mile or some shit. Didn't they say that?
No. They're not towers though. No, they don't need a tower. They just need to put a box that's like the size of like a cable box. Basically, they got to put them really often.
I see. So it's something you could stash in the trees and maybe not.
Yeah, they just mount them to the existing power lines, right?
I see.
Yeah, shorter wavelengths. They have to be a lot closer than the conventional cell towers.
But I don't know. When I do show that I've got good, strong 5G signal, like it doesn't. I don't notice any difference. I mean, I guess I've done speed tests. I do show higher speeds, but say you're trying to click on like a YouTube video or something, it still fucking sits there and buffers for a minute, like it's thinking about whether or not it wants to play. Like, what the hell's going on with that?
That don't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I honestly don't know that 5G is really a thing.
It's not for us. No, it is a thing. It's just not really for you. They sold you it, but it's for them, not for us.
It's based off of
another one of those
military technology. Actually, it's old.
We're not in the club. Is it another one of those things?
Not in the club.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess.
Damn it! How many clubs do I have to join?
Well, I don't know. That's kind of my point here. I mean, when does this club thing end? I mean, obviously we're we're not part of it. I think we've known that for a long time, but would you want to be if you could be? Would you really? Want to be part of that fucking club? Matter of fact, if I find out that any one of you guys are part of that club, I'm going to make sure everybody knows he's one of them.
Dude, if I'm in that club, I'm gonna be the first to let you know. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna gloat and be like, "Look, bitches, I'm in the fucking club. I'm in
I'm blowing this place.
You can find me in the club.
Well, Lou, I get my new dentures tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. You won't have to.
no more smacking them in the mic. Awesome.
Yeah, I hope not. We're supposed to be ready in the morning, so we'll see.
Actually, I haven't heard you doing any of the denture clacking in a while. You were just doing it a lot. I don't know. I think just the way your settings were or whatever with your mic.
Yeah, you're right.
Like we were in the chill room there.
Yeah, I got it all sorted out, but still, I'm excited to get my dentures tomorrow morning. I seen them about a week and a half ago, and they were just mounted in wax. And yeah, they're like pearly white, fucking movie star teeth, man. Finally got me a set. I am part of the club, see?
Nice, bro.
The White Teeth Club. And they've been working on them for over a month now.
I think dentures are fine, but I heard it wasn't healthy to have root canals or implants because they get infected.
Yeah, I don't. They're not. No, I'm not doing the implant thing at all. I disagree with that totally. Yeah, I've had a couple of friends that have had the implant break their jaw. They like broke off to the side and chipped off part of their jaw, and they had to take the implant out. Now they got problems with their jawbone, and yeah, it's like you ain't gonna drill out. I'm not gonna let them drill a big hole in my jawbone and screw some threaded post in there, and then have it and have the thread get stripped or have it be too tight and snap the side of my jawbone off or something. That shit's happening to some people. So I opted out of that right from the gate. I says, oh no, I want no fucking posts. I don't want no foreign metal object threaded into my jawbone. Just the thought of that just sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. I'm reading about Russian invaders raping Ukrainian women. Is that really happening?
How would anybody know if it's really happening in here?
Yeah, and they're taking babies out of incubators too, man.
Yeah. Did you see it on the news? There you go.
Yeah, don't forget.
I heard if you go to Ukraine, they're partying in the streets and laughing at us all. What I heard.
Last couple of days, it's been about genocide. No, I haven't even heard anything about this babies or whatever it is that you just said. But
That's a joke because that was a pretense to get us into the
yeah,
first four.
right. No, what did he say though? Or what was the other news?
That
The
the
real
soldiers
the
are raping the women and children. That's what they're saying.
raping them. Yeah.
It's such bullshit. Oh my god. Have you seen downtown?
Yeah, all those guys with those cardboard guns. Yeah, they're all out raping people.
I just posted an article on Livestream.
Have you seen how beautiful?
Have you seen how beautiful the cities are in Ukraine? The buildings and that they're like futuristic, fucking badass. I mean, it's like a whole different world, man. They ain't gonna blow that kind of shit up. I mean, Ukraine is a fucking super, super beautiful buildings and all that kind of shit. I mean, totally opposite of what you see on the screen. I'll tell you that.
So about raping too, and that's terrible if it is really happening. But would that be the first time that that's ever happened in war?
I don't think so.
Sure, it
Would
happens all the time.
I'm
even
pretty
not-
sure it happens. I'm pretty sure it does happen all the time, and they don't usually talk about it.
Yeah, but I think the severity of it is probably not near what they try to make it out to be. I can't imagine. I mean, are people really that, demented? I mean, I guess some probably are, but I mean, by and large, people just aren't that. People just aren't like that. I mean, I'm not buying into it. Not of the magnitude they try to present it. No.
I had had enough after the first video I watched. Literally turned the guy on a
You're roboting out. See ya.
Yeah, you should just give up, rookie.
The thing, all these atrocities they're trying to say on Russia. What's funny about that is like only a few days before they started talking about genocide and all that, I saw on a Crow House Max Egan video. So I take it for what it is, but he showed a video that was supposedly Ukraine captured Russian soldiers, and he showed the video of the Russian soldiers bound, hands behind their back, standing up, and they were just shooting every one of them in the leg once, and they were having them hit the ground and just squirm, in agony. Like just that's what they're doing to this group of Russian soldiers that were captured anyway. That didn't get reported.
Shooting them in the leg and just letting them hobble around, or
Yeah,
chained up?
they were they were all had them standing there with their hands bound behind their back, and they shot each and every one of them in the leg one at a time.
And none of them bled to death, or what?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I mean, there should be a few complications with that, you would think.
Yep.
You're still roboting.
Yeah, you're wasting your time, rookie.
I'll try.
Hello?
Hello?
And just like that.
Yo, so check. This is something I came across 2 days ago. This is pretty hilarious, in my opinion. So they modeled refraction on a flat Earth. So what do you think happens?
It turned into a globe.
No. No.
What?
Outpost.
Who are they?
I'm gonna guess the light bends up.
That's what I would say.
It bends down, but it just gets closer to the ground. So at 10 kilometers, so the model was the laser's 25 meters above the ground. They shine at 10 kilometers, and they actually had to make their simulation bigger because it ended up getting too close to the ground. So it says, results of numerical simulation based upon the conventional wave optics technique are presented in Figure 2 by instantaneous laser beam intensity distribution corresponding to a single turbulence realization as expected due to the presence of standard, it says MUSA 76 model, which is the U.S. standard atmosphere model. Refractivity, due to the presence of the standard refractivity, the beam footprint undergoes gradual vertical shift towards the ground with propagation distance increase and approach the boundary of the numerical grid at the propagation path. So what does this mean? This means if I had something that's 25 meters tall, I wouldn't be able to see it. All the bottom of it would disappear because of refraction. I'd only be able to see the top. It would appear compressed. So they just modeled a single 2.5 millimeter laser light, applied it to the U.S. standard atmosphere model, used the refraction, plotted the path of the beam, and it turns out that it sinks. So now think about it as, instead of having a single laser light, you have a tower of lasers, right, with hundreds of lasers on it, right, in a vertical column. So that means the laser, if the topmost laser almost hits the ground, that means all the other lasers that are underneath it will hit the ground way before you are, and you'll never see those rays of light. So I found this, I thought this is pretty hilarious. I was going to bring it up to that dude that was here a little bit ago, but because I just found that I didn't read the entire paper, and I don't like to do that.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. It's interesting. You do awesome at all this research, man. Freaking.
I got lucky the other day, like 2 days ago, man. I found like 3 globe killing things in a row. I was like, "What the hell, man?" The long delay radio, that's pretty crazy. And then I found this, and there's another thing I found in this that same day.
So there are no other papers that shows the opposite, I would say.
Why would they show the opposite?
I don't know. Because every time they invoke a refraction, you can just ask and provide the citation for that.
Well, let's just say this. This is just a model. This is just using the physics model, the model of U.S. standard atmosphere. So like when Globers there's some Globers who have made some like ray optic simulations, right? Using the globe, using the standard, whatever, the U.S. standard atmosphere, which is just a vertical temperature gradient. But of course, they've never, as far as I know, they've never applied it to flat Earth. But this is what happens, I guess, when you apply it to a flat Earth. But they're just models. And models don't mean a goddamn thing. Models are tested against reality. Right? And you'll hear any physicist say, models are only as good as their predictive power. So if you have a physics model for refraction, terrestrial refraction, and it can't predict a goddamn thing, then it's wrong. The concept of predictive power, the power of a scientific theory to generate testable predictions, differs from explanatory power and descriptive power. I mean, that's kind of a little disingenuous there, because the ability to generate testable predictions, yeah, so what? I can come up with a theory that has lots of testable predictions, and they're all completely wrong. So it has 100% predictive power. It can predict anything. Because a prediction isn't the same as actually like an accurate prediction. Dude, it's great. I just looked up the definition for prediction. It's pretty bad. The act of predicting something that is predicted. Forecast.
Whatever
Yeah,
happened to
I don't know what you're doing, but I can hear you.
using the
Sorry,
whatever
guys.
happened to not using the word that you're trying to define in the definition?
That's what I was saying. Exactly. How do you figure out what the word means if you use the word? You're trying to define with that same word.
Sort of sounds like a problem.
God
we had
Rockin', what are you doing?
before.
Cleaning your bong, man? Like what? So this Professor Dave debate thing, like nobody knew about it. It just like sprung up out of the air.
We were talking about it.
I heard about it
still
like
don't
30
know
minutes
anything
before it
about
started.
what's going on with Professor Dave. I know nothing about it.
Apparently he debated Dave Weiss.
It's cringeworthy all the way around for both sides, to be honest with you.
Oh no.
Like, dude, I listened to, like, I heard the very, look, I hit it. Dave Weiss asks the question. Professor Dave gives an answer. Dave Weiss strawmans himself. I stopped watching at that part. I just had to stop watching. Like, I can't. Like, dude.
You start talking about a model. What do you do?
No, like he was like, do you have any proof that the luminaries are physically are how do you put it? Our physical bodies or something like that.
Okay.
And I think Professor Dave said, yeah, we can see them. Okay. So then Dave says, so Dave Weiss, as a response to that, says, fuck, no, I can't remember.
Maybe I'll just watch it. There
He
doesn't seem to be
strawmanned
much going
himself.
on.
Like his response was like to strawman. Oh, Dave Weiss goes. He goes. So you're saying we can tell the shape by looking at it, right? And then Then I think he showed like that graphic from Karen B with the 3 spheres, with the spears like one's concave, one's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He showed him that when that wasn't even his own question. He strawmanned himself. Like he changed his own topic.
Yeah.
Like I have
But
to
you guys
stop
had
watching it after that. Like if you take think about it, I take one sample and that sample is so bad, I'm just like, what the? I can't like watch that entire thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like he maybe just had the next thing in his presentation that he wanted to go to, and so he just kind of like moved on or something, or I don't know. I didn't see it.
No, because
Maybe
they
I'll
were talking about whether I think Professor Dave made some statement about like what they are or what they had. I don't even think it had anything to do with the shape. But I mean, how do you like strawman yourself? I don't get it.
I don't know, but if anybody could do it, Glober probably could.
Well, this
Dave
sounds
Weiss
like
did
it was. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are sus of Dave Weiss. Put it this way: there's a lot of people that are sus of almost every YouTube, flat earther that are involved with the conferences and all that stuff. Now, me personally, I'm not wasting my brain power with that. There's no way I can prove one way or another, like, what they're doing. But some of them, say some pretty dumb fucking shit.
Yeah. Especially, well, we're throwing names around. Forget.
Yeah, we all know who, because we have to freaking answer for them as if we're their personal assistants. We have to defend their dumb statements. It's hard enough if answering my own dumb statements. Now I got to defend other people.
Yeah, and we get that all the time too. Just people come in, start talking about something that nobody here ever mentioned. We have no clue what they're talking about necessarily. And they're like, well, that's what this other flat earther said on Facebook. It's like, are we on Facebook? Do I know this guy? Like, do I have to answer for him?
There's a lot of pointless abuse stuff in that meeting, that YouTube thing.
Yes, strawmanning and insulting is not a way of debating.
Well, both sides were. I mean, don't get me wrong, both sides were, doing it, but it was a bit shit, really, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't a debate.
Oh, Professor represented the globe well. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
Do you think Professor Dave represented your globe beliefs well?
Not well, only in so much as he. Well, no, not really. I mean, he was the more aggressive of the two, but and to many people in the world, that's all you need in the debate to win, basically, because they don't really care about listening to what the other people have got to say. It was a bit, and also the moderation there was absolutely no moderation at all. They had technical issues, and they just basically there was no they just basically said, I'm saying this, I'm saying that, I'm saying this, I'm saying that, and there's no back and forth really. No one was held to anything they said. So what was the point? That Professor Dave Bloke will go away and he'll glean from it what he wants to take the piss out of flat earthers on his channel. I don't know what the Dave guy, the globe guy, thinks he will gain out of that. I don't think it was constructive for either of them, really. It wasn't very substantive, basically, is the simplest way to put it.
But it's a win in the end, is all I'm worried about. Doesn't really matter.
I think to be honest with you, there's more robust responses to things that people raise here than there was anywhere, from the guy in the video. If that, I'm not familiar with either the globe guy or the flat earth guy today particularly. I think I recognise their faces, but I'm not particularly interested in following people's YouTube channels anyway, because a lot of it's rubbish. But I think the guy, the flat Earth proponent, was a bit weak, really. I'm not saying the globe guy was strong, but I don't think either of them particularly were shining paragons for their perspective, were they really?
Oh yeah, I just realized about this Professor Dave thing too. Like, wasn't he the one? Didn't he say like multiple times like he would never debate a flat earther? Like it wasn't worth his time or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if he's ever said that. A lot of those guys don't. Always,
I'm pretty sure he said like because he's been challenged. A lot of flat earthers have challenged him. He's at least declined every one of them up until doing this one apparently.
I'm sure.
What Logan says, what he applied to wits, we want to waste his time, something like that.
Hello.
Hello, Douglas.
Hello.
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 With 4 hello, I think that will be very. I will be very appreciated. Can you do
Douglas, you okay?
So who is Joe?
Joe.
Who is Cleopatra? Those
nuts.
A troll.
Almond?
Nice. Lovely.
Almond?
We've been getting a lot of just hello from trolls lately, though, and I got to tell you, it's not bad when they just come in and say hello. It's getting kind of annoying, but
hello.
It's better when they come in and just start dropping the N bomber, going like, oh yeah, doing that thing that they do, and all like.
Yeah, man, you're alive. You can take your opinion about the shape of the Earth.
So how did he get VC verified? Just by saying hello? Hmm? Is that how it went?
Yeah. I mean, well, I think they probably act a little more normal in verification, and then they come in and do that. It's that.
Hello, my friend. Are you a fellow flatty earther?
Hello, James.
Hello, my fellow flatties.
Jamesy. Huh? If I say 3 times your name, Earth is a globe.
Earth is a gem.
Jamesy, you're a puppet of these people here.
Hello.
2 more times.
Hello from the other side.
Hello from the underside.
Other, not under.
Someone says hello. I think they're sending you to hell. Go to hell. Hell, oh.
How does GPS compensate for refraction?
He uses
It
gravity.
uses gravity. It uses gravity.
I beat you, Jimsy. I said the same thing.
Okay.
So Indio, earlier I heard the conversation you had with the other guy. So refraction is a thing. It's just not a broad thing that you can use for like the Glovers do. They use refraction that word just to claim all sorts of observations that we observe. You see far refraction. Refraction is just is a smaller piece of the whole thing than what they
Extending
make
the
it.
horizon. Yeah. Is that what you mean? Extending the horizon?
Earlier in you presented some files, some link, and he was talking to another guy.
Yeah.
And he made it sound to me like he's saying refraction is not. It's not actually It's not a thing. It is a thing, but it's not an effect that is just causing all these things that Globers believe. They have an idea, a build model, and in that model they include these refractive ideas of curving and terrestrial refraction and all that kind of stuff. But when you test that, it's not what refraction actually is, the one that you can test. You can actually define and demonstrate.
Yeah. But you should have heard the Spongle guy today. There was another one. He said, I think it was, who was it? Gospel talking to him. He couldn't tell the difference between something being behind or in front of the horizon of an object. It was insane.
And not only would something be, if it was lifted up, it would also appear further away.
You just came in. If you've been speaking Indio, I think was it for me, guys? But he just kicked in. I think he was kind of like disconnected for a
No, I had
bit.
to. I had a bad connection, so you were actually breaking up. So I disconnected. I had to something I have to do because it works so good. These little cellular towers. Sometimes I have to reconnect my cellular so it gets a better tower. So I didn't hear you. I disconnected for a minute because you were chopping up.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, can you explain it again?
Who, Gemsy or me?
Well, the question about the refraction from the yeah.
Okay, so their claim is that things are being picked up over the horizon because of refraction. Because the general rule, electromagnetic radiation will bend toward a denser refracting medium. Because there's a pressure gradient, right? Vertical pressure gradient, that light is going to bend down towards this denser medium. So there's some problems with bend down
What I'm
toward the
saying is,
denser medium. Does it hit the ground before it reaches your eye? That's one problem. Okay. The other problem is refraction is based upon wavelengths. So different wavelengths will refract different amounts. And because of this, right, we get something called chromatic aberration in cameras. It's the way a prism works. Because each wavelength is taking a different path through the prism, it spreads the light out. You get the colors of the rainbow. And the thicker the lens, the more you'll see this effect. This is why Isaac Newton invented the Newtonian reflector, because it reflects the light to a smaller point. It doesn't refract the light. Because if you make a super thick lens, you'll get chromatic aberration.
And what they're saying is when I see something 250 miles away that's supposed to be, 5 miles underneath the horizon, it's being picked up. Well, basically, what you're saying is I'm looking through a 250 mile long lens, right? And things are getting picked up. Well, if the lens is 250 miles thick, then we're going to see the colors of the rainbow. We're going to see all that light spread out. And it'll create a blurry image. See a blue image, a red image, a green image, all spread out away from each other. We look like the colors of the rainbow. But we don't observe this in reality. It's not like an optional thing. This effect is called dispersion in physics. The dispersion of light disperses out. And I'll tell you how I didn't come up with this. Okay, so you have surveying equipment, and they have to count for refraction, right? Because when they're doing measurements, they're not getting exact positions. There's errors. There's errors in their observations. So one way. So the Swiss have lots of tunnels because they live in the Alps, right? So they have like the longest tunnels in the world. So they have to have very accurate surveying to dig through these tunnels. Otherwise, like they dig from both ends, they're not going to meet. Because when they surveyed, because of so-called refraction, their measurements aren't going to be exactly right. Right? And if you make a lot of measurements over a couple miles, that's cumulative. You have a cumulative error. Then when you get to the other end, you're not meeting up. So what they've actually found is that the refraction is actually caused because the sidewalls of the tunnel are actually warmer, so they actually get a horizontal refraction. So things are actually placed up and right, not up and down. Okay, but the moral of the story is, so one of the ways they've thought of to correct this, right, is to actually measure the amount of refraction using the dispersion relationship, right? So they'll have a source on the other side that's two frequencies of light. So it's it's two different shades of blue or infrared, right? And they can measure the difference in the angle of arrival of these two different wavelengths and be able to determine exactly how much refraction there is in the optical path. So they're actually trying to use this effect to measure refraction, which gave me the idea, well, okay, so they're trying to do this on like 100-meter length, so we're talking 400 kilometers. We're going to get a huge dispersion effect, and we'll have crazy different angles of arrival between, say, blue light and red light. They'll be displaced by, meters, multiple meters. So when in the course of researching this, I found this other experiment where they used 3 different lasers simultaneously, and they measured no dispersion at all because they used 3 lasers. They shot it between Hawaiian Islands, and they had 1 telescope, and they measured the turbulence in the air through these 3 different wavelengths. If there was refraction, they wouldn't have been able to pick up it all through 1 telescope. They would have had to pick it up through multiple different telescopes that are all spread out. And if you use their model to see what the actual the separation of the wavelengths actually is, the spatial separation, it's like 5 meters per laser. The spread is something like 20 meters in total. Well, the telescope's only 3.5 meters wide, so how'd they do that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, when you put the laser, you can reach this other side of the earth. Yeah, there's no The thing is, their claim
Yeah,
is
so
that
if I was shining them, if I was shining them at a target, think of this: if I had a red laser, green laser, blue laser, they're all it's coming from the same place. If I shine them at a target, each laser light will appear higher than another on the target. And then if you do this for 150 kilometers, that separation, how much higher one appears from the other, is over 5 meters. So how do you pick up all the lasers in a 3-meter telescope if the separation is 5 meters? Answer is you can't. And the fact that you did shows that there's no refraction taking place.
Is that what they've been stating in the what do you call them, the studies, or claiming that? I mean,
They're not claiming anything.
Oh, they didn't claim.
They're not claiming anything. They're just trying to. What they're trying to do in this particular study is measure turbulence. But okay, so to measure the turbulence, they're trying to make a model that makes predictions, right? So part of this model they have to account for, according to them, because they believe this is what's happening, is that there is a temperature gradient. Refraction is happening through this whole thing. But when they make this model says you shouldn't be getting anything. So as a result, they switch to a different model. They use a combinatory model that is a ray optic model and a wave optic model. It's a combination. And the way they do this is that they basically, instead of just using a ray, they use a wave front, right? And that wave front is perpendicular to what a ray would be. And it's shifted, one way or another. But that didn't work. So what they just did, went to a straight turbulence model, threw out the whole refraction thing, and that actually led to that model was actually closer to what they actually observed than the other ones when they threw out refraction.
Did you post that study earlier up in the chat? Or
Yeah, I did. I did the study by David Ricker. That particular.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of people that participated in this. There's actually 3 people wrote their PhD theses based upon the results of these tests. So there's another one. So this is a 149 kilometer optical path. They've actually used that, and then they compared it to like a 7-kilometer optical path that the same group of people did at like a Air Force base. So the study was done, and the data speaks for itself. The only thing that matters is data. Like what people say or their interpretations of what it means. That's kind of irrelevant. So they're just trying to because there's a whole bunch of practical uses for this, right? So the Air Force obviously wants to use it for laser targeting, right? But they did it as in Hawaii, and some of the people there, the reason they want to use it is for something called adaptive optics. So adaptive optics are used because you're trying to observe like some celestial body, but because of the twinkling of the star, it's hard to measure like exactly where it is because they call it, what do they call it? Dancing or something like that. So I don't know if you ever looked through a telescope, right? You point a telescope at a star, it kind of moves around a little bit. It doesn't just sit there in one location. So they're trying to develop this thing called adaptive optics. So it's like a mirror lens, which is flexible. So it's a flexible piece of mirror. It has motors on it, which can deform the lens to compensate for the refraction. But you have to know how to compensate it. So you need a model which shows the distortion, which will predict the distortion of the wavefront so that you can know how to shape the lens to compensate for it. So that's part of the reason why they're actually doing these tests, is to develop a model so that they can create adaptive optics which will compensate for turbulence.
Oh. Oh, I'm sure it is.
The adaptive mirror mechanism uses what's called coherent interferometry.
That's probably one technique.
It's where they flex hundreds of little compound element mirrors, which they flex to compensate for perturbations caused by the atmosphere.
Yeah, another technique is using something called spatial light modulators.
Yeah, they're very similar. They need a reference though, so that's what they use a laser for. I think in some cases. You definitely have a vested interest in the laser technologies.
Obviously, you want to be able to hit where you're aiming at. I actually have another couple like papers I have to go through. That one is for GPS, one is for like laser targeting. Man, talking to you guys, I came to the store and I forgot what I even came here for.
Curvature, don't worry, you won't find any there.
It's right behind the shelf.
I think I came here to have some sticker shock.
We've been joined by Leon. I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name. No rolls. I don't know if a mod wants to try to talk to him.
Has Lucky Dancer spoken here before? Easy verified as well.
I don't know. I've got a lot of these dunk tag. Do you want to talk, Lucky Dancer? They have the right to remain silent and the ability. Back to you guys.
Somebody call me. You rang?
You know, the problem I have with refraction is the way Glovers talk about it, as if this is well-known studied science, and like we know everything about it. We can make predictions and blah blah blah, and they can't do any of that. Nobody can. And all you have to do is read the literature to come to that conclusion, because they say it themselves. So when they say things like standard refraction, right? You read that in some surveying manual, and you read something else that says, "Yeah, we tested 5 models and none of them matched." And you're like, What do you mean standard then? Like, what are you talking about?" Have you guys seen the 34-mile laser test? It's a 31-mile one. Unfortunately, they did it over land.
Is that the one in Flatlanders?
Yeah, exactly, that one.
What was the result of it?
What do you think? They saw the laser from 34 miles away. They actually, it was at Bonneville Salt Flats. They raced the cars.
Ah,
So they actually went down the whole length of the laser, did observation after observation. I think they got 4 points, increasing distance. And actually did 2 lasers at one point. But the thing is, that being on land, you can always say, well, it's just a flat piece of land, you know, which is possible on a globe. It's not like a flat piece of land is it's impossible.
yeah.
The water, though, is impossible. You can't have flat water. Or flat water on a globe is not possible. Because their whole model is dependent on gravity, so where's the gravity? Where'd that go? Did it just like run away?
I mean, even on the land, shouldn't there be a drop after a certain distance? Even though it's flat?
I mean, yeah, there should, but it's not like it's impossible to have a flat stretch of land. You can always say the wind wore it away flat, something. Should I buy a spaghetti sauce called Del Grosso? Nah.
Did you say El Grosso?
Del Grosso.
Del Grosso.
Yeah. Come on, man. You couldn't pick a better name. Del. Nah, I'll pass.
What? It's a family name. Come on.
That's a spicy meatball.
What? You no like the sauce?
Sound like
I think they tried to milk a bull.
Even while driving, I was making the Italian hand movement while speaking.
Yeah, don't poke your eye out.
We have another VC verified! Exclamation point Alexis. Hello. You want to say hi?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Good. You want to talk or just listen?
I'm just trying to do schoolwork right now, so
All right. Good luck on the schoolwork. Is there a
thank you.
subject you want to hear Indio or somebody expound on or question you have?
No, I'm just doing a newspaper article right now.
Bladder.
All right. Well, if you got any questions, feel free to open your mic and speak up.
Yeah, well,
What are you doing for schoolwork?
I'm writing about the Renaissance right now.
Ooh, Renaissance art. Should check that out. Bernini. Look at some of the sculptures of Bernini. They literally look like people that were frozen in stone.
Yep, Medusa, the powerful one.
You ever seen The Fisherman? Like, I'm not like. How do you carve a net out of marble? With all the spaces in between the netting. Wow, has nobody really talked for that long? So one of the little gimmicks I use on Twitter is to just, no matter what you show them, say, so there's no evidence for a flat Earth. They just say that no matter what. So if the oceans are fake, right? So I play their game. You got fake oceans. long as the music bot been not working?
I mean, it shouldn't be so hard to show us the curve. I mean, really.
Yeah.
Well,
Hammer
basically did a bunch of geometry.
Hammer that nail down.
You're cutting out there, Lemon.
I don't know if he's cutting out or if he hit the mute button by accident.
He's actually got, he has cutouts. That's what's happened now. Cutting out, he's gone.
Hey, we got a physicist in there in the voice text. Sorry to interrupt, but I always interrupt.
Hello.
Hi,
I
physicist.
just noticed
N2G.
Yeah, you can call me Nico if you want.
I'd like Nico. That's nice.
Yeah.
Cool nickname, Nico. What brings you in?
Thank you.
Okay, Nico, welcome.
Well, as I said, I'm a physicist, so hi everybody, I'm Nico. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just always interested in discussing things, and well, as I said, I'm a physicist. I'm actually my specialization is quantum sciences, so I do quantum computation, that kind of stuff. And if you're interested in that, I can tell you about that, but I don't think that's like the direction you're going in here.
What does your gut tell you? Is that on topic in the Flat Earth server or not?
Yeah, exactly. So
right.
I just wanted to tell you guys where I come from, so you know something about me.
Okay, so
Thank you.
What do you think about the flat Earth topic? What do you think about this flat Earth reality?
Well, obviously, as a physicist, I think that it's a globe. I don't think it's flat Earth.
You now,
but
you now tell me.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
Like, the point of view that I've always been taught as a physicist is to always be skeptical, to always question everything you said. And in my classes, I had some really good professors, and we actually went through everything. We started off with nothing, and then we went up with everything. And globe Earth is one of them. We went through the mathematics, went through an experiment we did in classroom, and actually convinced ourselves that what we are doing is true. So I think your position of being skeptical about things is actually very good. It's actually a scientific position. So, yeah.
Okay, now that you've said that, I'm keeping myself from laughing here, but can you please give me your best evidence that you know without a doubt that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space?
That's a somewhat difficult problem, definitely. I don't think I can give you evidence through voice like this directly where I could convince you of anything.
Let me stop you there real quick.
Okay.
Real quick. There's a voice text that you can check all the time. We're constantly posting things in this live stream voice text that are pertinent to the conversation. And if someone would be so kind as to give you image and perm rolls, then you could post information in there and we could have a little better conversation about that. Cool?
That is cool. Yeah. I don't have anything here, so I would have to Google things.
That's fine. Just know that there's a way to show us some stuff when you start talking about it. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
It's okay to Google stuff, by the way. That's okay if you have to Google.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
I need to know how you know without a doubt that you would lay your life down that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You are prepared to die for this. Let's have it.
Let me put it this way. In my first physics class, we discussed something called angular momentum and basically the physics behind it, and how you have some stuff like the Coriolis effect and those kind of things. And we did one really cool experiment. So we did a pendulum, and this pendulum was.
Before you go on, did you just claim that the Coriolis effect is real and observed on the Earth, and not
yes,
just
you can
within a rotated frame?
You can get a what's it called, a top, I think it's called in English, and spin it, and on the top you can measure effects such as the Coriolis effect. So if you okay, let me
you're doing great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also somewhat nervous, so
that's fine, man. That's fine.
So
you're doing good.
Let me get this straight. So if you spin a top on a table, it displays Coriolis effect, but helicopter, airplanes, and everything else do not display any Coriolis effect.
I mean, helicopter in the back has this other. That's not because of the Coriolis effect. Sorry. Maybe I should go into what exactly the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah,
please. Let him go for it. Let him go for it. Yes, please.
The Coriolis effect is when you are on a rotating frame and an object that is not attached to this rotating frame moves independent of the rotation. So it appears to deviate from your perspective on the rotated frame or reference frame, but the actual object being thrown over, for instance, the roundabout, is not actually deviating, although it appears to be deviating from the perspective of the one on the roundabout. That is the Coriolis effect.
That's a very good definition of it. So what this means is that
Earth, how do you experience that on Earth now? On Earth, right? And not on a merry-go-round a roundabout now. On the Earth. Right.
So just for sake of it, let us assume that we are spinning. This assumption.
No, I don't want to
for
beg
now.
the question. Before you beg the question, did you know that the Coriolis effect was discovered by flat earthers and not Gaspard Gustav Coriolis?
It could be. I don't actually exactly know who discovered it or why it's discovered. I'm very bad at remembering names. I'm very bad at actually learning by heart. That's why I'm a physicist, because you can derive things.
Gaspard Gustav Coriolis discovered Coriolis, and that's why it's named after him, through looking at water wheels. But in fact, the Coriolis was first described by flat earthers as an argument against the globe. And the evidence they used was cannons can shoot their cannonballs straight up into the air, and the cannonball will fall straight back into the cannon.
Yeah, into the barrel, into the muzzle of the cannon. Yeah, that's correct.
Now, how in the world is that happening on a globe?
That's spinning, by the way.
You don't need to assume that it's rotating, because if it's rotating, Coriolis will be observed.
I would go back to the roots, curvature.
Yeah.
Right to the roots.
So
we're in spin right now. We can
let me go with this. So basically, if you start a pendulum going back and forth, right?
Yeah, but you have to start it though.
Yeah, you do. You start the pendulum.
Yeah, you got to start it. Why isn't a pendulum just constantly going forever and ever? Forever and ever.
Friction would stop it.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that would be my first thing. Okay, I kind of lost my train of thought right here. Give me a
You
sec.
wanted to appeal to Foucault's pendulum, but even
Yeah,
during
actually, I was.
Einstein's time
Yeah.
after Foucault and the pendulum was unveiled, they all agreed that there was no experiment in the world that proved Earth rotation. So they all agreed that that was not an experiment, nor did it prove Earth rotation during Einstein's time. So what do you think changed?
Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that. I was reading something on Discord. Sorry.
During Einstein's time, the Foucault pendulum was not considered proof of Earth rotation, and there was no experiment. They claimed that there was no experiment during Einstein's time that proved Earth rotation, so that was not considered an experiment then. Why do you think it's one now?
I'm not sure who considered what and why. The thing that I know is that if you go through the mathematics of it and actually do the Foucault's pendulum, you actually get out that you actually see the pendulum moving in the y direction, so off the axis of
That
rotation.
means that Earth's rotating underneath.
Not quite, because it wouldn't work on the equator, for example. The thing is that because you are not on the equator, you actually get it's not a real force. It's a Coriolis force. It's called what was the name? It's the same thing between centripetal force and
But what you are speaking about Coriolis, and we don't observe Coriolis in.
Yeah,
if you do a large enough pendulum, you do see it
You're trying
move.
to conflate actual deflection with an apparent deflection. The ball being thrown over the roundabout is not actually deflecting. It just appears that way from the one being rotated.
Exactly, and that's what we see. We see it as if we were rotating, right?
Just a second. With the Foucault pendulum, you require the magnetic drive to drive the pendulum back and forth to keep it swinging, but this drive also is calibrated to go with what you assume would be the results. So
but
you create the results with the contraption, and then you assume that that proves your point.
What magnetic drive? There's no electromagnetism in here.
Driving most of the Foucault pendulums in the world.
That could very well be true. That somewhere in the Earth there is a Foucault pendulum driven by electromagnetic drives, but you don't need it.
Yeah, but man, where is happening Coriolis effect on the Earth?
If you do an experiment that you're away from the equator.
Experiment. I can do experiment. I look to a helicopter, let's say helicopter hovering. And now I'm looking at helicopter. And if Earth is rotating, that means that helicopter should to go away from me.
Well, a helicopter in the atmosphere will experience much stronger effects from wind and heat and just as stuff
I'm not speaking about. Okay, let's not speak. It's not windy day. It's very clear day without winds, without anything. And I put the drone. And I put drone up, and the drone should to go away from me. You know, it's a sunny day. It's no winds. Nothing. It's 50 meters above the ground, and it's still there all the time.
Yes, Nico, that's true, isn't it, Nico? Yeah, shouldn't the drone be moving away from his location if the Coriolis effect is real? Isn't that not true?
Let me think about this one. It shouldn't move away, but it might rotate. I'm not sure about this one. I need to think about this again.
So you're not sure. That's fine. That's good.
No, I mean
the discrepancy in the Coriolis effect and the
what I'm trying to say is not that the pendulum would move away; is that it would start spinning.
Since you're a physicist, have you heard of the term confounding variable?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, how can you be sure that your assumption that what you're seeing is Earth rotation is Earth rotation?
There you are. You see? This is what we're trying to get to the crux.
Well, it provides, given theoretical calculation, it provides evidence that it is so.
No, but then, okay, the calculation.
Let me help him. Let me help him real quick. Hey, dude, you can just say I don't know.
No, I mean I did say I don't know a few times, but in this case, I'm really trying to be respectful and honest, and I hope I've been.
You are
being honest. That's what I'm saying. So saying you don't know is the most honest you can be, and you know, you know what I'm saying. You don't need to try to explain anything else after that or justify why you said it.
It's
perfect that you said it.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you mean by in this specific case. What you mean by by
confounding variable?
Yes.
Easy. First of all, you don't see the Coriolis effect anywhere. You assume this is happening because of the Coriolis effect. This is happening in this one little device, localized, but it's not happening under anything else. So that already contradicts your assumption. Second, if you look at the Sagnac effect and optical gyroscopes are used as proof of Earth rotation, but they have the same problem. You're assuming that it's caused by Earth rotation, and there's nothing to actually validate that fact. Well, Bob Nordell tested the optical gyroscopes by bringing them up onto a mountain and down from the mountain on the same latitude. And the opposite of what you would expect on the globe occurred. So it's not as fully validated as you might think, and I completely understand. Like, they only present you with what seems to confirm their ideas, and so you build on that.
Yeah,
but
you haven't been able to prove the Earth is spinning at this point so far, Nico.
No, yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect to prove that the Earth is a globe to you guys.
Well, but you are using it. Hang on, you're using it as a method to prove the Earth is moving, but you are unable. This is why we say to you that the Coriolis has been debunked and will be debunked for the rest of time. Okay, you understand that now?
Well, Coriolis. We all understand that Coriolis works fine as an optical effect within a rotated frame.
Yes.
Yeah, but can you prove it in reality, please?
I mean, you can, if you put yourself on a carousel and somebody throws a baseball over your head, you can see the baseball move with the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect is a true, real thing.
Nico, instead of Coriolis, you may learn about Magnus effect, okay? Because football players.
Magnus effect, yes, you can turn it. That's actually really
so
cool
you can spin an object. You know, even if you shoot from a rifling, you know, from so the projectile, you know, when it gets out from the rifling.
That's actually a really good point.
So
that's because it's rotating, right?
Yeah, the bullets, you know, will cause a gyroscope. You know, it spins because you know the it's not so flat. It has it is a spiral, you know, in the rifling inside.
But I don't think. Sorry, I don't think an actual bullet would experience the Magnus effect. Right? Because the Magnus effect,
the Magnus distance. But if you're shooting a sniper bullet over really, really long range and the bullet starts to drop while it's still spinning, it can deviate because of the Magnus effect.
Yeah.
Interesting, because the way I understand the Magnus effect is that you have a ball spinning, and because the ball itself, if you go close, let's say it's spinning in the like the axis of spinning is perpendicular to the axis that it's flying in. So let's say it's spinning forward. That would be called a slider in baseball, if you guys are familiar with it. So basically, you throw it so that it has topspin, in a sense.
Yes, but
now, if you go close to the ball, you can assume that the ball accelerates the air around it because of friction and so on. Exactly like the picture right now in Discord. Yeah. So it creates and effectively it creates a wing. So it creates a position of an area of low density at the bottom and an area of high density at the top of air, and this density differential actually pushes the ball down. So that's why I'm confused that a rifle bearing would actually a rifling would actually make the bullet change trajectory because of the Magnus effect.
Okay,
because it's spinning in the
explain it.
direction of
Okay,
please.
rifling works by spinning the projectile about its axis, causing a gyroscope force that the spin stabilizes it through its flight. Okay, trigger rifling will spin a bullet faster, while loser rifling will spin a bullet slower. So these snipers, professional snipers, instead of Coriolis, they use Magnus effect. So they use some tables, some
effect is theoretical. In actual reality, people don't really calculate for that. They
Yeah.
calculate for wind, spin drift. That's what they actually do in practical consideration.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not until the bullet starts to drop while spinning that it actually starts to deviate due to Magnus effects.
The dropping is something I didn't think about. That could add something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I still have to think about it because what confuses me is that the axis of rotation is perpendicular to the axis it's flying at. So that's why
I'm gonna post some link about that. You may watch later.
But now think about your globe for a minute, and it's supposed to be rotating and orbiting. Why isn't there a Magnus effect on the whole atmosphere?
Well, there is no air in space for it to have friction with.
Why isn't there Magnus effect?
The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. If not, we would experience huge winds, right?
How?
Well, I would say gravity.
By the way, if the atmosphere is completely on the lockstep and glued to the Earth rotation, you just said that Coriolis doesn't exist.
It's not completely, but I said because of gravity, the Earth moves mostly with.
Are you telling me that an atmosphere is one reference frame?
Yeah, he said that, but the problem is gravity is not holding air in place and preventing.
Is that true? That atmosphere and the Earth is one reference frame. Is that true? Sorry,
it's not. It's not holding gas and preventing gas from exhibiting its natural behavior, which is traveling randomly and freely in all directions. So it's not being held here in place by any gravity, buddy.
Yeah. Sorry, too many people ask things at once.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Just hang on a second.
It happens.
Sorry,
it happens. I understand.
apologise for that.
No, it's
we
fine.
apologise for that. Can you take your time and address the points that were raised anyway? Take your time. Give him time. Give him ample of room, gentlemen. Give him ample of room. Go ahead, please, Nico.
So
go.
One was that Earth and atmosphere is the same reference frame.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying, isn't it?
If you, the problem is you kind of have to ask about dimensions, right? If your reference frame is the whole Earth, then yes. If your reference frame is one particular air molecule, then no. It's all depends on how close you exactly want to set up your system.
Okay, now Nico, hang on a second, gentlemen. Hang one question, please.
Oh, fuck.
Nico, do you not think we need to consider the Earth as the reference frame or not, which means that we're on it and it's supposed to be doing all this wild spin and orbiting the sun? Do you not think we have to? No?
Depending on what you want to do. If I want to calculate the quantum computation in my lab, I don't take anything from Earth besides its magnetic field into account.
Yeah, but you're laying your life down on for your heliocentric model to prove that the Earth is indeed spinning in the vacuum of space. You're not actually doing that yet. You still haven't proven this yet. You see? And you're laying your life down for your model here.
I mean, I'm.
Yeah, not proving
Yeah,
that the Earth is spinning at the moment. You haven't done that yet.
Man,
Right.
that one reference. Sorry, that one reference frame. That one, if blah blah, it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium called vacuum. You know, and all these gases in atmosphere is going together with the air. You know, through that vacuum without any protection, and they're there. You know, and they are spherical. That atmosphere is spherical. It's called atmosphere, and atmo mean gas, mean air. That mean how the air can have shape.
Yeah, and he said it was held by gravity, but then gravity is an unproven theory, and there are two gravities to consider. Did you know that, Nico? Einsteinian, Newtonian.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't
Yeah, but you can show that Newtonian as a limit of Einsteinian theorem, but that is quite difficult to
No,
show.
they're contradictory.
Mm,
They have totally different geometries.
Similarly to how.
They have totally different geometries for one. Secondly, they have completely
What do you mean by geometries?
frames. What I mean by different geometries, Einstein uses pseudo-Riemannian force space. Newton does not.
Can you define that? I have no idea what that is.
You can just Google pseudo-Riemannian force space or read more about Einstein.
Yeah, I actually, to be honest, I haven't studied
They have
Einstein.
massive differences. For instance, they have different inertial reference frames. For Newton, an object on the ground is in the inertial reference frame. But for Einstein, he says no. That doesn't work that way. A falling object falling at free fall, that's in the inertial reference frame, whereas everything else is not. So they have completely contradicting ideologies that don't function together at all. And to try to meld them together is just a delusional psychosis.
Yeah, it's not been proven. Yeah, it has not been proven.
I haven't studied general relativity, so I don't know the theory of how to combine them. But I can tell you that it worked for quantum mechanics. You can derive Newtonian physics from quantum mechanics. So I know that works, but obviously this is not evidence for Einsteinian mechanics or for that. So
is it
sorry, but I think Richard Feynman says that due to quantum mechanics, Newtonian laws are wrong.
Sorry? How?
Let me look it up.
Yeah. So you can show that Newtonian mechanics is quantum mechanics if you take the limit as h bar approaches 0. When you do that, the equations of motions, so the Hamiltonian equation, Lagrangian equation of motion, just like in Newtonian mechanics, drop out of your physics.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me because there's a big conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theories. How do you solve the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe?
I don't know either of them.
Well, then you can't marry these two because this is one of the biggest issues in physics today. So I don't get how you can claim that it's solved now.
What I can claim is that if you describe a ball rolling down a plane using Newtonian mechanics and try to do the same thing using quantum mechanics, you get the same result if in quantum mechanics you send h bar to 0. And this is true for basis that the basic math behind Newtonian drops out of quantum mechanics when you do this.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be offering us your best evidence that you lay your life down for that the Earth is indeed
This is not flat Earth or globe Earth discussions. This is a completely different one.
Let me see if I get this correctly. 1 + 1 banana equals 2 bananas. 1 + 1 apples equals 2 apples. Therefore, apples and bananas are the same thing.
No.
That's literally your argument right now. So please.
Can you explain how that is my argument?
One is you're claiming that you have Newton's and what was it? Quantum mechanics. That's the apple and the banana. So you're claiming the two are the same because you get the same out of the equation?
No, I think that's not quite how I would put it. Let me see if I can find a metaphor. The problem with these kind of metaphors is it doesn't really work, right? It's just a metaphor. It's not.
Yeah, you can't.
Right, you can't.
You're comparing apples to oranges and trying to equate the two. So I'm trying to understand how you get to that point.
The problem is I'm not equating apples and oranges. I'm equating two different theories of reality and seeing if there's any way that one can be described by the other.
Yeah, you're saying if there's a curve on the apple and there's a curve on the banana, that means they're the same, right?
No, what I'm saying is that if I have one system, one theory that tells me that if I put an apple 5 meters in the air, it will drop. And another theory that tells me if I put an apple 5 meters in the air and it will drop, plus a tiny weird interaction called quantum mechanics, if I send that interaction to zero, they're the same theory.
Yeah, I could easily debunk both of those theories or those claims because I just changed the medium and now the apple doesn't fall, and your theories are bunk.
Assuming they're in the same thing.
Well, it's at the moment, hang on, Nico, it's all assumptions anyway, so I'd like to take you right. I'd like to rewind back to the beginning where you said, let's assume the Earth is spinning. There's your first problem. I don't want to assume it. I want to know how it is spinning, and you are supposed to be dealing with that problem. You haven't done it yet. You mentioned Coriolis. Now you mentioned the conservation of momentum with the clouds sticking to the globe. These things are being debunked right in front of your eyeballs here. So can you now please address that? Come on, man. You're living a lifetime of this thing. Please.
And when you drop the apple, tell me who caused the drop of the apple?
Good point.
Gravity.
Gravity, really? Let's say apple is on the floor. Does apple falling?
Nothing short of reinventing the wheel.
Does apple falling is it on the floor?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does gravity impact apple if apple is on the floor?
It's on the floor.
Yes, it does.
Yes, how?
Well, it's still pulled down.
It's pushing through the. That means that the button of the apple will be pressed, and that means the button will be because apple. If we put let's put something softer. Let's put the bread.
Hold on, you asked him a question first, and you don't let him answer it. Please let him answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
So your question is, if I put an apple on the ground, is it still affected by gravity? My answer is yes. It's still being pulled down by gravity. But the electromagnetic repulsion force of the ground is pushing the apple up just as hard. So it'll stay
now
still.
You need to be able to produce all this proof through experiments. Hang on, gentlemen. Oh, Gordon Bennett, hang on. Right, you need to produce it because you must understand that gravity is an unproven theory. So now, using this scientific method, you're not going to have to try and establish that gravity is a thing, but you haven't actually proven that Earth is spinning. So can you please deal with the first problem, or you're going to have to concede you cannot do that. Then you can do gravity, okay? One thing at a time here. There are people listening live, and we don't want to gish gallop and jump around the place, okay? So sorry to sound a bit stern.
No, it makes
sense.
Please,
spinning Earth, are you conceding? Because you are not proving anything here at the moment.
The thing is, they're not unrelated. That's why, for me, it's difficult to.
Unproven theories. Thank you.
You said
unproven.
You said apple. Now take the helium balloon and drop it, and he will go up. Why?
Because the air is pushing up on it harder than the air is pulling down on it.
There
you go. That's it. Hold on, that was right. That was correct. That's called specific gravity. So can we test that? Yes, you can put an apple in water and it floats, right? And you manipulate the relative density right? And then the apple, you put it in there and it sinks originally. You put salt in there and it manipulates the relative density and then it floats. So the cause of things rising and falling is specific gravity, right? We can demonstrate that with experiments.
That's a third gravity now. That's a third gravity. That's a third type.
Yeah, that's a scientific gravity that we can demonstrate and prove.
Right.
Right. So when you put an apple in, I'm actually not sure that this actually works, but let's assume if you put an apple in water, that it goes down, and if you put salt in it, it goes up. That's what you're claiming, right? I think this might be true. I've actually never. I don't know if an apple floats or not floats. No.
You're close to right. The apples float in water, but with eggs, generally, you're correct. You could just change it with salt.
Okay, then it was eggs. Now, this is because of the buoyancy of the egg. So the water, the fresh water does not push the egg up harder than the earth, but the salt water does. So this is still just normal gravity. This is nothing different.
No, that is not. That is not the bending and warping of space-time. This is not Einstein gravity. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you see the problem? Can you see a problem now, Nico? Can you see the problem, Nico? Can you see it?
No, I can't.
You're a physicist. Listen.
Yes.
You're a physicist. Hang on. You are a physicist. This should be easy as switching on a light, but it is not here. And this is what you're carrying a lot of beliefs and assumptions here, right? Now that we're bringing
the problem is, I don't understand the question, which is why I'm confused as to how to answer it.
Okay, well, the question is this. I'll ask you again. How is it without any doubt the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? What is your best evidence? Because you're laying your life down, you're going to die for your model. You're defending your model here. So how do you know that the Earth is a ball? Without a doubt. Now you're talking about the spin. How do you know it's spinning? You haven't been able to prove that. You mentioned the Coriolis.
I mentioned an experiment you can do, the Foucault's pendulum, but
again,
that's not an experiment.
I would have to look at the debunking of it. I cannot.
Well, what's the natural cause?
We can talk about a different thing. So we can say, okay, if we have a super powerful telescope, everything else is also.
Well, we're not talking about telescopes.
Right.
Go back to what you're talking about. Tell us what's the naturally observed phenomena that made you start thinking that Foucault is an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
You're not sure how the scientific method works?
I do.
It starts with observe a natural phenomena, correct?
Okay.
What else do you need?
Okay, so sorry, English is also not my first language, so some terms are a bit difficult for me to understand.
You're doing very well.
What do you need for an experiment specifically? For an experiment, what else do you need other than a naturally observed phenomenon?
Well, a theory, not necessarily, but it can be helpful to have a theory providing you with a description of reality, and then you come and try to prove this description of reality, right?
No, that's backwards. No.
And see if
a scientific theory must have experimentations. I can give you citations for this.
Right, exactly.
You don't start with some Papa Jamie random idea that makes no sense, and then just try to shoehorn everything to fit with your idea. That's not science.
No, you don't. But you start off with things we already know and build on top of that, right?
Yeah, something's verified by experiment and by many people.
Exactly, and then you try to make a theoretical description that describes physical reality.
Where's that underlying basis for your Foucault pendulum? We're asking for your naturally observed phenomena. I look at things dangling. It's not turning in circles or making anything like that. So Can you please?
Well, if you can definitely do the Foucault pendulum experiment if you have a big enough pendulum with enough mass so it doesn't dissipate very fast. You can definitely do the experiment yourself.
And you mean you see a pendulum deviate a little bit, and then you assume it's Earth rotation. How do you validate that?
Ah, I see what you mean. Okay. So, what we have is a theory that describes reality because you can see it. You can see the Coriolis effect in non-Earth dimensional things. So you can see it on a playground when things rotate. You can see it happen.
No. If the pendulum were rotating or being moved because of Coriolis effect, we would see it on everything on Earth. We don't see it on everything on Earth, so that would be false. So give us something else, something valid. And by the way, to make an experiment, this can't be an experiment yet. To make an experiment, you need an independent and dependent variable. So could you give us those?
I'm not sure what independent and dependent variable. Can you go into that? What that means? I'm confused about that.
No problem. The independent variable is the presumed cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So when you make the experiment, you want to wiggle the independent variable. The effect, you've already told me, it's when you have a really big pendulum, it appears to move a little bit to the side. So that's the effect. Pendulum moves a little bit. That's your dependent variable. And so how did you wiggle that exactly? How did you wiggle the independent variable, which you assume is currently rotation? So how did you affect Earth rotation to prove that the pendulum was showing Earth rotation?
What you can do is do a theoretical calculation, and in that theoretical calculation, you see that you can derive, you make the assumptions that the Earth is rotating. Okay, just give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Try to make it scientific and keep within the bounds of the scientific method.
Just please indulge me. So, you have a theory of reality, which is this Coriolis effect, which you can see in small objects. Now,
no, you have this assumption that Coriolis effect, which we see on rotating reference frames, which we don't see on everything else, which would be thrown up into the air out of the rotated frame, or like the same, if you were in a roundabout, you throw something in the air, it's going to appear to deviate. You don't see this in
wait, I don't see. So if you are on something small, you can definitely see the Coriolis effect, right?
If you are on a rotated frame, you can observe the Coriolis effect, but on the Earth, which is not rotating, you do not see the Coriolis effect on anything you throw up in the air, anything we use to fly in the air, any projectile we use in the military or anywhere else. You don't see it anywhere. And you're claiming that it's only visible within swinging pendulums, which are attached to the roof.
I'm never claiming that.
This makes
I never
no sense.
claimed that. I never claimed that it's only on a pendulum.
Oh,
what I'm trying to say,
I would love to hear it, but if you want to try to validate this, then you are welcome to, but try to stay within the confines of the scientific method. So I would like to get an independent variable wiggled.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that the way you said it. What I'm trying to explain is...
It's called natural science.
What I'm trying to explain is...
Sir, stop. Okay. You've never heard of manipulating the independent variable? That's the scientific method. That's what we call natural science. You've never heard of this?
I might have to look it up in my language what it's actually.
Okay, follow follow. Yeah, look it up in your language, but follow me real fast. The car won't start, right? So you go outside. What do? You start the process of elimination, right? Until you find the part that you think is bad. And do you change the tires, the battery, the starter, and the bumper and see did it start, or do you manipulate one variable at a time? So you change the starter. Next thing you know, you put the car back together, and the car. What did you prove?
Right. That makes sense.
Okay. So no more affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy that you should look up, because affirmation does not replace experimentation. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
I'm really trying to understand why this is why or where the problems. I'm really trying to understand them. I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what the problem
Listen, guys, we're so far in the weeds now because we're trying to explain things away from what we're trying to get across to you, such as the entire world depends on flat Earth, which I hope they can get back to. But the problem is, no, my car not starting is also not natural science for obvious reasons. So we really need to back it up, guys.
Right. Well, he was explaining.
That's what I was doing. I was trying to get it back there. Don't worry, we are. The problem is, hang on, Nico.
Yes, I'm here.
The problem is this. You're having a problem trying to explain how the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you're having difficulties and you don't know why. It's because you've assumed everything. So when you're at your university with your students and your professors and everybody else, you're all assuming. You haven't proven without a doubt to yourselves and to your students that the Earth is indeed a ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space. It's an assumption. And you've come to this server and we're now asking you to present the evidence and you cannot. That's the problem you're having. So let's go back to that point.
Actually, I think the problem is that you don't really.
I would say that the main problem here is that we're adhering to the scientific method and natural science, and you are claiming something an experiment when it isn't, and it's pseudoscience.
I think the problem is a misunderstanding of the scientific method here.
No, not at all. Do you understand? Do you understand what is pseudoscience?
I think there are thousands of definitions of it, but I guess
there's one definition. Please look it up.
I think somebody just put it in the chat.
Yeah. What does it say?
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, and practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
Right, correct. So if you're not following the scientific method, that means what you're doing is pseudoscience. And what the focus pendulum is pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. You don't have an independent variable. Matter of fact, you don't even have the dependent variable, which is what you're supposed to observe first to see, oh, there's something going on. Let me test what it is. So this is just a contraption that somebody made and called it science.
Okay.
Yeah, focus pendulum doesn't have a proper variable at all.
Let me put it this way.
Damn, I was like, who's that sexy voice?
In science, in physics, we have theories, right? And these many different ones from all over the place, right? And these theories try to make predictions.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
And then we go into experiments and try to see if we can see these predictions, right?
Read the citations I just posted. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirements of systematic experimentation. So if you don't have experimentation, you don't have science. So
but what I'm
not scientific. It's at all. It's just a religious tool of the globe cult.
Okay, now, how specifically is it not scientific?
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay.
It simply observe and declare.
Okay, so here's the deal. I can say that the green grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tides. Now, that would be a silly thing to say, right? Because we can't manipulate the green grass and see if it affects the tides. But when you go into a new hotel room, right, you can flip every switch and see what switch causes what light, right? And science is never settled, so there might be a switch on the other side of the room that controls the same light, right? Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
When it comes to space, you don't have your hand on the switches. So all you're doing is looking at the lights and going, I'm telling you, I bet for sure that this light is caused by this switch. Well, we can't manipulate the switch in space, sir, so that's just an affirmation of your indoctrination. So it's only a logical fallacy, right? Which is a pretty big problem because the scientific method rules out other causes. So a caveman finds water boiling. He wants to know what causes the water to boil. So he says, maybe it's the heat. So he forms the first hypothesis. So he adds heat to water, it boils. He takes the heat away by manipulating the cause. He sees the effect, and it stops boiling. And he, hold on, I'm almost done.
Exactly.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah. I'm almost to the point. So if you don't manipulate the heat to see the water boiling, you can speculate all day long at the hot spring. Maybe it's the fish causing the water to boil. Maybe it's my deodorant causing the water to boil. Maybe it's the moon causing the water to boil. But you don't know what it is until you reach the final stages of experiment, which is rigorous testing over and over again. Thanks.
So when you assume, or when you make the first hypothesis to say that it's the heat that boils the water, wouldn't I be doing the same thing with Foucault's pendulum? I have observed the Coriolis effect on something small, then I derive the equations, assuming that the Earth is large, and then I make an experiment after Foucault's pendulum, and I actually see it rotating. Isn't that exactly what you just said? Because in the fire,
you look at your assumptions, and you say, that proves it. That doesn't prove it.
It's evidence for it. I never said this is gonna be 100% proven. It's evidence.
Started out with
in Hank's example, he wiggled the independent variable heat, and it boiled. You never did that, so you're comparing apples to oranges again, and then through rigorous experimentation, you bring the pot to the top of a mountain, and it boils much faster, and you're like, what's happening? And you learn that pressure has a part to play in this. So you can manipulate that in laboratory experiments, and you see that this also affects it. But you cannot do that with your pseudoscientific beliefs about what the pendulum is doing. The pendulum moves, and you believe it's because of rotation, but you have no proof of that. You have correlation after calculating and assuming the Earth is rotating.
Yes, I agree with you. It's definitely correlation, and as we all know, correlation does not equal causation. So for this to be 100% right, we would have to do the same experiment in space, right? We would have to move a pendulum in space and see and change the independent variable. And this would actually be something very, very cool that we could do.
None of us can go to space. This is unverifiable sophistry. So this is not science either. So
why would that? Okay. Why can't we go to space?
When can you go to space? Next Friday?
Well, we need a rocket first. Oh, you would need a rocket first, or a really big balloon.
There's a problem with that.
Go quite high.
Experiment. Where's the control?
Oh, he said a balloon.
I also
you can go not necessarily space, but you can go very high.
I have a problem with this because ESA and NASA both claim that the atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon, so no man has ever gone out into space.
The atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon.
Yeah, the exosphere reaches way out beyond the moon, so the air and all that shit reaches out beyond the moon. So,
I don't know.
You don't know what the NASA and the European Space Agency.
I guess if you say if you say the exosphere, I'm not exactly sure how that's defined, but let's say the absolute vast majority of atmosphere is close to Earth.
Well,
whatever is the rest would be.
It's in a vacuum, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
How is it a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Because gas expands to fill the available volume. Can you show me
without any force applying to it
on the Earth where gas fails to do this?
Yes, I would just take a container of gas and rotate it very fast. The pressure at the edge would be higher than the pressure in the middle.
Yeah, you just debunked the globe.
Why?
Because your globe is supposed to be rotating and there's nothing holding the gas down.
Besides gravity.
The gravity doesn't affect the gases.
Why does gravity not affect the gases?
In all directions. They are not all going down.
Why is it not affected? Like if you go something very low, the pressure is higher than at Mount Everest, where it's very.
Yeah, that's. Have you ever heard of Charles's law, or how the greater the temperature, the more pressure, the lower the temperature, the less pressure? And have you ever heard that gas is generated at ground level and then recondenses above into clouds and rains back down again? So you have generation down below and removal from above, so you would expect a gradient within a container like that?
Drace, not only that, Drace, but he said he put it in a container. You're trying to make it without a container, bud?
No, wait. Let me go into this pressure temperature thing. I would have to actually calculate it to see if the pressure difference is accordance with gas laws. Like if you take the ideal gas law, I'm pretty sure you couldn't really modulate it as a completely ideal gas. But
what's the error margin on that calculation?
I don't know. I haven't done it. So it's difficult. But I would have to do it. It would be interesting. Take the ideal gas law, see the temperature of somewhere low that's possibly cold, like somewhere way up north, somewhere in Canada, and then take the same thing with the temperature at Mount Everest and see if the pressure difference is actually what you observed. This is also something you can do.
Well,
you don't even have to go to Mount Everest.
See the same pressure at the top of Mount Everest than in Alaska. That's not how it works, because you have the second law, gas mediates, pressure mediates. But because of you have Charles's law and there's a relationship between temperature and pressure.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Take this law, calculate what it does, and actually see what happens. That's what I said. I would be actually interested in doing that myself. You know.
I like that. I would love it if you did that.
Right. That's actually fairly simple. You just need a high mountain somewhere, get a barometer that tells you the pressure. I'm assuming that's
one thing to factor in. I think one thing that should be factored in while looking at this is vapor pressure or the humidity in the air.
Yeah, that could mess up things. I guess you would have to do it somewhere dry.
Yeah, you would just take all the measurements you can of all the different variables you can to show the differences between the variables.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something interesting. And since gravity is an R² law and pressure is linearly dependent, I would not expect the same temperature to be. Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, there's also
temperatures.
There's also the gas generation at ground level. All gas is generated at ground level and then goes in cycles up and down again. So
something much easier. If you have a house at the sea level and have a house very up high and they're roughly the same temperature, room temperature that we physically heat it to, wouldn't, according to your theory, now the pressures be the same in both places? If it's just the temperature that's changing it.
No, it's not just the temperature. I told you many times.
What?
That's just one factor that plays into it, similar to how you need pressure also, or how pressure changes boiling, for instance. There's many factors that play into it. Just like when you look long distance, there's many factors that factor into that. It's just not just one thing.
What else is it? What else is there? Right. Let's
just gas generation. All gas goes in cycles up into the air. gas is generated at ground level, and then it rises up into the air, it cools down, recondenses, and falls back down. And that's called precipitation.
Oh, rain. Okay, I was confused. I didn't think about water, but yeah, okay. Okay, so you do it when there is no clouds. Do this experiment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like we live in a dynamic system. It's the weather is constantly readjusting because of these pressure differential. As for instance, the sun heats an area, the hot air rises and creates a different pressure zone, and so the pressure makes the air move around.
Okay, but what I said was that at lower elevations you have higher pressure, and at higher elevations you have lower pressure. And you said the main reason for that is temperature difference.
I would say that's one of the many reasons that plays into that.
Okay.
The air composition.
So now you can make a super simple experiment.
The air composition is also different. The humidity gradient also is different. Therefore, the vapor pressure is also different. There's many things that play into this, and trying to point at one thing and ignoring every other confounding variable is very unscientific.
Well, not necessarily. I'm sure you can find two places that have the same humidity, which are very different in elevation. I'm sure those things exist. I'm sure we can do all of these things.
Yes. But the thing is, there's a humidity gradient. So the humidity is always going to be more down below, similar to the pressure gradient.
I'm sure that the Sahara Desert is definitely less humid than even the top of Mount Everest. So,
but that's also why in the Sahara, for instance, you can see really far, because humidity, for instance, the humidity gradient has a big effect on how far you can see.
Right, but you just said that it's lower, it's going to be always more humid than higher, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
you can definitely find places.
I think hang on, gentlemen, we are flogging a dead horse here. We're in the weeds again. Can we go back to proving the Earth as a spinning ball, which you have not done yet, Nico? You are failing miserably at this at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to hear this debate.
We went through
that. Sure, there are occasionally there happen inversions. Occasionally, just like in the temperature gradient, occasionally there happen inversions. But the general trend is there's a gradient. But all this is besides the point, like Jin says.
Can we go back to where we were?
The globe.
Wow.
The thing is, for all of that, I would like to have gravity, so that's why I went into gravity.
Yeah,
which is my main point was.
Like I've said to you, gravity is an unproven theory. I have posted citations for that already in the live stream. So you can't have gravity. Okay, it's
I'm trying to give evidence.
Hang on, and then Newtonian's gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian. So you're in trouble already, and you haven't established that the Earth is a spin. Okay, that is spinning in the vacuum of space. You haven't done these things. You're moving up to other parts of this topic matter that don't concern us at the moment. We're concerned with you.
You're not concerned about gravity?
Hang on. As a physicist,
I'm confused.
How do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? You
and I went into gravity for it. I went into gravity for it, and you said that.
Sorry, that's not proving it. That's not proving your case.
I'm trying to use gravity.
It's been defunct.
I'm trying to use gravity to do this. So
your gravity has been defunct. It doesn't follow the scientific method.
You do understand that the density gradient is not an experiment, nor does it prove gravity.
It's evidence for gravity.
No. That is
You're very
once again. That is not evidence until you can prove that it's caused by gravity.
Yeah, and you're making an inference, and you're not being objective, bud.
Can you do an experiment on gravity? Physicists, can you do an experiment on gravity?
How do you mean? I can let an apple drop.
Can you experiment with gravity? Can you manipulate gravity?
Hold on.
I can make an apple drop.
You can make or you let. Hold on. He said he could let an apple drop. Let me ask you this: are you proving gravity, or are you just doing a correlation?
I'm showing that
You're
with
showing
the
what?
theory of gravity, with the mathematics and physics behind that it makes a prediction that when I have an apple that's 5 meters high and I let it drop, it drops, and it does that every time.
Okay,
which is evidence for it. It is obviously
stop.
not.
You're inferring.
You're being stupid. You're
Again, stop. You're stop.
Please
stop with
don't call me stupid.
yeah. Please stop with that. Don't do that again. You're still not doing any scientific experiment to prove gravity. First of all, right? All you're doing is making a correlation. You're doing math. I mean, I could make math about Superman jumping, how much force Superman needs to jump over the Empire State Building, right?
Absolutely, you can.
But does that make Superman real?
No, it absolutely doesn't, because it never happens.
Exactly my
Nobody
point.
has ever jumped over this.
Exactly my point. This is exactly my point. You're saying you could make some math.
Yes.
Right? To calculate what your assumption of gravity is doing.
Yes.
And say, okay, that's what's happening. But how do you know that the gravity is real?
Oh, what I'm saying is that I use this theory to make predictions about the future, and these predictions always come out to be true.
You're predicting nothing.
And that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter
but
because
that's how we do about everything.
It will be 2023.
So I could predict that every time it rains, my unicorn farts and it creates a rainbow.
Right, and then you go there and you see that that unicorn doesn't, and therefore your prediction is wrong.
How is it that? I see a rainbow.
Again.
At what point did you go manipulate gravity to make your assertion that gravity is real?
Okay. Let's go back to the unicorn. Now I come along and say, hey, the rainbow doesn't come from a unicorn farting. It actually comes from water droplets, from light being diffracted in water droplets. And here's the mathematics behind it. And with this mathematics that I can describe. Oh, what? Mathematics has nothing to do with science.
Okay. Give me the scientific formula for what is that called?
My rubber tire.
No. It's an actual scientific theory. It has to do germ theory.
Germ theory, okay.
Germ theory is a scientific theory. Where is the scientific? Give me the formula for that.
I have no idea. I'm no biologist.
There isn't any, because science is not a mathematics.
No, but mathematics is a tool.
It is a tool.
Right.
It is a tool, but it isn't science.
Well, that's a very deeply philosophical question. If we discover mathematics or if mathematics exists,
you can't math out grass growth.
Mathematics is a concept.
Language or not, but
mathematics is a concept. It's all abstract. Can you give me a piece of number 5?
What's the math for grass growing? What's the math for grass growing? You have the math for that?
Is mathematics an effective way to describe the world?
I said grass growing. Tell me how math explains how grass grows.
41 minutes after the hour, Drace. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics.
Somebody talking.
Physics is not mathematics. No, physics is
fraud. You know the music bot's on, right?
As a tool to make theories which predict the future.
Read
exactly.
Read the citation.
Right. But
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, hold on. Scientists use Bunsen burners. Does that make Bunsen burners science?
No, but it makes them a tool of science.
Okay, so it's a tool that scientists use, right? But it's not science. It's not natural science, right? It's math. So you went to college.
It's a tool.
How many math credits did you get for your science classes?
Yeah, the volume is super low.
really
mine?
do
Mine as
credits
well?
at my university.
No,
so
not yours. The music file.
I had to take 3
They're
maths.
just playing a file from a previous
You
conversation.
understand what I'm saying, though, right? It's a category error.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So
I'm a
math and
dumbass.
science, is that what you're saying?
When you say
No, this is what happens when you don't actually look at the voice chat to see what's going on, and you're just listening.
To open up a few bolts to see what
Yeah,
happens.
that's
The
the
wrench
second
is
time.
not what it's.
It's all good, bro.
That's what I don't get. You see, math is a
wrench
tool.
not
We use it to
and
make.
Here.
The thing is, when I told you
I
math
think
is
that
a
we
science,
can
you
just
said,
do
what?
this here. Oh, did somebody just stop it?
Math is
No.
a tool of science. That's what I'm getting at.
It could be used. This is
What I'm saying. What I'm
No, it's
saying
more.
is the
It's more of
wrench.
a.
Oh well, thanks, Adam. I just watched this. It's crazy, complicated. It's complicated to me just because I don't know much about it. The acoustic thing where they move a small styrofoam ball. But the dude goes into all of the details about how it's done, and it is, acoustic levitation. How he
They use sound to levitate something, yeah.
Yep. But then he goes into the details about the coding, what computer chips he had to use, all the equipment, and he's like, "There's only 8,000 words of code and this and that," and it's just like, but if you watch the video, it's just like, oh my gosh, it's just not my world. I'm not I know a little bit about coding, but not to the degree that I can be like, oh, yeah, this makes perfect sense. Pretty involved. Not something you could learn on a weekend necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I'm not techie. I'm not no idea about any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I saw this Cloud. Hold on. Let me right click on you, Cloud. Cloud, you've been hanging out here for a little bit. You want to say hello? I see you muted yourself.
Hello.
Oh, there you go. Hi. What brings you to the server, Cloud?
I just listen in while I do homework.
Okay.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
You been here before?
Not really.
Gotcha. What homework are you working on? What subject?
Reading comprehension.
Okay. And just to check for the sake of Discord terms of service, you're above 13 years old?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not, I wasn't aware that was a normal class, but that's okay. Reading comprehension is an important thing. And I would say that there are adults that seem to lack that skill. So keep reading. Practice is what helps. The more you read, the more words you know. That will help your reading comprehension and just paying attention to what you're doing while you're doing it. So if you're multitasking, it actually might not be the best.
I am paying attention.
To your reading?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. What book are you reading?
Ishmael.
That's the title of the book?
Yeah.
Okay.
Haven't actually started reading it yet. Just starting whatever the starting page is my teacher wants me to work on.
So how do you find out about this Discord?
Somebody sent me it. Actually, I gotta go. I'll be back. Maybe I'll come back.
Okay.
All right, have fun, man. Make a good grade.
See ya.
Dude, I read so slow because I read to comprehend.
I suck at comprehension, so I have to read things like over and over again.
Yeah. You guys scared him off. You need to be more coddling.
Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Get the hell out of here.
No, kids have lives. You know, they are not their own boss. So when a kid says he has to go, it's probably because his mom called him. Come clean up your mess.
My son will be playing a video game, and then my wife will tell him to do something. He's like, I gotta go. And then he comes back, and then his friend's ready to do shit.
Yep. Ishmael by Daniel Quinn. I'm not familiar with this book at all. $19.95.
Well, that's just cool that the young kid like that was interested in what's going on here.
Yeah.
It just signifies that the word is getting out.
There was a guy in lobby who was talking about, or not lobby, Cogdis. He was talking about how he's seeing more kids in school questioning their what they're learning because their parents are teaching them to think more critically.
Oh, so this Ishmael book is a very subversive book, I see.
Is it about Abraham's Ishmael?
No. No, so the very top review on Amazon, this is the title of this person's review of the book. Humans foolishly think the creation happened just for them. So it's
Well, that's a true statement. They do. Like those that believe in that are believing. It wasn't just for us. It wasn't just for us. It was a lesson. It's a lesson to be learned. And I don't want to get too deep off into any spiritual talk, but there are other created beings besides us. We're not the only ones. We're just the only ones that were disobedient. If you believe in that sort of thing, had to put that in there.
Yep.
Disclaimer. Is he in the voice text or he left completely?
I think he left completely. It's all about evolution and how we came from monkeys and we can learn everything about the truth. The truth of our reality from the apes. I'm just reading through the comments and stuff. There's some people that have issues with it. You're roboting and possibly hot mic and Jimmy. 24/7 flatearthdiscord.com. Luffy. Oh no, some anime stuff. Oh gee. Hi, Luffy.
Oh, yo, what's up? I thought I was wondering if the talk was still happening.
Whoa. Do you have any way of turning your mic down? Possibly. You're coming in.
Here, say, does this work?
Yeah, that was a little.
You like One Piece. One Piece is trash.
How dare you say that, man?
Yeah, One Punch Man's way better than that. Sorry.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, no, I agree. One Punch is fire.
Yeah, that shit is fire. That is exactly right. Have you been reading the manga?
I have not. Yo, I was wondering if there's a season 3 for the anime.
Oh my god. Well, there's no, I don't know. We'll see, but the manga's up to like the Garo fight now with One Punch. Oh, it's getting so sweet, dude.
Ah, dude. Season 3 release date to premiere in midsummer of 2022. Yo.
Really?
Alright.
Where? Really? Is it Ufotable or who's doing the animation?
I have no clue.
Dude, because like second season was first season was fire. Second season was alright, but that first season the animation was amazing.
Yeah. Let's see.
Righty.
Mappa.
Luffy, what brings you to the server?
What brings you to the server? I was sent a link from another server. I clicked on it, and then I saw there was a talk before in this voice channel. I thought it was still going on, so I came to join.
Oh yeah, it's just an old conversation. We have the conversation like almost every day. So yeah, if you have curiosities, questions, very many of us can give you the details that will help you look into understanding how Earth is not a ball.
I was actually wondering, there's this, I can't remember because I had to leave like 2 seconds after it was mentioned, but there was this pendulum argument that I don't remember what it was about, but I was intrigued.
Hey, how old are you? Are you in school? Are you in high school? What are you?
I'm 19, university.
All right. So,
You started a robot, a little fraud.
Flat Earth. Ask him if is Flat Earth a hot topic now?
Oh yeah. For your age.
I mean, I see it a lot in the media. Nobody around me like socially speaks about it.
Yeah, good point.
I don't really like. I don't really learn about that in school, so I don't know. I was curious to, see what was happening.
Yeah. How much have you read about it or watched any videos or any of that?
I mean, I was forced to watch some stuff in like high school, but I mean, I haven't really checked up on stuff like this since then. So yeah, it's kind of like coming back to it. I mean, I do not remember basically anything, honestly.
Okay, gotcha.
What was it? Anti-Flat Earth stuff that you had to watch in high school?
Yeah, it was that. I remember, if I remember correctly, there was this one video where they tried like this. They tried shining this light through a hole, like across like 2 cardboard what was it called? 2 cardboard panels, I think. And they tried to shine a light through this like hole, and if it went through the other side, it means like the Earth is flat, and if it's not, and they had to lift it up, it means the Earth was round, I think. I don't remember. I think it was
You're not talking about the double slit experiment, are you?
If that's what it's called, maybe. I don't know. Like again, like I haven't watched it in a long time.
Okay.
He's talking about behind the curve, the experiment that, or the laser test that Jaren was attempting to do, and then the columnator melted on his laser, so they tried to do it with a flashlight, and it
I
was
see.
inconclusive, right? But then they cut it and chopped it up to make it look like it was something that was not.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you, Luffy. Was that required within school? Like school forced you to watch this?
I don't remember the material, but I'm pretty sure that it was just it was just forced to watch. It was just played in class. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe like I'm not sure where you guys are from, but like, I mean, I'm from Canada, so I mean, like, I'm not sure if you guys are from the States or from elsewhere, but yeah, no, I remember we had to touch upon that in like a geography class, I think, once.
Mm-hmm.
That's fascinating that they're addressing this whole issue. That's interesting.
Yeah. They never talked about it when I was in school. I know that much.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, they're addressing it, but then they're giving completely biased videos, which is quite funny.
And
that's even better because you force what they're doing. It's like going back to like you go to biblical times when they started killing off like a certain religious belief system. It just made the people grow more. It just made it grow more. So that's what they're gonna do by trying to snuff things out. You only just create more people. You create more of what you're trying to stop. So it's a good thing.
Yeah. Well.
But yeah, no wait. Back to the pendulum thing because I missed that. I was wondering if you guys like could explain that to me.
Are we talking about Foucault's pendulum?
I do not remember.
That's okay.
I remember there was a talk about the Coriolis effect and like shooting a cannon straight up in the air and how it would like land back in the cannon. There was that. Oh fuck, I can't remember. There was so there was the cannon and there was the mention of the pendulum, but I don't remember where the pendulum came in.
Yes, they were talking about the Foucault pendulum.
Yep.
What Coriolis effect?
I didn't hear that much about it, but there's this point that was made where if you shoot a cannon straight up in the air, the cannon would land or the cannonball would land like back in the cannon, and they're sort of talking about fuck. Give me a second. I don't remember what the Coriolis effect is. Would you guys want to explain that too, or?
Well, yeah. Check out the voice chat. People are always. It's called the Livestream voice text. Do you see the stuff that folks are posting?
Oh yeah, I see that. Okay.
Yeah. So look at that little graphic. The decision tree there.
Uh-huh.
Does the air move with the rotation of the Earth? No. Explain the lack of 1,000 miles of wind at the equator. Yes. Explain surface winds in all directions. Rotation debunked. So Coriolis effect is this idea that there's something causing the spinning of wind. Guys, so somebody Coriolis effect is not.
So
Go ahead.
So essentially, it is the claim that the reason that northern hemisphere and southern
You're roboting too.
hemisphere tend, not always, but tend to circulate in a specific direction. Sorry, driving. I'll be home in a sec.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. Did you hear part of that? That things tend to rotate in a specific direction.
Yeah.
The issue is that's the effect. The the claims for what causes that need proof. Axial rotation, for instance. Foucault's pendulum is allegedly one of those attempts to prove that. The problem is that pendulum isn't an experiment, and there's no way to manipulate the independent variable in that proposition. So that's why it's not an experiment.
All right. Oh shit! Wait. Oh, okay. Wait. I remember something. I was taught that to like prevent the that the Earth has this rotation that doesn't necessarily like move. Well, that it doesn't necessarily stop, because if it's like a mass, and to stop something rotating like this massive, you need like something of like equal mass or something of like extreme force to stop it, right? I remember hearing that like since space is like a vacuum, the Earth is just going to keep spinning and spinning and spinning. But it was strongly suggested, and I'm saying this with an open mind, that it's spun around the sun. So like the axial rotation didn't necessarily have an effect, or wasn't necessarily affected by anything else, and it would just continuously spin until, let's say, another planet collided or a bunch of comets hit it. That's the only thing that would necessarily affect the axial rotation of the Earth. That's something I remember hearing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm not sure if the rotation of the Earth is supposed to come from something else.
You're sitting at a computer?
I am, yeah.
All right, cool. Can you look up the definition for gas pressure?
Gas pressure, yeah. Okay. The pressure of a gas is the force that gas exerts on the wall of its container, alright?
Yeah, so... Why? That's weird. We have gas pressure.
Yeah.
Where are the walls?
Okay.
So, this is important because we hear these stories, but then they don't really add up. And gas pressure would be one of them. You're talking about like spinning around in quote unquote outer space with gas and water and whatever else Earth is made of, and it all just stays there. And the claim is that gravity holds it there. But then we ask this other question: which direction does gas go? And if you don't know or whatever, I can just answer some of the questions that I asked too.
All right, that's good.
All directions is the answer.
Yeah.
And I mean, just you can look it up. You can look at charts. You can see what direction do gas particles go. They go in all directions. Like liquids fill, conform to the shape of their container, and gases also conform to the shape of their container. They go in all directions. Liquids conform to the shape of the container, but also seek level.
Yeah.
So there's this thing about gas and us having gas pressure. It's kind of weird that they claim that Earth is the one and only thing that doesn't need a container, with no proof, no evidence, no demonstration ever to show gas pressure without a container.
Would you say? Do you think that like they'd argue that it's because of gradients, like different pressure gradients?
Mm-hmm. But you can't have pressure without pressure. So even regardless of the gradients, you still need pressure in the first place.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm multitasking because I'm getting text messages.
It's all good.
So, go ahead, Hank. I see you chiming in. I'm obviously a little too distracted to be very helpful in this
I want to see if you needed some help, bud. I was going to offer to back you up. I wasn't going to hijack it from you.
No,
Okay, so
you're not hijacking.
When it
Go
comes
ahead.
to the when it comes to the model, right? It's just a model, right? But when it comes to reality, we see things that don't fit inside the model. In fact, it's not just flat earthers saying this, right? It's even the ballers themselves. They talk about the cosmological constant crisis, also known as cosmological constant problem, and all these different physics outside the standard model. In fact, some of the stuff, their theories that energy to explain the model, right? So if you ask them, 95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, and you can't see it, you can't detect it, but it has to be there for the model to work. Has to be. Or the galaxies would fall apart. Literally, according to Michio Kaku. So when you look at this, you got to ask yourself, okay, what's real and what's not? Don't worry about that. I'll help you out. So what's real and what's not? Well, if you can't experience it, how do you know it's real? So if you can experience it and you can, use science to demonstrate it, then that's a totally different thing, right? But a lot of this stuff can't be demonstrated. Like if I were to ask you, like, can you show me some gravity or some dark matter and dark energy? Can you put it in a jar so we could, take it to the lab and, test it out, right? Can't do that. Well, then it starts to beg other questions. Like, what is the sun made out of? They say it's hydrogen and helium, but how do we know we're not detecting the hydrogen and helium in the upper atmosphere? Right. So it all boils down to, what do you know? Well, we know we got gas pressure. Well, where does gas pressure come from? Containment. So you might say, well, show me the edge, right? And it's like, well, I don't know where the edge is. I just know we have gas pressure, and that doesn't work with an open system. Like the ball Earth model is alleged to be an open system. So it's kind of like this. You're eating a steak, right? And you're saying, well, where's the cow? Well, I don't know where the cow is. Well, what is this? Well, this is steak. Well, how do you get steak? Well, the only way you get steak is if there's a cow. So,
Okay, well then,
kind of one of those things. Go ahead.
What's the flat Earth solution to this?
We must be contained. There must be some sort of container, because, like, if I were to make like a model, right? Let's say I were just to get like water and some sort of container and put some dirt and rocks, right? We can make like a student flat Earth. No, but you can't show me a ball filled with gas on the surface and water on the surface in a vacuum where it doesn't completely fill the vacuum until it reaches equilibrium. Like, you can't demonstrate it. It's like you've never seen the Earth as a ball from space, except for on TV or in your mind's eye or on, like, a textbook or a magazine. So where's the curvature? Well, it exists in your imagination only. It doesn't exist in reality, because when you go look outside, you don't witness the Earth like that. We all witness the same thing: flat, stationary plane, as far as the eye can see, and it measures level when we make observations over long distances. In fact, we've made hundreds of them in the past 7 years.
Sorry, my sister interrupted me, and I was telling her what I was doing, and she started laughing. Would you guys like to talk to her?
If she can hold a coherent conversation without being like ridiculous or trolly, then yeah, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, here. Thank you guys, by the way.
Yeah, peace. Hello.
Hello.
Don't drop the mic. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. You?
Grand.
What's going on?
So do you have any questions?
I don't know. Like, my brother just pulled me up. What is this combo?
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. Is it spherical or is it flat?
Give a little, like, 4 extra inches away from the microphone, if you don't mind.
Is this okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
So,
So, you want to ask questions, or can we ask you questions?
I guess like just in general, what makes you guys think that the Earth is flat? Like, is that the purpose of your group?
Yeah, that's right. That's a
All
good
right.
question.
And that's
Because we went out and measured it. Yeah, we went out and measured it with the numbers that they gave us. Right. You can Google the radius of the Earth. Right. That's from them. We went out and tested it with Earth curve calculator, and it's found to be wanting. Mathematically, it's incorrect. So in reality, it's incorrect. But they told you it was a model. You're the one that reified it into reality. We all did. We were all raised the same way as you. Public school. Look, Timmy, you live here, but we don't actually live there, right? We actually live on the Earth, which is like the dirt outside. So when I say Earth and you picture like a 3D spinning water ball, like that's a model that's in your head. The Earth is what earthworms are playing in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the real Earth is different than the model, and that might be crazy, but have you ever seen a Porsche that looks just like a Porsche model? Or do all women look like runway models? No, they're just a model, right? In fact, rats are often used as a good model when it comes to testing drugs. Do rats look like humans? No, but they make a pretty good model because certain poisons will shut down their kidneys and other poisons will shut down their lungs. And if that's happening, we probably don't want to bring it to human trials, right?
Yep.
So,
So, you have another question?
well, okay. So I'm understanding that like so if I understand correctly, like the calculations and everything are off from like what the model we've been taught. But
Russell, did you want to take over?
Oh yeah, for sure. So based on geometry with a 3,959 mile radius for a ball, from point A to point B, as in two different points on that ball, there's going to be a hump between those 2 points. Depending on how far away those 2 points are, that hump is going to be larger or smaller.
Okay.
Or taller or shorter. It's referred to as the sagitta, which is the height of the midpoint between on the arc. Okay. So I had posted an Earth curve calculator link 1 minute ago in the chat under Gospel Bearer, and I pinged you and said, "Here's an Earth curve calculator."
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's not the only one, but it's one of them that's fairly simple to use. You put in your height. That is supposed to be your height off of sea level. And then your target distance is helping to determine whether or not you should be able to see the object you're looking at based on its height, for instance.
All right.
So let's see here. Is anybody able to ping the black swan, for instance?
And so is it like you guys have done those you guys have tried it out with those calculations and like it didn't work?
At many different examples. There's one popular example that's used just because it's easy to talk about, but there are actually many examples. So this one was done over water off the coast of California. I can't remember exactly where. Some people know the city. I just don't remember. Skunk Bay, is that its name?
No, it's not that one. You got them mixed up. So
which one is this one?
We can provide the original video. I think it's Santa Barbara.
Oh,
so we can provide the original video. This is a screenshot, and I'll look up that video right now. Continue.
Yep. So on the shore, 12 inches off of sea level, as in 1 foot above the water line, is when this footage was taken and this still frame was taken. These platforms have a known distance from the shoreline of 6.2 miles and 9.4 miles. And based on the Earth curve calculations, the horizon is supposed to be in front of the oil rigs at 1.2 miles. which means you should not be seeing any more water past 1.2 miles. In fact, that water is supposed to be blocking anything up to a certain point, past the 1.2 mile mark. That's the math. That's what the geometry demands, requires. Instead, we see something quite different, and this is one of many examples. You see how the horizon is behind even the second oil rig? Wow, that's a lot of stuff posted in the chat, guys.
Shall I take one out?
No. It's fine. It's just there was a lot of contribution all at the same time.
I don't know if we lost her. She didn't respond.
She's muted right now.
No. Oh, okay. Wait. Sorry. I was trying to talk. I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So what I was asking was, is it necessarily is it possible that the calculation for the radius is wrong, or is it necessarily that the Earth is flat? Like what?
Okay.
What makes you it like? Yeah.
So geometry is not highly complicated. So in regards to the first part of your question, it's not possible that the math itself is wrong. It is possible that the R value, the radius value, is incorrect.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep. So in order to justify what's being seen, the R value would need to be increased, right? Higher radius equals less curve, because the ball would be getting bigger and bigger. And what's the number, guys? What would the radius have to be? Was it 250,000?
It should be like two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So the radius would have to be around 250,000 miles, which would put the diameter of the Earth at about 500,000 miles, which would mean either we live on a very small portion, a very, 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 very small portion of the ball Earth, and all the maps are a lie. NASA is a lie, and it's still a ball. And the way that they describe gravity is a lie, and like it's all a lie in that way.
Yeah.
Or the surface is actually just flat, and we've gone about as far as we can go, and the places where we're not allowed to go prevent us from figuring out, what else there is to see.
But then there's another problem with that, which is now there are other black swans where the horizon is closer to 30 miles at 1.5 foot observer height, which would put the radius to something like 1.5 million miles. So this just keeps going.
Right. And the biggest thing is, hold on just a sec. The biggest thing for me, do you know how to get the radius of something, my dear?
In like what sense you're asking me?
So like you got to go to the center of something and then take a line and go all the way to the outside of that.
I know what a radius actually is.
Okay, cool. Exactly. So how did they get to the center of the Earth to get that direct physical measurement of the entire radius? You see what I mean?
Yeah, no,
I
do
get
get
there to get that.
No, I do get what you mean. Like we would. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
You can't go there. Who dug down to the core and was like, okay, well, this is how far, yay! Like,
yeah, no, it'd more be like arcs or part of the, yeah.
Well, what they did was they calculated instead of measured.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
That's all. Okay. So anyway, I just want to make sure you got that. Okay, guys, keep going.
So at this point, if the horizon is moving around all over the place, at what point do we start to realize that we're no longer measuring the radius of the Earth? We're only measuring the distance to the horizon based on atmospheric conditions of the day or the hour that it's measured. So if boats aren't going over the horizon due to curvature, then boats are just going over the horizon due to perspective. Well, that was their best proof for the spherical Earth. So now you just have to take their word for it that they're really going into space while they're up there taking real photographs, but we can't verify any of this stuff. So it's literally at this point, it's literally all in your head. You have zero experience of the spherical Earth model. None of us have experience of that.
Mm-hmm.
First-hand experience, anyway.
Okay. That's fair. For you guys, though, like, what... I guess I'd have to say, like, okay, so there's no... for you guys, there's no, like, proof for... how do I say this? Sorry. We're simply being told that it's a spherical model, but, like, what makes you guys so convinced that it's a flat model, then? In contrast, is it the fact that, like, you guys can still see the horizon and stuff like that, or is there, like, more to it?
No discovery of curvature.
Okay.
That's the issue. The long distance observations continue to point to no existence. Actually, there's even a more simple reason that you can determine that there's no such thing as curvature, and that is water seeking its level.
Okay. Alrighty.
There are no models. There's no spherical model unless you can post one.
I don't know. I'm not like an avid advocator. I haven't looked at any of this shit.
There are
I've just
no
been taught it.
models. There are none. They just say it. There are none. They don't even know what models are.
Okay.
What's a model? Well, let's test you. What's a model? A runway model? A computer model? What model are we talking about? That's what I'm talking about. You see where I'm going with this? So they're just phrases. They're just words, right? People don't know what they are. And you know what? There is no spherical model. It doesn't exist. Along with a flat model, that doesn't exist either.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I mean, though. Like, in the sense of so there's no flat model. There's no
That's right.
circle
There's
model.
no sphere model, no flat model. You got that correct.
So yeah. So what I'm saying is like yeah. I guess it's just like, you know, what made you guys I guess like you guys said, like, we've been taught this all the time. So like, what made you guys decide, like...
You haven't been taught. You haven't been taught. You've been told. You haven't been taught. There's a big difference. So the easiest way to prove this, we're going to prove the flat Earth. You ready?
Okay.
Very simple. Do you know what celestial navigation is?
No, I can tell you flat out I don't.
Okay. Well, you see, mariners have been successfully celestial navigating for centuries, right? And they use the stars. And they use what's called a sextant. You know what a sextant is?
Okay, wait, I'm looking up. I do know what you guys are talking about.
Okay? So they use a sextant. The first step in using a sextant, in its entire existence in this context, is to measure elevation angles. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Like, I can draw it, sure.
No, you can't draw. What is an elevation angle?
An elevation, like a lake. So I'm just looking at it. I wouldn't be able to describe it.
Okay. Are you live stream voice text?
What do you mean?
Live stream voice text is the voice text associated with this voice channel?
Yep. If you're on the Discord app, you should be able to see a text room, and it's called Livestream Voice Text.
Voice text. Okay, yeah.
Make sure you clicked on that, and you can see the chat.
Is it the 2?
No.
Okay.
The first one.
The first one.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, scroll all the way down to the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You'll see Quantum Eraser.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I gave you an elevation angle from radartutorial.eu, just the basics.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read it. It says elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. So the first step in celestial navigation is to take a sextant, Look up at a celestial body, the sun, or there's 65 other ones that somewhere in that vicinity, stars that they have information on. And what you do is you take an elevation angle to that star.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's much more to it. However, that's the first step. But to even get an angle, even get that measure, this is a measurement, by the way. To even get that, you must have a horizontal plane baseline to do it. You can't get an angle off a curved line.
All right.
You follow that?
Yeah, no, I get what you guys mean.
Yeah, that's it. It's as simple as that. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay. And can it work on tangents, though?
What tangent?
Well, in the sense of can you use this instrument on tangents?
No, you don't have a show me the tangent mirror in the sextant.
Fair enough.
It's all over. Simple as that. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning request. Have a nice day.
All right.
That was Q, he's a funny guy. He's a funny guy, but we really want you to go out and test it for yourself.
All right.
Because we might be a bunch of idiots on the internet. So the goal is to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority and go outside and make some measurements on your own and see what you come up with. And if you ask a baller, the guys who argue against us, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? They're going to talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, eclipses, anything but the surface of the Earth, which that's the whole point. Go measure the surface of the Earth on your own with a friend, with an Earth curve calculator and a mirror or a spotlight.
Why do you need that? It's all over with the. You don't need to do anything. I just convinced her. It's over. You don't need to do anything. It's already been done. It's been done for centuries. You don't need to do anything. Go clean the bathroom. The Earth's flat. Why the hell would you need to do anything? I just gave you the evidence for it.
But there's all types of different evidence. The best evidence is from the Earth itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving. Yeah, I just gave it.
Right.
I just gave it. You must have a flat baseline. Somebody just posted, cut the shit, just posted 2021. It's actually the age of the sextant, but I digress. All the sextant is, like it's portrayed here, is one big, large protractor. You know what a protractor is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You see that flat baseline on that protractor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what you need. Or you can't do it. So the sextant, what you do, you look at the horizon and you look up at the celestial body and there's a aperture in there and a gauge that you can bring that celestial body right down to the horizon. And there's an incremental scale on that drum that gives you the angle that you brought that sun down to. What you bring it down to? The horizon on the surface of the Earth. So it's basically just a right triangle. And you can't have, do you know what triangles are? You know, adjacent, hypotenuse, opposite side of the triangle?
Yeah, I do. I feel like you're starting to get a little, what's it called? Tu commences à m'infantiller, mais, yeah, I do know what those are.
Yeah, no, I'm not being a jerk. I just have, a lot of people don't know what a fucking triangle is.
Okay. What I said was French. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what's the word I'm looking for?
Condescending. It's okay.
Condescending a bit.
Well, in regular
but I'm listening to you though.
Okay, thank you. In regular circumstances, you might be correct. However, it's been my experience over the past 4 months that people don't know what a fucking triangle is. So I'm being thorough.
Okay.
Because most people don't know what a fucking adjacent, opposite, or a hypotenuse is. If you haven't been in high school for 20 years, right, you're probably going to forget.
That's fair.
So I'm not being condescending. So let's get back to the point. So the adjacent line from the angle, right, that has to be flat. A triangle's baseline has to be flat. right?
Yeah, I posted a very high-tech graphic in the chat. Yes, I just drew that with snip and sketch. But oh, there, somebody actually has a real graphic, and I didn't have to draw it with my mouse. But you get the point.
Yeah.
I just observed it, so
you have to have a flat baseline. So that flat baseline, you're measuring the surface of the Earth. Why? Well, you're trying to navigate. Well, actually, you're trying to find your position. You're not really navigating anywhere. You're lost out there. It pinpoints your position very, very hyper accurately. So, but you need that flat baseline. Without it, you can't get an elevation angle. You need that elevation angle because what they have are naval almanacs, right? So they pinpointed like 65 stars. Don't quote me on that. It's somewhere in that vicinity, maybe 87. I don't know exactly. I can't remember. However, there are many stars that they've identified that what it says here, if you get an elevation angle and to this star at this time, then you are this far away from that star. Right? If you're 45 degrees, if you're shooting the sun and you're 45-degree elevation angle, so the sun has its geographical position. That means straight down from the sun to the earth, straight down. That means if you looked up, straight up at 90 degrees, that sun would be directly above your head. So they have these, they're called naval almanacs, that say if this friggin' sun is 45 degrees away from you, then this sun is right here. Its geographical position on the earth is right there at a 90 degree. Now, if you know that and you got that angle, well, you know the distance, right? You can compute the distance. Are you following me? Of course, you have to have other information. You're not going to, be on a boat or something. You're not going to know your direction of travel or where you are in the world, right? You're not just going to be out there flapping unless you're a moron. So it's pretty much that easy. But the basic concept is that line to the horizon, that flat baseline, flat horizontal baseline, you need that. Or you can't get an elevation angle. If you can't get an elevation angle, you can't celestial navigate. Period. Game over. So the Earth's flat. Have a nice day. There's 5 other on my website, but you don't need the 5 other ones. You just need that one. Well, there's 7 other ones. Wait a second. Let me count them. Let's go. Let's see if he added it. I asked him to add it.
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to look stuff up at the same time. I don't really know a lot about like celestial navigation other than like, I've seen images of it. But is it true? Like,
it's a process. Yeah. It's not an image of it.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I've seen images of what it looks like.
Of what? Of what looks like?
Well, like the instruments and like in general. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So with the sextant, with the sextant, I have 7 flat Earth proofs. He didn't add it yet, but 7. Yep. I'll give them to you. How about that? There you go.
All right.
At 8 minutes after the hour, there's 7 of them. You don't need them, just the sextant. Elevation angles, that's it.
Okay. But,
Are no buts.
Okay, look, you have to understand at the same time, as you said, I've been told this, like,
yep.
It's not, I've been told this for many years of my life. It's kind of like, I'm listening to what you guys are saying with open ears. But I'm also trying to look at stuff at the same time.
Yeah, and? Well, unless you can show a curved adjacent, welcome to Flat Earth. You'll never be able to do that. It's geometrically impossible. So it's simple geometry, mathematics. Set. It's over. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I know.
Would you agree, Quantum, that there is a process of unlearning the lies?
Yeah, but that's easy because they were just told to you. If you don't have any mechanistic knowledge, then it's easy to file 13 them. There's a visual for you for angle of elevation right there. See that flat line, that horizontal line? You see my arrows going into that horizontal line? That's the daggers into the spinning space monkeys. It's all over. Yep, it's done.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can I just jump in here?
Yeah.
Does it occur to you? Yes, when if you're using a sextant, you point at the horizon to use that as a baseline. Sure. So, does it occur to you maybe that's an approximation for the tangent?
No.
Because it's
what
only
tangent? What
The
tangent?
horizon that's not geometric? No.
What tangent?
Which one is it?
Number one, you're begging the question because what's a tangent?
It's a straight line that touches a sphere or a circle.
Well,
at
sphere.
one point.
Did you prove a sphere yet?
Look, my point is.
No,
you're
your
saying,
point is a begging the question fallacy, number one. Number two, you don't have a tangent.
You don't want to.
No,
Okay.
you don't.
Don't
Well,
listen to
no.
what I'm
I
trying to
just listened
explain?
to you. I just listened to you, numpty dipshit. And I said it was a begging the question fallacy. So you defined a tangent as a straight line that touches a sphere at one point, right? So that's begging the question. Do you know what fallacious reasoning is?
Oh,
do you know what fallacious reasoning is?
Yes, and I haven't
Okay,
used it.
you just use a fallacy. So your argument is therefore void. You got another argument?
You haven't listened to my argument.
Yeah, I did. I did listen to you. You said a tangent. Then you defined it. Yeah, I did. You haven't been keeping on current events, have you? So show me a tangent mirror on the sextant.
What
Pull
is
up
it?
a
What is it?
sextant.
What do you mean a tangent mirror? What's that
You
supposed to
said,
do?
aren't you measuring a tangent? Well, pull up the tangent mirror on the sextant.
I'm not saying there is.
You just said, aren't you measuring a tangent? So obviously the sextant, but stop fucking interrupting me. You got me, sunshine. So, sunshine. Pull up a sextant and show the tangent mirror.
See, this is how it goes when you.
Shut the fuck up,
guys. I'm gonna pass it back to my brother, but I think some of you were very respectful and kind, and I appreciate your
Yeah.
No, I appreciate some of you were very kind and explained well. I just think you need to be open to a conversation.
Shut the fuck up. Open to your bullshit. No, I don't think so. Take that shit with you as you leave. I don't want to know about your feelings. All right? Whether we were kind or not. Go learn what a triangle is and we'll catch you later. Fucking bullshit. Sally Snowflake shit. Show a curve adjacent or welcome to Flat Earth. Simple as that.
I'd like to make a point real quick. It would make sense to have a conversation if we were philosophers, discussing philosophy. But we're discussing that which is, not matters of opinion, not perspective, but matters of reality. So a conversation is only meant for gaining understanding. And if you seek to gain any understanding about how Earth is not a ball, it would make sense to listen to the details being provided to you.
Thank you. Exactly. He put it more politically correct. Is that okay for you, or do you want to put flowers and lollipops on it?
No, but look, I'm just saying, if we have an argument, then it's not that you have to accept it, it's that you guys have to counter it without just simply restating an argument you guys have made.
We didn't restate the argument. We only restated it to the effect so that you would understand it. So what the hell are you talking about?
Are you okay? I'm not muted anymore. Look, I'm just saying.
You're on mute now. So I'll ask you again. What in the world are you talking about that we just restated it? Right? We restated it so there's clarity. So what are you talking about?
What is it?
Get the fuck out of here. Go back to preschool.
Yeah. It's not something to be emotional about, really.
Isn't this what I said earlier?
We don't accept shit there, Luffy. Acceptance is for religions. We're into empiricism. Do you follow that, Sunshine? So, like Gospel Bear said, it either is or it ain't. Period. End of story. No opinions, no singing kumbaya. It either is or it ain't. Period. End of fucking story. It's not subjective. It's objective. I just gave you the objective. You can take that with you.
The problem, 10 Pound, is that you weren't acknowledging your negligence of what the GP is in regards to the use of a sextant. The GP stands for ground position of the object in question that you're using to measure. The GP, okay, needs to be on a plane. So you kept on talking about some type of circular tangent. Complete negligence of the GP and its necessity to be on a plane. Otherwise, you're not measuring angles. It's very simple. You were acting like you were really smart, like you had something to say. The reason you got muted is because you didn't understand what you were talking about.
Thanks, Gospel. I need you as a translator. You're like my politically correct officer.
He's the press secretary.
The press secretary.
That's pretty funny, actually. I like that. The press secretary. Well, I mean, I understand logic, and I typically understand where people are coming from. I can see and quote unquote sympathize with their logical failure.
So more or less, you're like a numpty, a liaison for numpties.
Potentially. I used to be one, at least to a certain degree.
And the best one was Ari Fleischer. You guys remember him? I liked him.
All right. This is getting tedious, 10 Pound. It's not our way. All right. When we're talking about using a sextant, it's not our way. It's the way.
Oh, I see what you're doing. I see him in text chat. Okay. I'm sorry. I was wondering what you were talking about. No, you were muted for not recognizing that you used a fallacy and you wanted to whistle past that. So that's why you were muted.
Yeah, I'm the one that brought up.
I'll unmute you. You understand that?
Hello.
Yeah. You understand that you're using a fallacy, right?
What was a fallacy that you think I've used?
Logical fallacy is you were begging the question. I told you that. And that sort of circular reasoning, that makes your argument void. Then I said, if you have another argument, that's fine, but that one's void. Do you have another argument?
Look, I was just trying to make a point. You're saying you need...
Based on a fallacy. Sorry. For fuck's sake, man.
Sorry for
Do you want me to let you to continue with your fallacy? Is that what you want me to do? And then I fucking called your bet. And I said, well, you said tangent. Well, then I retorted with, show us a tangent mirror on the sextant, which is logical, right?
No, because I don't even know what you mean by that.
No. How the fuck is that not logical when you're using a sextant?
What do you mean by a tangent mirror?
A tangent. You said that you had a tangent. We could have a tangent. You don't see, the problem is you don't know what a sextant is. That's the problem.
I have a pretty good idea. I don't know precisely every detail.
You don't know. You don't have a good idea. You don't.
But
know
I do know how. I do know.
You can't have a good idea but not know it precisely. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Do you even know your own name? You're not making any sense, sir. You're not going to Elmer Fudd sophist your way through this. You might do that on other servers when I'm not around, but every single word I'm evaluating tenfold. And I could do it like a fucking computer.
Right, so you're reading meaning into every word before I finish the sentence.
Shut the fuck up. Tired of your fucking Elmer Fudd sophistry. You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what a sextant is. You shouldn't be in this argument. You should be picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised is what you should be doing. As long as you say it calmly, though, maybe you convince some numpty dipshits. Not that shit doesn't fucking hunt here, son. My God. I know. Let's test your fucking science acumen. Let's test your science acumen now since you don't have a fucking clue what a sextant is.
Okay.
What is natural science? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Shut the fuck up. You and your feigned exasperations. Little sissy can do your fucking game. We're in their fucking clown tent, folks. These ballers are nothing but clowns. Weaky, parroting, pretender clown, numpty dipshits. All of them. Every single last one. Yes, I can stereotype. And I'm going to tell you why I can do this, even though that's a fallacy. But I'm going to tell you why. Every single baltard that I've met in 7 years has the same affliction. Every single one of them. No exception. That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about the people that are out here on the circuit. Now, I'm not talking about Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker that are baltards down the street. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about these idiots that come in here like 10-pound dumb shit. These people. They're the same. I showed you. He doesn't know what a sextant is. He definitely doesn't know what a fucking elevation angle is. He definitely doesn't know what science is. Natural science. What more you want me to do? You want me to get it notarized, get it in Braille, and shove it up your asses? What do you know, 10-pound dumb shit?
Well, I'm an engineer. I know a lot about
Engineer's
maths.
not a scientist. Hold on, honey. I'm
I
dealing
know
with
a lot about science. It's a related field.
Yeah, my cell phone's on. Yeah, I'm good to go. What did you say?
I'm an engineer. I know a lot about math and science because they're related fields.
Engineers aren't scientists, son. You're all fucked up.
They have to do a lot of science in order to get things right.
No, they don't.
If you don't do things scientifically, you get things wrong.
Okay, scientifically, I asked you what natural science was. You just feigned exasperationed it. What's natural science again? You've had time to wiki it.
I don't understand what you're trying to ask.
What the fuck is natural science?
It's a field of study.
field of study.
Yeah, I
So
guess,
are
yeah.
fucking balloons. Balloons are a field of study? That doesn't say shit. What is natural science? That is physics. Right?
And
you know,
many
physics? Yeah.
many other
What's-
fields
Yeah.
as well.
Oh, do you know the fields? What fields are they?
Astronomy, biology.
No,
all sorts of
wrong.
things. What are you talking about?
Astronomy's not fucking natural science. To be natural science, just sit down and shut the fuck up for a second, and while I berate you and show how ignorant you are. So your first trap out of your mouth was astronomy. To be natural science, you must be able to validate your claims by experiment. Period. End of fucking story. To have an experiment, you must have a hypothesis. So, can you please tell everyone in the room? Now, I want you to write it. I want you to post. I'm going to give you 3. I want you to post a single viable scientific hypothesis in the history of astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology and identify both parts right fucking now. 1. Go.
What do you mean both parts? What are the 2 parts?
Well, a hypothesis has 2 parts to it, so you just compromised your fucking integrity right there. You have no clue.
Look, the scientific method doesn't...
Shut the fuck up. You're done.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out when someone ever used the scientific method in engineering.
Never.
I mean,
it's an oxymoron. You can't. Everything's man-made. But he's too stupid to realize that. You're finished. Both parts? What? Yeah, a hypothesis has 2 parts to it. So you don't know what a hypothesis is, meaning you would fail 5th grade general science. 5th fucking grade, son. Mr. Engineer. You're exposed. That was easy. This is so I could destroy you in my fucking sleep. I can wake up from a coma and embarrass your dumb ass in seconds. 10 seconds. 12 with interruptions. Like you try to do with your feigned exasperation horse shit. You're done. Get the fuck out of here. Listen, here's some advice. Try your claims in front of a preschool first. And if they stop laughing, then you may consider coming back. And only then. Okay? Sunshine. We ain't playing fucking games here. Have a nice day. QE should have sat in for Weiss today. That Professor Dave Numpty dipshit.
Bro.
Yeah. I DX'd his ass at the moment he came out here. Let me go find this fucking shit. Where is this idiot?
You didn't watch I'm not going to call it a debate. I called it a incoherent argument between Dave Weiss and yeah.
There you go. There's actual physical evidence. How long is this? I went for 2 hours cutting little pieces off this pretended clown Professor Dave Numpty dipshit. Him in front of me? Are you kidding me? It'd be like King Kong versus Little Miss Muffet.
Yeah, well, that's why it was disappointing with Dave Weiss doing it, because Dave Weiss doesn't know how to do formal debate, or informal debate for that matter.
Turn out the light, the party's over.
What?
Yep, it is. It's been over since 2015. It was over before I even got here, really. But there were numpty dipshit. Listen, there's. I don't want to. Maybe I'll offend people. I better shut up.
Were you on a debate team, QE, when you were in school?
No, I
I'll
was
go ahead and
on.
finish it for him. There was some real dumb flat earthers making some bad arguments in the beginning.
In the
There really
beginning.
was.
Well, let's go with this first question. No, I wasn't on a debate team. I was in the who can smoke the most dope team in high school.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what team I was on. So I was a numpty dipshit too back then. Number 2, Hank. There was a lot of pretender clown flat earthers in the beginning, but let me tell you, they've been screwing like rabbits because there are as many now as there ever was. That's what I wasn't going to say.
Yeah. There's a lot of LARPers.
I don't know what LARPers are. I know what pretender clowns are, and flat earthers
Same
make
thing.
a huge percentage. I'm sorry. If the shoe fits, wear it.
If it don't apply, let it fly.
All you gotta do is
let it go.
get
Paul
the
V.
message out. That's it.
Paul V, you got some serious background noise.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a win. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, it's the wind, man. Yeah. That wind was strong today. You must live in the Midwest, man. It was blowing. I tell you what.
Yeah,
it blew my damn target over.
Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
crazy.
right. Yeah.
Pretty bad up here in North Dakota too. Actually,
Yeah.
when you look at the map, supposedly North Dakota had it the worst, but that's pretty normal here.
I have an archery target, a big old bag target, weighs 70 pounds, up on a squat rack, up on blocks, and I wrap it up with a tarp. It blew the damn thing. Oh, it toppled it. So that's all I'm saying. I was shocked. So guess what I did?
You tied it down?
I didn't. I didn't tie it down. I put sandbags at the base.
Well, that works.
Yeah, same thing. Watch, I'll go out
Can I
tomorrow.
ask
It'll be
you
toppled
what
over
year
again.
you graduated high school?
Me?
Yeah.
82.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, you got some years on me.
Yeah, I'm not too proud of that one though.
It looks like Toby has just been VC verified to join the conversation. Hi, Toby.
Hello. I'm mostly just listening into what you guys are saying now. I probably won't be inputting anytime soon.
Sorry, I was a little harsh. I have severe contempt for pretender clowns. I'm sorry about that. It's one of my failings.
Yeah, just don't lie or make stuff up as you go. Like using words like "I don't know" is a really good idea. If you don't know,
Don't pretend that you know, because if you pretend that you know, I'm gonna sniff you out. Fluffy kisses. I thought you left, man. What are you still doing here? You still laughing?
I think the brother came back. It was a brother and sister.
Yeah, I'm back. I was just trying to catch up as to what happened between my sister and she was telling me what was happening, and I was catching up on reading what you guys were writing in the on the live stream voice texting.
I'm sorry, I was a little harsh.
I mean, she said some of you guys were nice. I mean,
that wasn't me.
Oh, I mean,
that's true.
Hey, you don't have to apologize for being passionate, because I've heard you a lot on here, and you're one of the most passionate people I feel like that are on the stream sometimes, and that's all I hear is just that passion come out when those pretender clowns come in. I understand how you feel. It can be frustrating.
Yeah, but he's spitting knowledge. He's spitting knowledge. Not spitting knowledge. And that's the crazy part.
You saying I got cowbell? That's right. There's some cowbell in there if you pay close attention.
See, the thing is, most people think that you have to be nice, and that's actually something you don't have to do. You could just, spit out the information any old way you want to, and then people can take the information, right? Or they could take offense. So it's up to you what you want to do with it.
I'm pretty nice. It just depends on who I'm talking to. If I get wind of pretender clown tomfoolery, look the fuck up.
Well, and if you're that fragile that you're going to get that offended by somebody that you're trying to have a discussion with, then you don't belong in this discussion at all, anyways.
No, they're pretender clowns. They know what they are.
Yeah, I mean, it is fair to somebody that's an engineer that thinks that he's doing science. There's a problem with that.
Correct.
Well, and we've all eaten shit for them for so many years too. I'm sure we've all been in a situation where we've been ganged up by a bunch of them jerk offs like that, and they do the same thing to us when we're, when they got us outnumbered. So it all comes full circle.
Hey, QE, you there?
I got a fever.
You got a fever?
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Bring in the cowbell. Speaking of cowbells, I heard you mention this little thing called PBR one day.
PBR? Did you say PBR or PBJ?
PBR.
PBR. Oh, okay. What's PBR?
I thought you said you were watching PBR one day.
PBR? What's PBR?
Professional bull riders.
Pabst Blue Ribbon? No, go ahead. What?
There you go. Pabst Blue Ribbon. We'll leave it at that. Moving on.
I think I tried Pabst one time. That's some nasty shit right there.
Yeah.
I think he said bull racing. Did you say professional bull racing? Is that what you were actually?
Professional bull riding, man.
Oh, bull riding. Yeah, you don't race bulls and yeah. Okay.
I never said anything about professional bull riding, dude.
I was kind of wondering where'd that come from. You're in California. What do you know about professional bull riding in California?
Dude, I'm a huge fan of bull riding, man. It's so awesome, man. I can't believe those fucking Mongos get on top of them fucking 2,000-pound bull. Woo! You got some balls, kitty cat.
That is one of the greatest sports. It is super entertaining and amazing.
You see these guys get hit, they go flying halfway across the arena, and you're like, damn.
That's what happens to the baltards when they come in here. When they pretend to clown, that's exactly what happens to them.
This is fucking PBR for flat Earth. No doubt about it. Woo!
I actually have an employee that works for me that did amateur bull riding, and he actually almost got killed by a last bull he was on. He's actually blind now on one eye. Really, it almost killed him. It's amazing. He's actually even alive right now.
Level up.
He can't even watch. He can't even watch bull riding anymore. That's all.
Level up. Ask, did bulls enjoy this? It sure looks like it.
That's what I was thinking. They look like they're having a lot of fun to me.
Oh, that's cool. I'm coming out of the gate. That's funny, man. They followed. That was a good one.
Hey,
that's what the baltards think they're going to get coming in here, but what they actually get is the one above it.
Shit. There you go.
Hey, QE.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm still a little new here. I've been reading a little bit, and I remember something that came up that I was like I watched this video in the past about something, and it was mostly that the flat Earth ideology, the whole theory behind it was sort of based on the Bible. Do you agree with that?
Number one, there is no theory on flat Earth because theory denotes science. There is no science regarding a flat Earth or a sphere Earth. The reason being is natural science, that is, using the scientific method, only adjudicates predictional suppositions in the natural cause and effect relationships. That means it answers cause and effect how-why questions. Whether the Earth is a sphere, flat, dodecahedron, it doesn't deal with that at all. So it's a category error. Now, you might have said theory in a colloquial sense. If that's the case, then I digress. But when you say theory in these parts, that means a scientific theory. So number one, there is no science in this at all. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now go on. I stopped there. Go ahead.
So like there's these quotes that like I found in the Bible. Well, specific extracts that I've read. Like Chronicles 16:30 says, "He has fixed the earth firm and immovable." Do you think that? Okay.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now,
okay.
I was a Christian. Let me answer this question succinctly because I think I know where you're going with this. For me personally, I was a Christian decades before I was ever a flat earther. So I guess that answers your question. However, let me caveat this. After I became a flat earther, then those things, that one verse that you read, along with about 50 other ones, confirm my shortcomings in reading scripture because I should have known it a long time ago.
All right.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
That's sort of all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is a what is question. Just because something confirms something, it's not the cause. The words that confirm the reality are not the cause for reality. And you can determine the reality apart from the confirmations of the reality. Was that coherent enough to understand, Luffy?
I'd say you lost everyone with that, but if I did say that, then you'd have to go on talking about it, so I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, in other words, you don't need the Bible to prove that the earth is flat. You need the earth to prove that the earth is flat. That's why I'm saying you should go outside.
The Bible just confirms all of it. You're right. That's one passage. There's many other passages that confirm the earth is flat. Let me just make it clear for everyone. And the Bible confirms this. Oh, thanks a lot, Gospel Bearer, for putting all those in there.
Yeah.
I have those listed somewhere. I got them somewhere. But listen, people. The earth is flat, immovable. It's not moving at all. Not a schmegged inch. And it's, I usually say dome, but that sends people off the reservation. So the earth is flat, contained, stationary. That's it. Measurably, provably, navigationally, flat, non-spinning, and contained.
No theories required, no philosophy required, just is what it is.
Yeah, no theory, because theory is a category error with this. Scientific theory, sorry. Yep, just is. Just go to my website. It's all listed there for you. Take your therapist with you. You're going to need them.
I just want to know where could I find your website?
Bro,
let me
just
put it up there for you.
If you can, back off your mic a little bit. You're
sorry.
You're coming in like, what was that comedian? Dane Smith?
No, Sam Kinison.
No, Dane Cook. Sorry, Dane Cook.
That fucking Hank. That's the first thing that came to my mind when he said that.
The Dane Cook joke where he's like, talking about working at the Burger King or whatever, and he's screaming into, the customer screaming into the microphone.
No, Sam Kinison.
Oh, that's the origin of that joke?
I don't know, but when you thought of that, when you said that, I immediately thought of Sam Kinison, like Hank said. So I don't know if that's what you meant.
Burger.
So Sam Kinison would get on stage, and he would just be screaming at the top of his lungs. But it's all like completely funny. But you're wondering, Like, how long can this guy keep it up? You know, because those metalheads screaming at the top of their lungs, they can't do it forever.
All right. I
Luffy.
posted the joke I'm referring to.
Luffy, I have forgot about you. Here you go. Are you in live stream voice text?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, no, you don't see it yet.
Well, no, but like I see the chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yep, it's posting at 44 minutes after the hour. There you go.
Thank you.
If you want scientific evidences for the creator, they're also there too. That's why I said grab your therapist. You may want to have the therapist grab their therapist also. They're going to need them. This website now, I've been putting these proofs out for about 13 years. No one has ever came up with one rebuttal, a coherent one. I know that's anecdotal, but I'm here telling you no one's ever done it once. Not to me. Not in the same room as I'm in. Tell you that much. They know better. Because it's all over. But if you want to take the Pepsi challenge, you can go ahead and go through that website. It's going to take you a little time. But you can PM me. Just say yo to me right now so you have me on the list. Right? And then if you come up to something that you're unsure of and you say, oh, I can debunk this, well, go ahead and take the Pepsi challenge.
He's too young to know what the Pepsi challenge is.
He's not too young. He can do it. Stop with the negative waves, man.
Take the Pepsi challenge.
That's right. Cowboy to fuck up. Take the Pepsi challenge.
Bring your fucking cowbell.
Because I got a fever.
Only a few confirmations of the horizontal topographic plane. I don't understand what you mean, endless space grabs.
Horizontal topograph, that's a contradiction. If you have a topographical, what do you mean by topographical plane? Topographical denotes mountains, saddles, ridges, spurs, depressions. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know where he's posting this unless she's talking to you individually.
Yeah, I just said that I said the Earth is what it is. There are countless confirmations referring to the seeming ability to continually come up with examples that confirm the motionless of Earth, the flatness, the containment of
Yeah, we can go over
gas.
some of those, right, guys? Abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's crust. But these abyssal plains are exactly what they say they're. They're flat level plains with like a tiny bit of a slope out to the ridge. And then there's Great Plains, not just in America. There's also some in Canada. The Old World, Armageddon, sure you've heard of that. Plains in Russia, all over the place. Right then there's salt flats. So the largest salt flat in the world, 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief.
Turns out
no drop.
That sounds
Go ahead.
familiar.
Yeah, you came up with that one, I think.
No, I didn't come up with it. I just recognized it and then expanded on it.
Yeah, I got to give you a little jab every now and then, Q, because there's a lot of people nowadays saying that you invented the scientific method. So maybe you're a vampire. You've been around for hundreds of years, and you actually did invent the scientific.
I did. It's mine. Yeah, you're right. They're right.
Yeah, the thing about this is that it's all verifiable. Like, I'm not telling you something that you can't go figure out on your own, right?
Well,
It's
except
not like
the
I'm.
abyssal planes there, Hank. They're not going to be able to do that.
Well, they could, if they wanted to, get on a boat with a sonar.
What the
and go
fuck
do.
do you think they're Baltard Jacques Cousteau's?
I mean, they could. They could make a sonar, right? If they're the engineering type, electrical engineering type, and they could get on a boat and go map out the abyssal plains if that's what they wanted to do.
Come on, Hank. They ain't gonna do that. At least they can go. They can go to the Bolivian salt flats, though. That's doable.
Yeah, they can go there.
There's a lot that's verifiable, and none of it needs $24 billion.
Yeah, like what is it, $60 million a day for NASA? And what are they doing? Is your day any better? Is your workload any easier because of NASA?
I did some math on that though, and I don't know how to validate whether or not they actually have 117,000 employees. But if you break that down, hypothetically, let's say that they actually do have 117,000 employees, and that includes their contractors. And if you take 50% of that operating budget and attribute that to salary, that would give everybody an average salary of about $106,000 a year. So the question is, do they actually have that many employees? I guess.
Well, not only that, you have to then think that they're actually being honest about their budget and how much money they actually get. I mean, for all we know, it could be more or less. So
yeah, I understand that, and there's all sorts of dishonesty. It seems, black budgets and stuff like that. But my point is that number starts to look a lot smaller when you break it down that way. If 117, yeah.
My question is, how much evidence do we have to collect before one of us actually makes a claim and takes NASA to small claims court?
Is there precedence or permissibility for such a thing in the first place?
I don't know. I'm just curious because if they're embezzling and we can prove it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, can't really prove things by looking at them, right, ballers? We can see the wires, but does that mean that they're lying about everything? We can see the fakery, the cartoons.
That's an interesting idea, though, Hank. It kind of reminds me of the trial that they brought for Kennedy for the conspirators that they thought were behind the Kennedy assassination. I mean, that went to actual trial. So if they could do that, you would think you should be able to do it with some top level officials in NASA, I would think. You wouldn't win, but at least you'd get a lot of attention, that's for sure.
I really like that Elmo.
Well, you'd get a deposition. A deposition will be what we want, right? It's not about winning. It's about getting the truth out there. So if we could get like a good 9-hour deposition, from the guys at NASA, get them on oath, that'd be great, right?
But yeah, that would be remarkable. Well, that's actually brilliant. I can't believe I've never heard of that or even thought of that before.
Well, most people don't make claims. Most people make complaints. It's very rare you hear someone actually making a claim because a claim is different in the court of law. But anyway, let's not talk about law so much. But yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for somebody to make a move like that. Obviously, if you fail, countersuits suck. So you better have some really good evidence.
I just noticed something. You tend to, in the conversation, I know, to steer it towards the law a lot. Are you some kind of amateur lawyer? I've noticed you do that quite often, actually.
Well, I'm a poor white boy, so I don't want to end up a slave. So I better know how to See, here's the thing: you're going to need a lawyer once or twice in your life, right? You're going to need a farmer 3 times a day. But if you work your whole life and then you don't know anything about law, and then you go in there and play a game that you don't know the rules to, don't you think you might lose? So if you're 77 years old and they say, "Oh, you didn't dot your I and cross your T on your IRS tax return in 1984," are you going to lose everything because you don't know how to play their game? So I would recommend everybody should study a little bit.
I know that all too well. I learned those lessons early on the hard way.
If anybody was curious about the law, I'd start off with grammar. Like, if you don't know grammar, if you're not very good with that, because most of the BS they try to pull on you is word magic with grammar that, you sign a document, it's all caps, right? Is that how we were taught? Right, English? All caps? Is that English?
It
So
seems a little superstitious to me.
Well, do you have to answer to claims in dog Latin? Is there a law that says you have to do that?
I don't know. My dad, we've been pen pals before and stuff, and my dad writes in all caps. Does that mean that he's trying to cast a spell on me? The all caps thing seems a little superstitious.
Well, is that how we were taught to write in English?
I don't know why does my dad went to school in the 70s. Why does he write in all caps?
I think that could be different. That he maybe just more comfortable writing that way. Not necessarily. That's not at all what Hank is talking about.
Oh, okay. I must be misunderstanding something.
Yeah, I'm talking on every tombstone, on every contract, on all these legal documents. It's not written in plain English.
Every piece of mail you receive.
Actually work in the death industry and get urns and gravestones engraved on a daily basis, and they're not always in all caps.
Yeah, it's because people pay for the gravestones, right? And they can have scribed on there whatever they want. But if the government does it, if the government says, "Here, this is a pauper, we don't know who this guy is, he's a homeless guy," what do? They write in big block letters, John Doe, right?
So always all caps means always something is up.
Yeah, I would say so.
So my dad is a suspicious character because he writes in all caps.
You're never going to hold him to anything he says in court, I'll tell you that.
I do think you're misunderstanding something.
Me?
Yeah, because my sister writes in all caps too, but that has nothing to do with what Hank is saying. Like my sister's reason for writing in all caps is because that's the way she likes to write.
My black swan and your black swan are irrelevant.
No, he's talking about
it's not a black swan. How's it a black swan?
The claim is that all writing in all caps is suspicious or surreptitious or denotes something.
I didn't hear him say that. I specifically what he said was when it comes to the government or official, I guess officials and how they address,
if you got a summons from court, if you got a summons from a court, they're going to address you on that summons. Your name is going to be in all caps. That's what.
All right. So I have a county real estate tax statement, and it's not in all caps.
Are they trying to contract with you?
Is it addressed to you? Are you in all full caps when it's addressed to you in the mailing?
Yeah, my name's in all caps, and so is the legal description of the property, but there's other things on here that are not in all caps.
Okay, so I would say
would that be a red herring then?
Valid.
No, it's a government document, and not all of it is in all caps.
Okay,
This
so
is an
Hank,
So
what are you saying? Are you saying that all official documents within the entire document, it's all in caps? Is that what you're saying? Like Oscar Bear is taken away from it?
no, what I'm trying to say is that when you're dealing with these magicians, right, that call themselves lawyers, they're not, part of us. They're not us. They're part of the bar, right? And these people, I don't know if you've heard, but they're not to be trusted. So when they give you pieces of paper in dog Latin, there's probably a reason why they're doing that. So can you read dog Latin? Do you think you understand what those words mean? Because if you do, then you're contracting with people based on your ability to pretend to be a clown. Because you pretend you know dog Latin. You might think you understand the words, but you don't. It's not in English. So it's a mixture of Latin and English. Doesn't that require a translator?
There's
No?
no
Oh,
Latin
you
on.
understand it?
Well,
There's no Latin
yeah,
on my document.
So what does all caps mean? If something is written in all caps, is that the definition of dog
Emphasis.
Latin?
Emphasis.
Is that
I had
it's
posted
just emphasis?
I had posted the definition for dog Latin earlier.
So they're just emphasizing. Okay, I get it. The courts are just emphasizing. Or maybe, right, just maybe, what's going on is something you don't
Right.
understand.
So according to Black's Law Dictionary, it literally said the Latin of illiterate persons, Latin words put together on the English grammatical system. Is that not an applicable definition for dog Latin?
You're an illiterate person. I guess so. I mean, are you an illiterate person?
Yeah, I'm a fan of the superstition.
In the eyes
I
of the
just put
court,
a link in the
you would
chat
be an
for a
illiterate
full
person.
explanation on what Hank is talking about. It's a lecture. It's about 4 parts. I just posted the first part. If anybody actually wants more information and a complete breakdown of how this works, it's in that. If anybody wants to check it out.
Yeah. According to Collins English Dictionary, it's spurious or incorrect Latin. Kind of like pig Latin really isn't real. It's just a funny game.
Have you ever received a bill, a legal document, or any type of official correspondence from government addressed to you that's not in all caps?
I mean, my oil company, that might not count. What is this here? Yeah, my oil company is the only example I have off. Let me look at my water bill. It doesn't even have my name on it, just my address.
Is the oil company somebody that's trying to get payment from you?
Yeah, of course. They need their money. They charge me a lot of money. Lots and lots of money. My propane bill is very big.
So you're contracting with these people, and they're using a language that you don't understand, but you're
I
pretending to
understand the
understand.
words. I don't. You're telling me I don't understand. I understand the words just fine. I can read them just fine. I know what my name is. It doesn't stop making sense because it's capital letters. I don't
That's what you
understand
believe.
this.
That's
I don't
fine.
understand this at all. Why do
you're
they
the one
teach
in
kids
here
capital and lowercase letters?
because that's proper English.
Okay. So capital letters make words not make the same meaning all of a sudden?
Is that how you were taught to write in school?
When he says it's proper English, I know for a fact I'm going to get a failing grade if my grammar is incorrect, or if I don't put the punctuation where it's supposed to be, or come on. But at the same time, things being put in capital. I was almost finished. Things being put in capital doesn't make me feel like I don't understand. Like it's the same. I don't know. I don't.
Yep.
How did we get on this subject?
Probably because I put up resistance to something that he was just casually talking about. I'm being obstinate because I just don't agree with the claims, and I think that they're superstitious.
That's all right. You don't have to agree, bro. It may be a presumption that you understand it, and you know how that goes.
Hank, have you ever heard of the guy that I posted in the chat, the David Strait? You ever heard of him?
No, I probably will watch that as soon as possible. But there's a video if anybody were, curious about dog Latin. I watched as many videos from that guy as I could the other night. But yeah, I'll watch this guy next.
Well, that's
Yeah,
in all caps. That's in all caps right there. It looks like they might be trying to deceive you.
Well, if they were trying to contract with me, I'd certainly be, a little aware. Why are you trying to contract with me in all caps? That's not even proper English. Imagine if they were trying to contract with you in Pig Latin. Would you accept that? I'm just saying, you might presume to understand it, or they might
The
presume
language
that
they
you
use in the
accept it.
courtroom is almost like Pig Latin. The legalese and the terms they use, it's pretty much impossible for a regular Joe to defend himself in a courtroom, and that's why
Let
you
me
have
just
to have
say
a
this.
lawyer because they know how to speak that language.
There's a reason why their conviction rate is like 98%. It's because most people put themselves in jail because of ignorance. Because they presume that they understand what these people are talking about, and they might as well be speaking Mandarin, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, not only that, whenever they pick anybody up nowadays for whatever, they throw so many charges at them to the point where they just force people to take a plea. They'll say, "Well, we'll drop all these charges, just plead guilty to this one charge." They get a lot of people with that too.
I'll ask this question. Can you speak in dog Latin?
I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know such things.
Fascinating.
I didn't even hear the question. I was rambling when you were.
Can you? Okay, I'll ask it in a different way. Can you speak in all caps?
I don't know.
Fascinating.
I know how to read proper English. I don't know a whole lot about Latin. I don't think any of us were taught Latin in school. Anybody in here know Latin or Pig Latin or Dog Latin? Can anybody say that they're fluent?
Some Latin. I'm not fluent in Latin, but yeah.
So are you fluent in Dog Latin?
Dog Latin is just a concept, okay, based on improper Latin. So lorem ipsum dollar sit, what amit or whatever, that would be a variation because it's unintelligible. It's made up, right? That's incoherent Latin, not real Latin, lazy Latin, Latinese, fake Latin. That's what dog Latin is.
It's debased Latin. But if you think you understand it, by all means, contract away.
Yeah. Well.
If that's what you want to do, you got the right to do that. I'm not going to do that, but what the hell do I know? I don't know Dog Latin, or Pig Latin, or Latin. So when I go to court, I'll just use what I do know, which is claims in plain English. I know how to make a claim. I know how to speak in plain English.
And you're
Using
claiming
the
that they're
least.
not speaking in plain English?
Exactly.
Okay.
Hank, when you're in a courtroom and the judge walks in, they say, "All rise." Do you stay seated?
No, I never sit down. I would never sit down.
I got a better question. Mathematics is a type of language, right? Did man create mathematics, or did man discover mathematics?
I would say he realized it. I wouldn't say he discovered it. I mean, it started off
Fair
with
enough.
agriculture in Samaria, so they say, right? And they wanted to count the amount of fields that they had. So they would just go, 1 through 12, right? And they would just start counting the fields of crops. And that's how they say it started. I wasn't there. I don't know. Maybe they start by counting their wives or individual fruits. I don't know. Look, this conversation, it's not really that hard to understand. All I'm saying is that I don't pretend to comprehend or stand under or understand Pig Latin. I don't claim to understand that. It's not a language I'm familiar with, or legalese. So if someone is speaking to me in Dog Latin or Pig Latin or legalese, I don't comprehend any of that stuff.
So when they write your name in all caps, you have no clue what in the world they could possibly be communicating?
Yeah, that's not my name.
Yeah, fascinating. All right.
My name is Larry. Not capital L, capital A, capital R, capital Y. I don't know who the fuck that is. I've never written my name like that.
So, sorry to butt in here. You're saying when your name is capitalized, it doesn't mean the same thing? Whether it's in all caps or whether it's in lowercase, whether it has a capital L and the rest undercase, you're saying that it has different meaning? It doesn't apply to you if your name is Larry in all caps?
I'm saying that's not how I write my name. That's not my name.
Right, but if it's in a government document and they are identifying you as Larry in all caps, isn't that just for simplicity to make it stand out so it's legible?
Yeah, but that's not me. I'm not that name. Like I am me, right?
But why do you think that they're capitalizing your name? Is it not just so that it's conspicuous?
I don't know. I don't pretend to know why they're capitalizing it, but that's not my name. That's not me.
I know why they capitalize it.
Why do they capitalize it?
So when you go to court, when you're going to court for a criminal case, when you first get the paper, which is the complaint, your name is going to be just the first and the first letter of your name capital, and everything else is lowercase, and the first letter of your last name capital, and everything else is lowercase. Once you go through arraignment and waive time, the next paperwork you get, your name's in all capital because you've given them consent to be part of their corporation. You're therefore now a corporate entity. You're a dead person, bro, a corpse.
Well, your screen name is in all caps, so we can't trust you, or Globebusters for that matter, because it's also in all caps. Or
True.
the 24/7 live stream screen name. Everything is compromised because these things are in all
I
caps.
feel like you're straw manning me. I'm not warning you about 24/7 trying to contract with you. I'm warning you about known word magicians known as lawyers. I'm warning you about them. They're known word magicians. They like
I
to
don't
trick
understand why you
people.
keep trying to. Oh, I'm sorry, Hank.
Go ahead.
I just was going to say, I don't understand why you keep trying to make this point. We already have told you we're not talking about things like that. We're talking about contracts, official government documents, not just me typing my name in the chat in all caps. This has nothing to do with the conversation. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
Yeah, so I'm a tax accountant, and all forms that we fill out for all legal entities the legal entity is always capitalized, and we typically make sure that all of our tax forms, everything within it, contained within it, is in all caps, specifically so that we do not make the mistake of putting the legal entity name in something that is not all caps. FYI.
Question
Like the
for you
difference
then.
between a
Why
capital
do you do
I
that
and
exactly?
a capital
just-
I and a lowercase l, for instance. But if you all caps a name like Ilya, like ILLIA, if you all caps that, you're not going to be mistaking any of those letters.
So when you file for paperwork to become a legal entity, such as a corporation or start a partnership, have an LLC, any of these things, when you receive the documentation back from your filing, or typically when you're filling everything out, you're filling it out the legal name in all caps, and you will receive your certificates, right, in all capital letters.
Because this is the dead language of the dead. Corporation, corpse. Right. This is the language of the dead, the lost at sea. I'm not
Corpse
dead.
doesn't mean
I'm not
dead.
lost at sea.
Corp doesn't mean dead. Corp refers to body. We have to use proper etymology when you're saying these things. Corpse is a dead body, but the word corp from the word corporation comes from body, not from dead. Really?
Is a corporation a living being?
No, it's not. And technically under the law, tax law, right? Many non-living beings can be categorized as individuals. Were you aware of that?
I'm only referring to the etymology of the word corporation, whereas the part of that word corp is referring to the word for body.
Right, like corpus delicti or something like that, right?
It doesn't demand that it's a dead person. It can refer to a dead person, but it's not exclusively dead.
But it's referring to a body, right?
Body, yeah, corp, body, yes.
Either way, can a corporation represent itself in court? Can a corporation be present in a courtroom? Or can it only be represented?
You mean per se?
Per se, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, what
Anyway,
would
all I'm trying to say is
McDonald's
there's
look
tricky
like if they walked into a courtroom?
Yeah, do your homework. Not telling people not do their homework.
Yeah, I mean, if you're studying law and you think you got it figured out after a year, that's not true. I don't got it all figured out. I'm saying there's something to this dog Latin thing because they're tricky people. And they're tricking people into contracts that they don't necessarily want to be in. And they're tricking you to say not guilty. As soon as you say not guilty, you just legitimize something that's written in dog Latin because you presume that you understand it. That's all I'm saying. And, everybody should do their own homework. Because what the fuck do I know? I don't know very much.
Do you think that proper grammar is important if, let's say, you decided to draw up a legal document? Do you think that proper grammar would be important within that legal document?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've drawn up contracts before. Yeah, and I made sure that it was like to the T. I's and T's. Yeah.
Yeah, because the style in which you're writing has importance within legal documentation.
And you don't want any ambiguity.
So there is such a thing called legalese, right? So gospel, if you were to pull up a legal document and read through it, could you understand 100% of that document if it was written in legalese?
Yeah, it depends on how it's written. I have read legal documents and made sense of them. I have also utilized counsel to get clarity and make sure that there's nothing trickery in there.
Right. So it's like if somebody presented me a document in German, I would go to somebody that is within that society and understands the language to interpret it for me, right? Mm-hmm. So when you're reading legalese, you'll want to go to a lawyer who is part of a specific society, because the way that they write and communicate and the meanings of their words may have a completely different meaning than when you type it into Google and you search the etymology, right?
Yeah, because the Black's Law Dictionary is very different than the standard dictionary. I get it.
But let's say you didn't know that. Let's say you were an 18-year-old young man, right? And you go to court and you think you understand the words that they're using, right? If you presume to understand, the court's going to presume that you do understand. And then whatever happens out of the contract, if it, was based on your ignorance or not, do you think the court cares? You presume to understand it.
Yeah, and I understand that's irrelevant to them.
How's that irrelevant?
No.
Oh, to them.
Yeah.
Not to us.
Right. If you sign a legal document, right, especially if it's witnessed, even more specifically if it's witnessed by a notary public and you sign documentation, you are signing that you not only agree to the terms, but that you also fully understand them.
Who's the wise guy?
What's up? We got crickets, Napalm. Northern, you pinged me.
Yeah, there's a new VC verified in the live stream.
Yep, that would be much better to get back on the topic.
Yeah, Whittle Wolves, if he wants to chat.
Napalm, maybe you could open your mic again so we can hear the crickets, because
yeah, we might need that sound effect.
We're not getting anything else here.
Can you hear them?
No, they were really loud there for a second there. Oh well.
How far out you guys think we are from the next fake moon landing adventure? You think they're going to try it again in a couple years?
Dave was reading something from NASA the other night. Might have been last night or the night before. Or allegedly, they're planning on thinking about possibly planning to go sometime in the near future. They're working out the details.
Did Fauci write that? Maybe, just maybe, we could consider thinking about the possibility of considering maybe going back to the moon.
Do you think we'll see it in our lifetime, or do you think it'll be that long into the future? Like, I'm 43. That's why I'm wondering if I'm going to get to witness this BS.
I think it'll be, it definitely will not be within our lifetime. It'll be once younger generations who at that point in time have grown up living half of their life in a virtual reality. there may be a claim, and by that point, people will have a very hard time discerning actual reality from virtual reality in the first place.
Yeah, I have a feeling they'll enter into space wars before any other space activity.
My guess is the year 2030.
20 what?
2030.
2030.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to pretend to go back to the moon because I think it would draw too much attention to, like, scrutiny of it. And basically what I'm saying is I don't think you can really, like,
AG is starting to
draw
get
so much
really
attention to that and still keep it under the wraps that it would have to be under. You know what I mean? I think they'd be shooting themselves in the foot if they tried to fake the moon landing over and over again. I mean, they did it 3 times, but
They'd
that was
probably be
just within
better
a
at
few
it this
years.
time, but yeah. With their budget, you'd think they could pull it off pretty good, huh?
If it was something you could do, they could probably do it 1,000 times with that budget, like 1,000 times a year.
The problem is we lost that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
You forgot the 2
Is
stutters.
painful synonymous with expensive?
For them, it is.
The problem is we lost that director, and it's a painful process to find a new one.
Did you see my modified GIF of that conversation?
That's a good one. Lost the director. That's a good one.
That's a fair question, Glatflow.
Well, I sure hope they try it in a few years because I would love to see it. That would be a lot of fun.
It's looking pretty bad when even the scientists, the people who claim to be theoretical scientists, when they come on, and a bunch of people who they claim are a bunch of idiots, us, they claim we're all stupid and we're all uneducated, but for some reason we can flat smack the crap out of even someone who claims to be a professor or in school right now for whatever. It's funny how that works.
This is way off topic, but you know what else is funny? And I know I probably shouldn't bring this up, but I'll be very careful about what I say. But it's interesting to me how we've been made to believe that this certain country is extremely powerful, but yet their invasion seems incredibly pathetic.
I know what you're talking about.
What does that tell you?
So yeah, usually when Russia invades, they got this like doctrine of like annihilation. But this time the death tolls are closer to 1 to 1, which isn't their normal war doctrine. So they're operating under a different doctrine. And this is really fascinating because it appears like they're taking it easy. Almost like they don't want a large casualty from the civilians, right? The non-players. So if the
Better
players,
to wait until
right?
instead, right?
Can you hear me? Am I coming in?
Yeah, you're coming in.
Yeah, so if the players start playing on a non-playground, then the Russians are going to see the players on that playground and start attacking the players on that playground. So whenever there's casualties, it's almost like it's, like they're trying to take it easy on them.
Yeah, there are some who are under the impression that they're not invading, that they are actually liberating a certain group of people who wish to be sovereign there's more to the story.
Yeah, it seems like they're really not interested in what we're being told, which is total evasion and takeover, because that's not what's happening. It's very peculiar and odd.
It's kind of hard to prove they're doing anything.
Well, let's look at this cause and effect wise, right? If our military bases weren't surrounding Moscow, do you think they'd be so up in arms? I mean, let's say that there was military bases from Russia in like, in Mexico and like Baja and Canada, and like we'd be like, the fuck, guys, thought we agreed to have a buffer zone here. So it all boils down to, is Ukraine going to be neutral, and are they going to provide a neutral buffer zone? If not, there's going to be conflict. Proximity equals conflict. Go look at any history you want. The natives get too close to the Europeans, conflict. The Europeans get too close to the Africans, or the Africans get too close to Spain, conflict. Right? The Muslims fight over Constantinople, conflict. It's the same thing over and over again. So if they can't have a buffer zone, proximity equals conflict. Now, I'm not taking sides. I'm against war all around.
No,
so I'm for whatever causes peace, because that's the breadbasket of Europe and Russia. If they don't go back to doing commerce, somebody's going to starve. So whatever brings peace and commerce, that's what I'm all about.
Well, and I don't believe anything that I see on TV. So even the casualties that they're showing in the footage that they're showing, I don't even, for all I know, that's not even real. All the bodies they show in the streets, for all I know, that's BS. So I just find it, the narrative to me is interesting. Because what seems to be happening doesn't necessarily fit the narrative, at least that our media in the United States is pushing. But whatever, that's way off topic, and I apologize, but we can move on.
Somebody can get what I just posted if you want to hear, like a expert talk about, what's going on over there. Somebody who's well versed in geopolitics, been there, done that, feet on the ground type of guy. I believe he's either military or former military. You might want to check that video out. If not, believe what you want.
I will definitely look at that. I also find it interesting too that our current commander in chief had a lot of strange ongoings in that country while he was vice president, with his son in particular. So I find that incredibly interesting. And now that this whole conflict is going on now over there too, is I don't know, it's very intriguing and interesting.
It almost looks like a conflict of interest, doesn't it? And then what did he say the other day? That he doesn't know how that this guy's going to remain president. Like, that's regime change rhetoric. Is that going to cool things down? Because what is it every single time? Every single time it's all about regime change. We don't like your president. Every single time. And then the more, money we pump into the Ukrainians, the more civilians are going to get damaged, because it's going to prolong it. Because basically, if Russia wants to do it, who's going to stop them?
Well, and I always roll with the adage that whatever the government or White House is telling the people, I tend to try to believe the opposite. I always think the opposite is true. So when Trump was around, there was all this talk from the left about Russia collusion and all that, and I kind of thought, well, that's projection. They're really the ones that are colluding probably with Russia, is what was my always opinion and thought. And now that Biden is president, it seems like, is this really Putin's war, or is this Biden's? This is all Biden's thing, and Putin is just doing what he was asked to do. I don't know. That's probably horseshit too, but whatever.
So what we're being told is this comedian, the leader of Ukraine, he's just a comedian, and he's being threatened to do these things, and if he doesn't, his people are going to take him out. But the people elected him for running on peace. He ran as a peacetime prime minister, and now the people have changed their mind now that he's in office, and now if he doesn't, create total catastrophe and war and annihilation, they're gonna harm him somehow. It just none of it makes sense to me. It's all a play, right? Like it's all like people playing their part. But it appears that Russia's playing on a different game. It appears they're being a little light-handed.
And we live in fascinating times. It's crazy how we move. We're constantly subjected to like one thing after another. COVID, and now this, and there's always some sort of distraction or big news thing to divert attention from, I don't know, more important things. It is always some event. It seems like it never stops anymore. Maybe it's
How many
always been like
normies are talking about what Will Smith did, as opposed to this country just got invaded, and there's lots of casualties on both ends. And it's
well,
like
that's
on
probably
both
another
ends.
distraction too.
Russia isn't shelling. That's weird, because usually when Russia goes to war, they're like pretty badass, I mean, and they're not shelling. That says a lot.
Well, then that's what I meant. Their military was hyped up to be so strong and powerful and to be feared, but yet, come on, it's been how many weeks? And they're supposedly wanting to invade and take over Ukraine, but yet they can't. I mean, this should have been over in a couple of days. It really doesn't make sense.
Well, the reason why is because they like people. It looks like they like the people they're invading, and they're trying not to, decimate them. Because I mean, go back and look where Russia's been recently. I can't remember the states that he mentioned, but if you watch that video, where Russia has been recently, they're ruthless, and it doesn't appear that they're trying to be so ruthless. That's what he was saying. I don't know.
But that's not the spin they say in the mainstream media. The mainstream media says the opposite, that they're committing all these war crimes and killing and targeting all these civilians and all this. Who knows?
I mean, I hate to use a non sequitur, but does anybody remember Syria? I mean, weren't we over there invading countries and taking their oil, like oil piracy? Aren't these all war crimes? It's like the United States is calling out, Russia for the war crimes. It's like, the beam in your own eye rather than the splinter in someone else's. I mean,
I always thought that was funny anyway. The whole idea of war crimes is ridiculous. War is war. War is hell. And it always seemed like the American army was always supposed to uphold these standards of war, but yet every conflict we've ever been in, our enemies didn't have the same values.
Look, I'm just whatever gets people back to farming. Beat your swords back into farming plows. That's what I'm all for. Like whatever that is. I don't know. Whatever causes peace. Because right now it looks like something's going. Because this is the way I see it. If your country is at war, your government has completely 100% failed you. Because their only job is to protect the borders and the people's rights and property. That's their only fucking job. So if you're getting invaded, somebody fucked up.
Hank, how do we get government out of the farming business though? Because it seems like they they're controlling it way too much, and they'll have a farmer toss his entire crop and give him a payoff. Like, I feel like that happens way too often to control the prices of whatever crop is being planted and grown. And also, I don't understand how where I live there's cornfields all over me. And isn't the soil, how do they don't even like fertilize the entire field? It seems like every year they'll do like half the field. And when you're planting the same crop over and over and over again, is that crop even is there even any nutrients in those crops? Isn't the soil depleted?
You're supposed to let it rest once every 7 years, and they're not doing that. So yeah, you're right. But I wouldn't say there's a lot of nutrients in corn to begin with.
Well, no, yeah, corn's a bad example.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's zero nutrients actually, I think, in corn.
Right, but yeah, you're right. We need to go back to like farming on our own rather than playing their games by their rules. We just need to take the commerce out of it because food should be free. I mean, if you look at the natural world, you go out into the woods, like you don't have to pay for food. It's free. So if you plant like a garden on the corner of your lot and the neighbor plants a garden on the corner of his lot, and then you guys all come together and say, okay, you can have all the squash you want. All I'm planting is squash. And the other guy, he only plants zucchinis, and the other guy only plants okra, and the other guy only plants corn. And then you just, open the gate to where everybody can go into everybody's yard and get what they need for supper that night. And then at the end of it, you split it up and can it up. What does the government have any like regulation over that?
Right.
If you make your garden too big and it's only on your property, they might try to regulate you. But if you got a small little garden, nothing but squash, and you're not selling it, how can they regulate it? They have the right to regulate commerce. But if you're not doing commerce,
the only flaw with all that is we're all afraid of our neighbors today, and we don't socialize with our neighbors. We stay sheltered in our homes and don't want anything to do with each other.
I do.
But that
I know all my neighbors, hang out with them all the time. But yeah, it's pretty uncommon though.
what are you, some kind of fascist hanging out with your neighbors? Strength in numbers? Oh. I heard like earlier in a different hangout or a different server, they were calling us like extreme, right? Because we listen to QE scientific method. So we're like extremists. It's like, wait a minute, aren't you on the other side of the extreme to where you just look at something and call it science? I'm looking at the stars. I'm a scientist. Like, isn't that extreme too? So I think a lot of us know that the system is like pretty messed up in a lot of ways. And then in a lot of ways, the system isn't messed up. It's just if you don't know what you don't know, and then you blame it on the system for your own ignorance, I mean, is it really the system's fault? So when I say the system, I'm usually talking about the Federal Reserve System. But in this case, I'm talking about like the judicial system. Like if you don't know the fucking rules and then you presume to know the rules, so you're in court being a pretender clown, like I don't really think it's going to work out too well for you. So the lawyer, he's there so that they can't so that you can't say, I don't understand any of this. So the lawyer is supposed to explain everything to you. But he's part of the game. It's like having a coach on the other team coming to coach you. So, like this whole, it's not really a Federal Reserve System. It's more like a, isn't it kind of based on Latin law or Italian law? So this whole Roman system, I guess I could call it, like it's not really there doing what you think it's doing. And so how about the educational system? Like, do they teach you how to like read and write in Latin? Like, no. So
win or lose, too, your lawyer still gets paid.
Right. So if you can't, you know, read and write in Latin, then why would you presume to understand any of that shit? So it's like they're speaking Mandarin in the courtroom, and you're shaking your head and nodding like you know what the fuck's going on. And I think it's a lot of the same in the school. Like they're talking a bunch of bullshit, and then you want to like nod your head, you know, go along, get the grades so you can progress. So I think we kind of need to start saying, you know, maybe not saying, we need to start asking more questions instead of making statements. You know, like for example, like a cop comes up to you, he says, "Can I have your ID?" Like you don't want to say anything to the cop, but you want to move your mouth, so you ask him, "Can I have your ID?" And he says, "Are you refusing to ID?" Then you say, "Are you refusing to ID?" You know, it's kind of one of the things where you haven't said anything. So what can he use it against you? Well, you ask him questions. That's not really saying anything. That's just asking questions. So maybe we
You know
need
the
to
problem is saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I'm saying we need to question these systems.
Absolutely.
You know,
What I was going to say is, I think the problem is people like you and me, we don't want to be in these systems, so we stay away and we don't get involved, and we just want to do what we have to do to take care of our families and live our lives the way we want to do. We don't want to be bothered, and that's been a mistake all these years because the busybodies have been getting into government, into positions of power, into the school board systems to change and manipulate and push their agenda while we just sat back and said we don't want to be bothered. And so now we're in this position that we're in where every aspect of our lives is being controlled and manipulated by lunatics and people that want power over us and to control us and to force us to believe their beliefs. And that's the problem. It starts at a very small local level, sheriff, school board, city council. We need to get back into those things in order to change everything at a local level and then, branch out to the state and federal level. But we haven't, for the last 30 years, people like you and me, we haven't been doing that. We've been just sitting back and saying, we don't want to be bothered. We just want to, and we hope for the best. But that's been a horrible thing.
Yeah, you're right. Apathy fleeces the populace, more than it gets policed by the boot on the neck. And then, for everyone else, there's the boot for the neck. Like, I'm watching this guy, his channel's Delete Laws with a Z. And he's going to this town, independent journalist. He's investigating these crooked cops. And then he finds out, allegedly, that there was a school cop and he was privately texting some of the females. And now some of the females have made some allegations against him. I don't know if it's true or not, but he's like investigating this because this cop just one day stopped being a school cop and then just became like an over the road trucker. So he's like investigating this. He calls the FBI. The FBI was getting frustrated. He was getting frustrated. So she said, "Sir, if you don't calm down, I'm going to hang up on you." And he was like, "Ma'am, are you seriously going to neglect these children, these allegations because of your ego?" And I was like, "Damn." Like that was like hard to listen to. Like this FBI lady is supposed to be like recording all the information, and she's like, "Do you want?" I think he was saying, "Do you want his what's it called? Whatever name on whatever platform he was using." I think it was Instagram or something. Like, do you want his Instagram name? And like, she got pissed off and hung up on him. Like, what? Like, can you imagine that? Like, the FBI is supposed to listen to these allegations and take them seriously and investigate, but she kept asking him what was his address. Like, are you serious? Like, do you not want the his name on the internet? Like, do you not want to look into this? And she was like, "What is your address, sir?" He's like, "Are you serious right now?" And then she hung up. So I'm just like, wow. After watching that video, like, to me, it doesn't matter if the allegations are true or not. I mean, of course, it matters at a certain level, but the fact that the lady got all up in her ego and she hung up on the guy who was trying to make a report of, cops, doing things with underage students that they weren't supposed to be doing. Like, the lady couldn't set her ego aside. And it's like, how many videos do you see like government officials just like all up in their fucking ego, violating people's rights? And it's like, they get away with it? But I gotta admit, there's Colorado's and other states have done away with qualified immunity, which is like a Supreme Court thing. So if we can get back to holding people accountable for their actions, I think it would literally heal this country. Like, there wouldn't be a reason for Black Lives Matter if, when black people get killed, they could get justice from the people who did it. And it's not just black people being killed, but that's the biggest group that I could think of right now. So if they stop, killing people willy-nilly because they got all up in their ego, then we can have like a little bit of justice. And if we have justice, maybe we can have peace.
A big problem with the whole Black Lives Matter thing is a lot of those fellas that were killed kind of had it coming, unfortunately. They weren't choir boys.
I love that the slogan is "No justice, no peace." Seems to me like they don't want justice, nor do they want peace, if that's your slogan.
Right, yeah, I get it. So I seen this lady, she had a knife in Walmart, and she had it, pointing down, right? Not pointing up, which is that's the stab position. Like, if you get within 2 feet of me, almost sink this into your chest, right? And the cop like begged her for like over a minute to put the knife down, put the knife down. As soon as the backup arrived, he changed from a pistol to a taser, and then he asked her again to put the knife down after his backup was there, and then he tased the fuck out of her, and then got her into custody with 2 more than scratches and bruises. And I'm thinking, this guy did it. Like, that was a perfect example of how you were supposed to do it. If she ran at her, light her up with the pistol, with the gun. But if she don't run at you, just hold the pistol on her. And then when backup comes, then you can go to a less lethal, right? Which he did. He switched out his pistol, and she didn't see it. She didn't see him pull out the taser. And when she didn't put out the knife, she didn't put down the knife that last time, she went down. She hit her head hard. She fell on some shit, minor scrapes and bruises. She got hauled into custody. That's all we're asking, coppers. That's all we're asking. If possible, get them to court with minor scrapes and bruises. That's all we're. Now, if they fight you, fucking fight back and defend yourself. You got the right to.
Yeah, a big part of that problem is that there is some really bad police officers out there, and there's some really good ones. The problem is the good ones let the bad ones, get away with what they get away with. That's the problem.
Well, the problem is there's good criminals and bad criminals too. So when the bad criminal is like fighting the police, and they're not always doing it, I'll give you that. But when you fight the police, what do you expect? And do you expect you're going to win? They're fascist. They have a monopoly on force,
and they're not held accountable. Are those the people you really want to be fighting? I mean, the last person you fight, right? And it's like so much different when everybody's calmed down, 6 months, a year later, and you're in the courtroom, right? And then you testify before the jury. It's so much safer that way. I mean, even if you go to prison, fighting the cops is just not smart. So anybody who fights the cops, I have zero sympathy. You're dumb. You're
Yeah.
fucking dumb. And natural selection is taking place right before your eyes. So if you don't fight the cops, however, and you're like nonviolent resisting, verbally resisting, then I'm on your side. Like straight up, you deserve to go to trial. You shouldn't be killed in the street like cattle. So that's what it boils down to. Just common sense. Common fucking sense.
Well, and police officers too shouldn't be promoted and stuff based off of like convictions. That's a big problem too, because now they have a vested interest in making sure no matter who they arrested, whether they're guilty or not, is found guilty. And so there's so many instances of police just lying on the stand. That's a problem.
Well, I mean, everybody's got like 5 cameras, right? Anytime you come in contact with your government, turn on your camera and make a record of it. It doesn't matter where you're at. I mean, if you're in someone else's house, someone else's property, hopefully they give you permission to record. But I mean, if you come in contact with a government official, always record. That way you got a copy of the interaction. That way you don't have to deal with the he said, she said bullshit in court, because they're not going to side with you. And always let the officer do the talking, because as soon as they admit they arrested you for speech, right, or they put you in detainment for something you said, or something like that, like, let the cop talk. Let him go. Let blah 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 blah. Go ahead, officer.
Yeah, at that point, there's no reason to say anything because you're not going to get yourself out of the situation. The best thing to do is not say a word. Let them do whatever they're going to do, and then you can battle it out later.
Yeah, you're supposed to ask questions, in my opinion. So I'm not giving legal advice. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. You should contact a lawyer. But I would say, am I free to go or am I being detained? And then if the answer is you're being detained, I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer. And that's it. I have my lawyer. And then you make it clear that, you want your lawyer, you're pleading the Fifth. So you're pleading the Fifth and Sixth Amendment, and then don't say anything else.
Even if it's even if you're stopped for a speeding violation, not to give legal advice, but I was told that when they stop you and ask you, how fast you were going, you're not even supposed to answer that question. Don't say yes or no. Don't say nothing. Say, am I being detained? And don't answer any specific question. Period.
Well, if they pull you over with lights, you're being detained. So you might as well just not say nothing. Because according to the law, you have to give way to lights.
So one thing you can do is if you pull over and you take the keys out of the ignition and you're walking, they can't pull over somebody who's walking. Not like the way that they can somebody who's driving. Completely different set of rules. But if they light you up, it's too late. So you have to pull over and get out before they light you up.
Yeah, I've actually done that before. I I ran a red light once, and I seen the police officer. He seen me. I seen him, but he was in the other lane. So as soon as I seen him, I was like, "Oh shit! I know he's gonna come back for me." So I immediately pulled into the first the first store I seen. It was like a hobby store. I pulled over, parked, jumped out of my car. So by the time he turned around and came back into the lot, he couldn't do anything. There's nothing he could do. He questioned me, of course. I just told him, hey, it was yellow when I was going through it. I was already committed. and I had my dog in the car, so I didn't want to slam on the brakes. He was like, well, you know, he knew he couldn't do anything anyways. He was just trying to rattle my chain, but it wasn't working. He couldn't stop me.
So one thing that they can lie, right?
Oh
Like
yeah,
the Supreme Court has ruled that the cops can lie.
They can
So if
lie
the
their ass
cops are
off.
like, oh yeah, so if the cops are like known liars, and then these lawyers can say whatever they want because they're not under oath. Have you ever seen a lawyer like swear in? Lawyers don't swear in. So they can say whatever they want, right? But here's the thing that a lot of people don't know. If you're there per se, every time the defense attorney opens his mouth, objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Because he wasn't there. He doesn't know anything. He's just making shit up, and he can get away with it because he didn't swear in. So every time that motherfucker opens his mouth, objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Good morning.
Morning, bro. See, what they're doing is they're presuming. Everything is under presumption. They're presuming, right? And if you don't reject what they're saying, then it stands. Like you have to like go against what they're saying. Like if you're getting arrested and you're all limp noodle, like relaxed, and they're screaming, stop resisting, and you don't say I'm not resisting, then that's going on the record that you didn't say that you weren't resisting. So I mean, yeah, there's like a time and place to speak. Obviously, that would be one of them. Because how many times have you seen like peaceful people getting arrested, and the cops have got them like completely pinned down, and they're like, "Stop resisting!" Like he's handcuffed, bro. Where's he going? What do you mean stop resisting? It's not like he's got like Red Bull and he's got wings and his wings are flapping you in the face. Like he's cuffed. He's on his belly.
well, they're even sneakier than that. I've seen them put before in their report when they're questioning people. If the person they're questioning is smoking a cigarette, they'll jot that in there as if that somehow means something because they were smoking a cigarette when I was asking them these questions. That somehow that has some sort of relevance. That means what? That they were nervous, or you know what I mean? I've seen all kinds of weird little
Yeah, they do
tricks
that
like
shit
that.
with the guns too. They'll arrest somebody and be like, "He had guns." That's not illegal. Why is that in the newspaper? Like, what? It's kind of like saying he had coins. This is America.
Yeah.
Of course he had coins.
Well, even the dead have coins. Back in the days, they used to put 2 gold coins on the eyes of the dead.
Yep.
You know what else is a big scam that they do is the dogs, the drug dogs. I've been in a situation where I've seen them bring the dog out to the car, and the dog will go in the car, all around the car, and not do anything, not hit on anything. And then you'll see the cop motion and make a motion to a certain spot on the car, and then the dog starts scratching on the car. Like, hold on, you just told that dog to hit on that certain location, and then they use that as justification to search or seize or do whatever they have to do. Especially when it comes to money. Did you know they can seize your money and they can make their dog falsely hit on any cash that you have on you and say that your money has traces of narcotics on it.
So now you're talking about civil forfeiture. So basically, they can't arrest you without probable cause, but they can take your money and presume that it's guilty, and then you have to go to court to get it back. And then they try some bullshit like, how about we give you 3/4 of it back and we call it even? And it's like you have to prove that your money was legit. So they arrested this one guy. He was a military vet, and he had like an assload of money, but he had all the receipts that he got from the military over the years. So he had all these bank notes, bank receipts, everything right there with the money. So there was like no question whether it was legit, and they took it from the guy. Well, he turned out he was like a veteran, so that pissed a lot of people off. So basically, what it boils down to is we're served that which we deserve. If we stand by idly and just accept it, that they can take this veteran guy's money who put his life on the line for his country, risked his life, and then he can just have all of his money taken, for our safety or whatever, for officer safety. It's like, no, that's just not going to work. So the backlash bit them in the ass because they got all the publicity. Well, recently this cop, he like had this old woman who had dementia, right? And then he twisted her elbow like all the way up to the back of her head and like popped it out of socket. And then they were like laughing and joking about it, like, oh, I think I dislocated her shoulder. It's like, well, those cameras were rolling, and then they got in trouble for it. It's like, she was like old as shit, and she tried to hand the lady her card. She was walking out of Walmart and she was shoplifting. So on the video, she tried to hand the lady her fucking card, and the lady wouldn't take it. She was like, no, come back over here. Come back through, and she was like, here, take this. And the lady wouldn't take it, so she's like, fuck it, I'm walking out. And that's what they dislocated her arm for shoplifting.
Ugh. Many years ago, when I was a very young man, I took a road trip. I was going to go see some friends in New Mexico. And it was a very like spur of the moment thing. And I had all my, clothes and stuff in the trunk of the car. And I also had a bunch of cash in my bag. I had over $10,000 in cash in my bag in the trunk. Got pulled over in Oklahoma. It's about 110 fucking degrees outside. I got pulled over for speeding. And because I had some fast food wrappers in the car, he assumed that, out of state plates, fast food wrappers, he thought, I had drugs in the car. I was smoking weed. I didn't have any weed. I wasn't smoking weed. So he wanted to search his car. I said, no. He said, well, since you won't give me permission to search the car, I'm going to call the canine unit over here and have the dog go around the car. And if the dog detects any kind of narcotics or anything, that gives me probable cause to search your car. I said, okay, fine. So the canine, he shows up, goes all in and out the car, all around it, opens the trunk, nothing. Dog doesn't do anything. And then the cop starts rifling through my duffel bag in the trunk, finds the money. Then he he taps on the bag, cueing the dog to jump back in the trunk and to cue on the money. And that was it. They say, hey, whose money is this? This is mine. Well, you got your receipts? No. Well, it's over $10,000. So either you're going to jail right now or you sign this paper saying that the money's not yours and you can be on your way. So, of course, at that time, me being a young, dumb man, I wasn't going to jail in Oklahoma. So I signed that paper. And then months later, I tried to go back down there to try to fight it in court. Total waste of time. Didn't get a dime of it back. They just basically stole all my money for no reason. No drugs. They didn't find nothing in the car. Nothing. But my money. But since I couldn't provide all the necessary documents and receipts to prove how I got the money, is a wrap. I couldn't do nothing.
And people wonder why we call them road pirates. Is there anything illegal about having money? Is there a crime? Right. So this is what
I
they do.
didn't think so until I went through that experience. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't at that time. I didn't know that if you couldn't have over $10,000 cash on you. I did not know that at all during that time. And the whole trial too. When I went back there to try to go to court and appear and testify and everything, it was a total sham. The whole time I was up there testifying, the judge never once, the whole time I was in the courtroom, never looked up at me. He was typing on his computer the whole time. And then when it was over, whatever the fuck he was typing, his little speech, he read that and it was over. He had no interest. Nobody cared. They were just like, fuck this guy. We're taking his money. Thank you. It was a tough lesson. I'll say that.
And then people ask, like, why don't you like cops? Back the blue to what happens to you.
Funny thing is, the older I get, it's not cops per se, it's certain cops. Because I've met some really, really cool cops that are really nice guys and down to earth and do the right thing, and they know their role, and they don't have an ego, and they're not trying to be assholes. Like, I've met a lot of them, and correctional officers too. There's really cool ones, and just really bad ones. But that's what I said. That's the problem. Is no matter how good the good ones are, the bad ones operate because the good ones allow them to operate.
You want to know what the honest to goodness truth is? A cop's worst enemy is a bad cop, earning all that hate. And cops are thick as thieves, thicker than thieves when it comes to, are they going to take each other's side or not? So these dudes are like so freaking fascist that if they do turn on each other, they're going to get blackballed and they're never going to get another job as a cop. So when the good cop tries to be a good cop, he gets blackballed. So what's left?
Serpico, right?
It's all bad cops. So I think that there are good people that wear the uniform. It's just they're so like quiet about the stuff that they see. Like anytime you see a cop, like ask them, have you ever arrested another cop? It's like, have you ever seen another cop commit a crime? It's like, well, yeah. I mean, you commit like several crimes a day just driving down the road. What they consider city ordinance violations, they consider that crimes in their head, right? So it's like, yeah, you've seen cops speed and not answering to a call, driving too fast with their lights off, or how about every time they turn on their lights because somebody's got a tail light out? That's not a fucking emergency, right? So how many times do cops break the law? Like every day, all day long. How many times do they get held accountable? Like rarely, only when there's a public outrage or uproar.
Yeah.
So
How many times have you seen a cop hit his light just to make a red light?
Yeah. So to me, like, damn, I wish I had more free time on my hands. Like, I really want to be the change. Because, we've seen change in the past. Now that they got, like, body cams, right? When they switch the body cam off, it's like, what you doing, bro? Why would you turn off your body cam? Like, oh, we were trying to get the story straight. Oh, that's what criminals do. So we have made a difference in the past. Hopefully we can continue to make a difference.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I would have been able to go that route and actually become a police officer. Just because I know I would be, I wouldn't be that way. But at a young age, I was way on the other side of the spectrum for that. But it's not entirely my fault either, because I grew up in this when I was really young in grade school. I grew up in a really small town, and for some reason, I don't know why, but our police department was extremely corrupt. Like when I would go to school, I'd ride my bike to school. My mom used to tell me that to not engage with police officers. Like she used to say, if a police officer pulls up on you on your way to school or on your way home and says that they're told to give you a ride home, that they talk to your parents and that you're supposed to come with them, she said, run. That's how bad they were. So it was kind of actually ingrained in me in a very early age to be leery and afraid of police. But for, good reason in that town. For some reason, this is a very rural, small town, but the police department, for some reason, was extremely corrupt, and to this day, I don't know why. I don't know if it was a small hub for trafficking
Biggest
or
small towns
what,
are the worst.
but
Those
like
people are corrupt.
even one of the police officers was accused of kidnapping a young lady and taking her out to the woods and handcuffing her to a tree and raping and murdering her. And he was never convicted. He actually he just left town. I think he went to Texas. And another one executed a guy in handcuffs right in his driveway. They handcuffed this guy in his driveway, put him on his knees, and shot him in the back of his head.
Whew. You know what the messed up part is? It's that Terry versus Ohio. It basically gives the cops to like put you in handcuffs and like put you on the ground on your belly, and if you're not complying, that's when they start kicking the shit out of you. So it's like they got the right to like put you down for weapons and detain you. It's not in Texas. I don't think Texas adheres to it, but there's a lot of states who do. The stop and ID states, they can fucking put you in handcuffs and put you on the ground, and it's like, wow, like I was just walking, bro. It's like you ever heard pulled over for being black? Like it's that sort of thing. Like they can literally stop you for any reason, because all they have to do is, make up a crime that they suspect you have committed or about to commit or in the process of committing. So reasonable, articulable suspicion
That's
gives
an
them the
interesting
right to
point you bring
really
up about
stop you.
being pulled over, being black, because that works the opposite way too. Because I've actually been pulled over before because I'm white in a black neighborhood. That used to happen to me
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
time when
that's
I
what
was
I
a
mean.
kid. Yeah,
So that's what I mean. Pull you over for being black. Like they can pull you over for whatever they want to. They
yeah.
just have to, come up with a reasonable, articulable suspicion. So I suspect you of loitering. Why? Because I'm sitting in a parking lot. Like, that's how easy it is. Like, give me your fucking ID. Like, well, my wife is in there getting her hair done. Get on the fucking ground. It's like, whoa, whoa. My
Yeah.
wife's getting her hair done. Relax, bro. And it's like, most citizens will come up to each other like, hey, bud, roll down your window. You got a light out, partner. All right, have a good day. And then cops are like, that'll be $150. It's like, really, bro? You couldn't have just gave me the heads up? You couldn't have just been like a, good citizen and said, hey, your light's out. You might want to get that fixed. Have a nice day.
And there's no way that's even there's no legal cause at all that they could. All those times when I was a young man in the wrong neighborhood getting pulled over, and they would actually say to me, "What are you doing in this neighborhood? You know what this neighborhood is. They had no cause to pull me over other than because I was white, so they assumed I was in that neighborhood to buy drugs. That's not. There's no way that's legal at all.
Yeah, their only interest is to generate revenue for the state. That's it.
I gotta hand it to you. You know how to hit the nail on the head. So yeah, the fact is that we're broke, right? The country's bankrupt since 1933. So there is no money, according to what we consider money coined by Congress according to the Constitution. So basically, they're broke. There is no money. They want to contract it with you, and they want to ask you for money, but they don't want to, be like, "Hey, I'm broke. Can I get some money?" Right? It's more like they want to contract with you, and they want to trick you into it. So when you sign the, driver's license agreement, you agree to all these rules, and then if you're driving, you sign the contract, bro. It's right there. And then when you hand the cop your driver's license and your insurance and your registration, those are things that commercial cars, vehicles do, right? So he's, you're acting like a commercial vehicle. He's presuming you're doing commerce, and then
Yep.
you're, going along with a license, and then you're like, do you have the right to do this? Yeah. Every contract you signed, you're signing your rights away. So
I agree
anytime
with you, but
somebody
I
asks for your
disagree with you
signature,
at the same time.
go ahead.
Because they're not broke, Hank. They since the moment you're born, they take out since the moment you're born, they borrow what is it like $2 million per person on your all caps bullshit name They're not broke. I think they're doing it to just keep us broke and to beat us down and to keep us, you know, in submission. I don't think they're doing it because they're broke.
Yeah, they're not broke.
They're never broke. They print
money.
the money. How can they be broke? They print it.
Yeah,
They do it.
they're
They
not
do it
broke.
to keep us broke.
They want to keep us broke.
And to put you in the system. They want to get as many people into that system as they can. Because once you're in that system, oh my God, good Lord, it's so hard to clear your good name because then as soon as you get pulled over for anything ever again, if your name is in that system and it pops up in your system, ooh, man, it's you can't shake that.
I don't mean to change the subject, but while there's dead air, is anybody here into synchronicity?
Tell me about it. I'll listen.
I'm aware of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just that me and a couple other guys have created a server basically dedicated to synchronicity or the connectedness of all things, and we get into other topics of numerology, gematria, etymology, phonetics, and so on. And so I'm just trying to just ask if anybody's interested in those topics, and that we have a place dedicated to that topic where we have civil discourse and discuss these topics and synchronicities and stuff like that. So if anybody's interested, I can send you an invite. So shameless plug, basically. I was taking advantage of the dead air to plug my server, but I'm looking for genuine, like positive people that, or, like-minded people. You don't have to agree on everything. Like, we have ballers in there. We have different types of people or whatever. We don't all agree on
You can send me
everything.
an invite. I'll check it out sometime. Whatever.
Okay.
I pinged you in the chat, by the way, if you don't mind sending me a DM. I mean, the invite to the server you're discussing.
Okay, so I got Leon and Paul so
Yep.
far. All right.
Hank, how did you feel about what I said? Because you kind of dropped off and muted yourself. I was interested to know what your thoughts were on what I was saying about.
They got the money?
Yeah.
Well, of course they do. They got all this funding federally, right? State funding, right? And of course, we're funding them out the wazoo. So yeah, they got all the funding. Of course, I agree with you. But if they didn't need our, you know, if they didn't need us, why would they keep doing this, right? So they want your labor and put you in prison, and they want you, obviously, to pay the fees, right? So that they could tax your person, so something's going on where they basically need us. Like, they can't just leave us alone, right?
We fuel their lavish lifestyles, right?
Yeah, essentially we are working for the ones on top, basically, of the hierarchy.
You know what I was talking about though, Hank? When I said the money that they borrow from the bank when the moment you're born, when they put your name in all caps and they create that what you were talking about earlier, and they actually trade that on the market.
Yeah, your straw man or your corporation.
Yeah,
They created a corporation for you, right? But you didn't ask them to.
Right. That's where you were going earlier with that, right?
Yeah, I was hinting around it, but I guess some people are really against the idea. But yeah, there's something to the all caps thing.
There's something to it. So it's like this. Okay, remember I said earlier about making a claim? You have to worry about the countersuit, right? If you make a claim and then it's proven wrong because you lied, there's a countersuit coming. You're screwed, right? Well, that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the countersuit. They're not worried about this, court. They're worried about the next one when you come back and sue their ass for violating your rights, right? That's why they try to get you to plea down. That way they can get you for something, and then anything that they arrest you for, it's legit, then that arrest becomes legit because you signed the paper. So if you go in there and you're like not complying with them at all, and you're like, I don't understand any of this, right? That's the wrong way to do it. So as soon as you plead not guilty, you just entered in a contract with somebody who was speaking dog Latin. But if you go, wait a minute, I didn't do any of this, and I'm not responsible for any of this, and then you go back and you bring up the dog Latin, they're going to be like, what does this mean? What is this?
Yeah. That's why I asked
You
you
know.
earlier if when you're in the courtroom, when the judge comes in, they say, "All rise," you rise, because I was told that if you do that, if you follow that, you're actually giving the judge that that power over you, and acknowledging that they're you're basically like overlord. Instead of them, they're supposed to be working for you, working for us. But when you do that, you just do all those steps. Every little thing that happens in the courtroom is all designed to basically screw you into again signing into that. It's not like a verbal contract, basically, that you agree with everything that's happening.
The main thing to do is when they ask you if you understand, to say no. Because to understand means you agree to whatever they're saying. So they say, do you understand? Say no and watch what happens to the courtroom. They'll all start scrambling and sit you down and call everybody up first and call you last because they don't know what you're going to say. I did that before in traffic court. They say, do you understand? No, I do not understand. I don't stand under what you're saying. I don't understand. Because you got to understand that these English words, they have different meanings. They have different legal terms, and English is different. So they say, do you understand? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, I comprehend, but I don't stand under what you're saying. I don't agree to what you're saying. So if they say, do you understand? And you say no, because most people just say yes and you say no, it will trip the whole court out, and they'll make you sit down and call everybody up and then call you last because they don't know what you're about to say because they know you.
That's exactly what happened with my wife. I told her to go in there and say she doesn't understand any of this. And that's
Yep.
exactly what they did.
Yep.
You know what
They
irks
sat her
me? Why
down.
isn't there's people way smarter than me about this and know way more about it? There's so many people out here that know all these tricks to this trade. How come there isn't actually lawyers that will defend this and help you stand on these rights?
Because they took an oath. Because they took an oath to the bar. That's where their loyalty lies, is with the bar, the oath, the British, basically Britain, the crown. They took an oath to
Well,
the
then, if
bar.
that's the case, then shouldn't there be a group of people that are not lawyers that will go and stand for you and help you do that? Like, I don't understand. There's so many people and so many videos, and actually, like, entire, like, not I don't want to say
Well, the UCC is right there for everybody to read, bro. It's not a secret. It's
no, yeah, I know,
like
but it's
the information's
incredibly
right there.
it's incredibly
What
difficult,
you
and you have to be very careful with the words that you use. And I'm an idiot. Like, I would be squashed if I went in there alone and tried to do what we're talking about. They would put me under the jail. But I would think there's like entire communities that live this way with these. It just bothers me that there's no resource. There's nobody you can contact and be like, "Hey, I need help," and there's nobody out there to help people like us to get through this.
There are some people out there, and what's actually most important is there's the UN Charter of Human Rights. So we always talk about civil rights and this and that, but really civil rights don't is a side issue. What you really want to focus on human rights, and the UN has a human rights charter, and there are people out there that can help you enforce your human rights. And so there are people out there that understand this and that can help you. And
they can help you navigate the bull crap. What is it? Is it maritime law? What is it that we're under when you step in there and you go across that door?
Maritime admiralty law, where it's the law of the sea, corporate law, the law of the sea. Corporate fictions, all that stuff. Military, maritime, corporate law is what we're dealing with. And you can challenge their jurisdiction and all kinds of different ways you can do it, but you got to have somebody that really knows their shit inside and out, that can file the paperwork and the motions, because you can go in there and say what you want to say and know your shit, but if you haven't filed any paperwork, they can't hear you. Like, that's what like pro se is, like no say. Like, they can't hear you. Like, if you just go in there talking, they can just railroad you. They can't hear you. Like, your words mean nothing. So if you haven't filed any paperwork or motions, that's what they deal with, is the paperwork and the motions that they have on their desk. And so you just need somebody to file the correct motion in order
Isn't that part of the scam too, though? I would think if you do that, then you're acknowledging that what they're trying to put on you is actually even real and valid. If you
No, that's what challenging the jurisdiction is. If you challenge the jurisdiction, that means they have like no basis to charge you with anything. Like, you're challenging the jurisdiction. So yeah, that's the first thing you want to challenge, is first establish that you have jurisdiction to charge me with anything. And if you can't prove jurisdiction, then game over. So that's the first thing that you challenge, is jurisdiction, because they don't have jurisdiction over you, not over you, the natural person. They have jurisdiction over the corporate fiction, your straw man and corporation. They can deal with that, but they can't deal with you, the real. So the first thing you usually want to deal with is challenging or making them prove or establish that they have jurisdiction. That's number one.
Can you even step into a courtroom with somebody that's not a licensed lawyer to speak for you on that behalf and do everything that we're talking about? Or would that not even work?
Not even what? I don't understand the question.
That's called a friend of the court. You can have a friend of the court if you are not lawyered up. But if you're lawyered up, you can't really say anything. Like, basically, when you get a lawyer, you're saying, I'm not competent to handle my own affairs. So the lawyer is there to handle your affairs for you because you told the court that you're not competent. So if you go in there and you try to handle your own affairs and you don't realize that, wait, this isn't the deposition part, you're just supposed to answer these questions right here, and then you don't know how, like, the formality of the events work and how they work, then they're going to say, yeah, you probably want to get a lawyer. But if you know how it works and you know how to file the paperwork, like file your own claim, anybody can make a claim, right? And motion the court. I don't know how to do this part yet. I'm still learning this part, how to motion the court to either motion to dismiss. So there's certain times you want to dismiss with prejudice, right? Like if the state's coming after you, you want to dismiss it with prejudice. If a man is coming after you, you don't want to dismiss it with prejudice because you don't want to say, I don't want anybody else coming and making a claim. at any time you would want any man to come make a claim if you did them wrong because you would want to compensate them. So you would dismiss a man without prejudice. So at any time you can bring this back up. So those types of things matter. So if it's like a if it's like a traffic incident, I wouldn't challenge jurisdiction because you signed the contract. So if it's like one of those things to where you're on the road, like is it their roads, right? That would be something you want to challenge. Like was this their, like if you're on a private pavement and then they pull you over, like it's not their roads, right? Or maybe it's like a you ever seen a cop on a pay road, a toll road? It's not their road. It's a private road, right? So, there's all kinds of different ways to get around it. You just have to know that UCC to know what they can and can't do. And then once you catch them slipping and you bring it to their attention, all of a sudden they don't care about your shit so much.
Well, what's a pain in the ass too is if you're in a situation where you're in a criminal case, if you're trying to defend yourself, you can't just bring things out into the courtroom unless the DA somehow brings it out first. Like you can only go off of what they bring into the courtroom. Like you can't just it's so confusing. It doesn't make any damn sense the way they force you to have to defend their bullshit. It's hard to explain out.
First, you have to prove they have jurisdiction. Then you have to prove that they had a valid claim against you, which means that there's an injured party. So they have to explain how you injured them in some way, financially, mentally, physically, emotionally, whatever their claim. There has to be an injured party. But first, they have to have jurisdiction. So you challenge that first, and then you challenge whether or not there's an injured party with a valid claim, and then you go from there.
Yeah, you want to ask for a validated claim of injured party. If is it validated or verified? Yeah, verified claim. So you want a verified claim of an injured party. So basically, if you get arrested, you basically they're going to ask you how do you plead. You say, "May I have a pen and paper so that I may answer the court in writing?" And then in writing, you put down you're requesting a leave of court 72 hours so that you may find the injured party and compensate them. And if you cannot come to terms, you'd be more than happy to come back in 72 hours if you can't come to terms. So basically, you made the contract for their release, for your release, right? And then, the lawyer's going to be like, you can't do that. Well, that's when you say, well, if you enter a plea for me, I'm going to charge you $1 for every second you violate my rights. So then the judge is going to be like, what's your answer? And you say, Your Honor, do you have the paperwork? If you got the paperwork right in front of you that I filed? And he's going to say yes, and that's my answer. If you say anything else other than that, you're starting a new contract. So that's why it's best not to speak in court and everything is through paperwork. That way you can say, Your Honor, do you not have the paperwork that I filed? He's going to say, yeah, but this and but that. Well, Your Honor, that's my answer.
Yep. If you've talked, they can't hear you. It has to be filed. You have to file a motion to move the court. You can't move. You can't progress. You can't move the court. You can't progress in the situation if you haven't filed the paperwork that the judge can see and read. Because all he really will acknowledge is the paper and the words on the paper that are presented in front of him. The paperwork that you filed, the motions. You have to motion the court. You have to move the court. You can't move the court with your words. You can only move them. You can only get things moving with your paperwork and make sure your paperwork is right and exact.
Is there a sneaky reason why every case I've ever been in, my lawyer always waives my prelim, and then he always delays like, you know, all the other appointments, instead of going through a speedy process and trying to get through it as fast as possible, which now that I realize it would be the best thing to do, because that limits then the other side to, you know, get more evidence against you. You would think the best thing to do would be rushing things, but every lawyer I've ever hired, and I mean, I'm talking expensive lawyers. My last lawyer's retainer, just his retainer, was 30,000.
Yeah,
But
if
even
I'm going to
then,
pay a lawyer 30,000, we're going to go through the slow route, and we're going to make him earn it and go through like a jury or a trial or you know, one of those things. A jury a jury of your peers. They want you to avoid a jury at all costs. They will. That's why they give you like what do they call it? Plea deal. They give you pleas and all types of shit because they want to give you. They make offers to you so that you don't go to trial. Well, why are they doing that? To make you an offer to go to trial. And they always say, "Oh, it's better that we go to trial." They like scare you and say, "Oh, you go to trial, you could get the maximum penalty." Blah blah blah. But really, going to trial is in your favor, and yeah, like
I disagree.
it seems like it's against your favor though to waive your prelim, because in the prelim, doesn't the DA have to bring all the evidence that he has against you to see if you can even move forward? But every lawyer I've ever hired has always waived that.
Right. Yeah. When you go to trial, yeah, they got to bring all that stuff, evidence, and they don't have that. And when you go in front of a jury of your peers, and people see that and recognize that, you have a better chance with regular people, than you do with the prosecutor, the pro se cutter. You know, you represent yourself. That's pro se. You have the prosecutor, which is the pro se cutter, the prosecutor, and they want to chop that shit off, and they don't want you to go to trial. They don't want you know, people to use good judgment and all that kind of stuff. So they try and get you to plea out. And the thing is only this is what they say: only guilty people make pleas. So like, if you're innocent, don't plea. Don't make a plea. Take that shit all away. Make them work for it. I mean, I know if you're in jail and you can't bond out.
Guilty or not guilty, I wouldn't plea at all, right? Don't they say that goats plea? Like, I'm not a goat. I'm not going to be over here pleading.
Yep, sheep and goats plea.
Yeah.
Or guilty people plea. Don't plea. If you're innocent, like, take it all away. The thing that sucks is if you're in jail and you know you can't bond out, the legal system is a slow process, so that's like more time that you got to spend in jail. But in the long run, you might get all the charges dropped and get out of there, you know, and time served and all that shit. So
That's crazy too, though. How if when you are in jail, you have a meeting with your attorney, they record every word you're saying with your attorney. They're not supposed to, but they do. You're telling me they're not listening to those conversations? Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. Yeah, they know what you're talking about. Everything's recorded. You have no privacy. All your rights are revoked while you're a prisoner. But yeah, you either have to have a lawyer that knows what's up, or you have to convey to your lawyer. Like, if you get a what do they call it? A public pretender, you know, and you talk to him and explain the law, and you know the law better than him, and he doesn't want to act in your best interest, you can fire him and get somebody else. Or if you hire a lawyer You got to make sure that he's representing you. He's acting in your best interest, and you got to know your shit. Like if you don't know what's up and you can't tell him what to do, and if he doesn't want to do what you want him to do, then you fire him and say, I'm not paying you shit, and get a new lawyer. And
make sure that you say it in front of the court, that if you don't do exactly what I tell you to, then I'm gonna fire you. And then when you fire him, he was already alerted that you're supposed to do exactly what you're supposed to do, what you're told. So if you do accept a lawyer, it comes with benefits and privileges, and then if you don't accept a lawyer, it comes with benefits and non-privileges. So you're kind of, if you're not studied, just take the lawyer. If you're extremely well studied, like you put like 5-10 years into this, then start trying it on your own in traffic courts. But as far as just trying this shit without doing the study, that's where most people fuck up. Like if you're in there, right, and you're doing it the way to where you're representing yourself, and then they say something as simple as, do you need me to have the witness take the stand? And then you say, yeah. Well, a man doesn't need anything, right? A man requires the witness take the stand. So just simple words like that, they hem you up and get you back under their jurisdiction. So you really, really have to know what you're talking about. And I don't recommend like studying this for a 2-year period. Think you got it. Like this is like way more difficult than that. Way more difficult.
Yep, I did that. I was diving deep into the shit, and I had some traffic court shit, and I just tried the shit out because like traffic court is like the lowest court, so there's not like they'll railroad you or whatever if you don't know your shit. And so I tried some stuff. I didn't know my shit all the way, so it didn't really work out for me. But I at least tried it out. Like I said, like when they said, "Do you understand?" I said no. They all started scrambling. They sat me down. They called everybody else up in the courtroom and then called my case up last because they didn't know what I was going to say, because I simply answered no to the question, "Do you understand?" Whereas everybody else just automatically says yes, because colloquially, "Do you understand?" Yes, I understand. But not knowing that in legalese, by saying I understand means I agree to the charges or terms that you're talking about. But I didn't have enough knowledge to get all the way out of it. And so yeah, if you don't have all your shit locked, you don't know your shit inside and out 100%. But yeah, you can try it out. You can experiment and shit like that. But it's either that or get a lawyer. But if you're gonna pay a lawyer, just make sure he's doing what you want. And
I wish everybody that got a traffic violation would fight it and take it to trial, because if everyone did that, they would have to stop. They couldn't handle
I know, especially in
that.
Texas.
Yeah,
we get a
that's what
trial
I'm
by jury in
saying.
Texas.
That's what I'm
So
saying. They'll give you pleas and everything. They do not want you to
Yeah.
go to trial. They want to make that shit as quick. They just want your money and say, we'll offer you this to get you out of here. Pay a little bit of money and you'll be done. Boom, boom, boom. So
I have to admit, that's what I did. I just negotiated with the DA. When my wife got them speeding tickets, I got one dropped, and then I paid like I think $100 or $200 for the other ticket, and then it was deferred adjudication, so she didn't get another ticket in 30 days. So that one got dropped off her record too. So she still has a clean record. I'm out a couple $100, and I'm now like level 2 on courtroom negotiations. I leveled up. So now that I understand, like, oh, okay, this is how it works. We're supposed to contract on our own behalf. But I would say that lawyer is not really contracting on your behalf. It appears that way. Really, he's contracting for the court. That's what I think. So if you do get a lawyer, he's contracting for the court. If you represent yourself, sorry, that's not even correct language. If you per se, show up and present yourself, then you better know how to negotiate, right? Because when they say that, well, we're charging you with this, and you say, yeah, I don't disagree with any of the facts, right? I'm not contesting any of the facts, but if you can show me where I've harmed anyone, caused anyone harm, injury, or loss, if that man or woman takes a stand, then I'd be more than glad to pay. Of course, you say all that in writing, right? So it's like if you try that, like in traffic court, you might be okay because what's the worst? You have to pay the ticket. Well, that's what was going to happen to you with a lawyer. If you fail, with a lawyer, then you got to pay the ticket. So that's why I'm saying study this and practice in traffic court because you can basically, bet your ass eventually you're going to get a ticket. Like even if you're the best driver, like every once in a while you're going to get pulled over. I think I get pulled over about once a year for speeding, and then I learn my lesson for a few years, and then I'll get pulled over again.
Yep. And actually, not another shameless plug is my server, the Sync Tank. We deal with synchronicity, but we also have a lot of different topics of gematria, numerology, geometry, and then also law. And we have a few people that specialize in law and the subject we're talking about right now, and that have a lot of like paperwork. So so you can get the paperwork that you need to fill out or whatever in our filing cabinet is what we call it. So we have like a whole library on every topic, and then people that we give certain permissions to add content to these certain topics or filing cabinets, and you can come to our server and check out these videos and content on all these different topics. So not only synchronicity but law and shit like that you can benefit from if you join our server. So if you want that link, I can give it to you.
So we're probably going to stop talking about law and go back to the main subject. I just wanted to say that you don't know if this shit really works until you try it, and you might try it and it might not work. But I saw my brother-in-law negotiate on his behalf in a closet that they called a courtroom when he had child support court, and it fucking worked. Like if he'd have kept negotiating, I wonder how low he could have got it. And then when I negotiated on my wife's behalf for those tickets, it fucking worked. I wonder, if I would have asked for a better deal, would I have gotten a better deal? But I didn't ask for a better deal. I got exactly what I asked for. So I think everyone should know grammar. If that should be the first thing you study. And then next would be trust law or contract law. Everybody should know how to contract. So this isn't some like outlandish idea where, Hank is telling everybody to study grammar. How stupid. No, you should probably know grammar. And you should probably know how to contract. So if we have the right to contract, isn't that kind of one of those things that you need to know how to do? So anyway, yeah, we should probably get back to the shape of the earth. Is any new people in here? Got any questions? I see we got a VC verified Wildoswolf, if that's how you pronounce it. Wildoswolf. Weldos Wolves. That don't sound right. Would anybody else like to talk about the shape of the earth?
I have a question about these so-called planets, the things that we can see supposedly through a telescope. What do you guys think about that? Say Saturn as an example. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever's in the sky has no bearing on what we're living on. So we can talk about the sky and lights in the sky all day and whatever you want, but it doesn't dictate what we're living on.
Although I agree, I'm going to try to answer his question.
All right,
So
sir.
Yeah, they say that they're, balls of gas in a vacuum. That's highly unlikely as far as I'm concerned. But what are they really? So what we see them as is wandering stars. That's what planet means. So it's lights, right? That have like a pattern that they repeat over and over and over again. Pretty accurately, might I add.
Yep. If you zoom in on the planets, they're like pulsating lights. They're not what NASA shows us. They're something totally different if you zoom in on them.
So essentially, everything that is beyond, essentially above us, is essentially a star or a light source. Basically, that's what you're implying.
Well, I don't know about everything of us. A lot of it could be electromagnetic.
So perhaps not something that is tangible. Basically, everything is a light source, just like the sun and the sky. They have their own heat levels, essentially degrees, and also light levels, basically. So I would assume that same goes for other stars, basically. So everything would be considered a star or a light source, I suppose.
Yeah, the heavenly bodies are all light sources of some sort. The thing is, is it plasma? Is it, some sort of radiation, or, what is it? Like, we don't know, right?
Well,
It's some
if
sort of.
everything is of light, then there has to be a source where everything originated from, basically. So everything must be connected, and there has to be one thing that essentially separated or gave birth to literally everything, basically. It's like how a woman would give birth to a child, basically. So I suppose that everything must have been birthed by somebody, basically, or something, you may call it. Or a light source, or a projector, or something like that.
Yeah, the creator.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So let's
I
talk
believe
about
that
what
this
people
whole
have
thing is a
said.
creation.
What people have said in the past, that they were angels or gods or something like
Fallen
that.
angels, like
Yeah.
lights.
I don't
It's like
know.
the lights of
I don't know
children.
about fallen angels, but in the past, people have said that, like Mars is the god of war, and Venus is the whatever, and that these were like gods or whatever. And then some people say, no, they're like balls of, gas or balls of rock. And then other people have said this. And I think the most logical guess, if you see a light in the sky, it's
Light,
probably
yeah.
plasma. It's probably plasma. And that's a
Can you
probably.
elaborate?
I'm not claiming. So,
Plasma as in what?
there's four states of matter, right? Here, I'll post some plasma for you. There's four states of matter,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Off-stream voice text. So the fourth state is plasma. So here's a good example of plasma. Pretty little plasma trees. There you go. So
Tree of life. Reminds me of it.
that's pretty cool, right? So those are
Yeah.
like from a Tesla coil, I think. It's from that YouTube channel that I posted the other day, where the guy does all the plasma research. Anyway, so I think they're just plasma. I think it's excited gas. I kind of wonder if the moon was plasma too, because if when the sun comes around and the atmosphere, the atmos starts to turn blue, right? Is it because there's noble gases up there and they're excited by the sun, and the sun is dropping all this, electromagnetic energy that it causes it to light up like a fluorescent light too close to a plasma coil, right? So I think the blue light in the sky is plasma,
Well, it makes sense
and I think
because
the moon.
life. Yeah,
Hold on.
it's the sun.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm almost done. The
Yeah,
blue
sorry.
light in the atmosphere, I think it's plasma. And then I think when the moon reflects the sun's light, I think it's also plasma. And then when you can't see the moon, like at all, like nobody can see it, you can't see it. But when it's like partially lit, the moon is like red, and you can still see the rest of the moon if you got good eyes. And it's like, I think the moon naturally glows red when there's no sunlight hitting it. So it's also glowing red. I don't know if that's plasma, but I guess it could be. And this is all speculation, of course. I'm not making any claims.
Well, perhaps the sun and the moon are somewhat separate, as in they emit their own light and heat, like I said earlier. It's not about a reflection. They are not really a reflection on each other, basically. And it's all about distance, too, as in how far they are from each other. So it affects the light, essentially. So you were to be outside and you're able to see some things around you, that's because there's not much light coming in from the sun, because the sun is really far from the moon based on your location where you are standing. And it's essentially the same thing. If there were to be a lot of light around you, then you'll be able to see everything around you, basically. I don't think that one reflects on another, basically.
So the reason I say it looks like, it looks like the moon is reflecting the sun. I don't know if that's actually happening, but it's kind of what it looks like. I mean, it's never actually, well, sometimes it might be perfectly lined up. Sometimes it's not lined up at all, and it's not what it looks like. Like if you were to put it in like the Photoshop program and then ask it where's the light source coming from, it would like point away from the sun's direction sometimes. So yeah, it doesn't always look like that, but sometimes it looks like that. And it's one of those things to where we're talking about stuff that's so far removed from our everyday life that it's like talking about what do you think's at the deepest part of the ocean. Like, I don't know, probably not cactuses.
Well, that's
It's
true.
like
You can only theorize.
they're our
Yeah, I
best
agree with
guesses.
you.
Yeah, but
Yeah, indeed.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like saying there's more land beyond the ice wall, but you must go there, but you're not allowed to go. That's the same thing. You can only speculate, obviously. Because we're so limited by them, basically. They have control over everything, really. It sucks.
It does suck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because human by nature like to explore a lot of things. They will just mess around. Like, say if something dangerous, they will try to mess around and see if they can get around it and so on. So it is in our nature to want to explore things, but we're not allowed to do so. Yeah. They set up a limitation upon us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to speculate about court, how it works. It's fun to speculate about, the heavens and how they work. But really, it's none of it is knowledge. I think, especially the heavens.
Yeah.
It's
You
like your
see,
guess is good as mine.
yeah. Yeah. You see, if there were to be more land, that would mean also infinite resources. That would mean there's infinite food or whatever that is, and even probably infinite energy. Because we could never really run out of food. The more you explore, the more less finite it is for us, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up to the French lady earlier before QE started talking to her. I was going to start talking about, the polar caps, how there used to be two, and now Google only shows one. So,
Well, can you post an image of the thing that you're talking about? I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Polar cap.
So the polar caps, there used to be two tundras at the top of the world and the bottom of the world when they showed us the heliocentric model, and now they only show us the polar caps on the bottom of
Is
the
it something
world.
to do with
And then
the North Pole and the South Pole? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Essentially the center of the Earth, top, bottom? Uh-huh.
So yeah, they used to show us north and south poles, and now they only show us one. So what happened to all the ice that was there? Like that should be like clue number one. You don't live on Google Earth, right? Because you know that if you go far north above Siberia and far north above Canada, you're going to find fucking ice.
Yeah.
And they're showing us Google Earth like like we're supposed to believe that shit.
Yeah. This is a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like nobody can really deny that. Like especially if you're over like 30, 35 years old, like you remember the polar caps and you remember the whole, like how many people talk about the ice caps melting when they're talking about, climate change. And it's kind of like what ice caps?
Oh, it's
And they're
just a
like, the
hoax.
North yeah, it's just a hoax. And they're like, what ice caps? North and South Polar ice caps. What are you talking about? They're not there. Like, go look at Google Earth. Like, this is supposed to be where we live, right? You can zoom into your house. You can look at your backyard from like 4 years ago. Or maybe if you were at work, you can find your car at work. So it's like, okay, that's cool. But yeah, that was just a snapshot. Like, that's not what Earth really looks like.
It's
That
even
may
the
be.
globe model. If you have the
Go ahead.
pole, so I suppose that the pole is actually connected to the one at the bottom, so it's essentially just one, or is they actually separate? Like, does it go through the Earth, or is it only separate essentially on top of Earth and at the bottom?
No, what they
Because if you
say
think
is
about it,
that the
yeah.
Earth is tilted away from the sun, and the parts that are tilted away the most throughout the year is the poles, so they get the coldest. That's what the original. It
Ah,
doesn't go through the Earth. That's not what they say.
hmm. So those parts are the ones that are mostly exposed to the sun. Basically, that's why they don't have much ice compared to the South and North Pole. Basically, is that what you're implying?
Yeah, that's right. So the equator
Ah,
and the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, they get like the most sun because the sun goes back and forth between them. It's like a 1979 Pong game. And then the equinox is when the sun is directly over the equator. So technically, if you live on the equator, you get 2 summers. So when the sun is like in the winter position, like
ah.
on the south,
Hmm.
that's kind of like the sun isn't directly over your head for a little while, and then it comes
Well, if
back
you
over
think
your head
about it, yeah.
twice a
If you
year.
think about it, let's say there's corner one. There is the left, the far left, and there's the far right. When it's at the far left, when he has to go through the far right, then there's a lot of time for the far left to recover. Essentially, there will be more snow. That explains why there's corners of snow, basically, because there's a lot of distance to be traveled from the sun, basically from left to right. It's all about the distance. That's why there's ice on the left and on the right, not the center exactly, I suppose.
Yeah, you got it, bud. It's all about the proximity of the sun, not the angle of the sun. The angle of
Yeah.
the sun is a good argument because that's how solar panels work, but we're saying that it's because of the proximity of the sun. So when the sun is
Well,
right over
it's
your head,
about,
which
yeah, it's about how long at the time that it spends there in that specific location because the sun is constantly moving. That's what I was
right,
suggesting. Yeah.
right. So like we get our location by the angle of altitude of the stars, right? So we're like, okay, if it's at this angle, then you're this many, miles away, and it's like, well, it's kind of the same thing with the sun too, then, right? So if it's like right over your head, then you're really close to it. But if it's at a lower angle, then you're further away from it. So proximity makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
So the stars, you asked about the planets earlier. So
Yes.
some people say that they left their heavenly abode and they're basically in like punishment. Like this is all like old ancient text messages from our ancestors from like the past. Right? Who knows if it's
But
true or
how
not?
do they? What I was thinking is, how do they know about those things? Did they theorize, or was it something that they did that somehow helped them figure out those things? That's what I was thinking. Hmm. I mean, how
I
did they
hear
come to these
stories of
conclusions? Yeah.
I hear stories of like the Dogon tribe in Africa. They knew about Sirius A and Sirius B, and that there's 2
Ah.
stars there, but to the naked eye it looks like one.
Well, yes.
It's
If you
like
look at the ancient Egyptians, the one that built the pyramids, they have essentially the people who discovered those pyramids are fascinated by the technology, but they deny their cosmology, their ideas essentially, and they ridicule them and they completely oppose them, which shows that they're most likely right about what they believed in. But what's crazy is that how they manage to know about those things? That's the thing, which is really weird. How did they know about the cosmos? Essentially, how everything works, the sky, the sun, and so on and so on. They have similar beliefs to other civilizations, basically, because most civilizations, I believe that they have a similar belief that is that the Earth is flat, basically, on perception and whatever we believe in, basically. And there's also pyramids almost everywhere, which is really weird. Hmm.
yeah, the same structure like all over the world for no reason
Yeah,
whatsoever. It's like all these
yeah,
people
it has to
moving
be a
like the
reason.
most amount as possible. So a lot of people have theorized that they used the rivers or they used logs or something. I think the river and the log makes a lot more sense. But when they got on land, how hard would it be for them to sew like an airtight sheet or skin, and then all they would have to do, in my opinion, was to fill it full of hydrogen because with Baghdad batteries, you can crack water, right? So if you can crack water, you can create hydrogen, and then all you need is anode, cathode, right? One gives off oxygen, one gives off hydrogen. You collect the hydrogen in that balloon. I bet you could move the blocks around a lot easier if you had
Yeah,
enough
but
balloons, right?
how do they know about these things? How do they even figure it out? That's the thing. That's what I'm thinking. Because they were able
I
to
don't think
achieve things that were, way beyond their time, essentially. Some things that were really advanced to achieve what they wanted to achieve. Yeah.
so. The pregnant woman, the stone in Baalbek, Lebanon, is supposed to be the largest stone ever created by man, and the stone is so big that it cracked. And when it cracked, they just left it there. It wasn't no good, I guess. So the three stones next big in line is also at Baalbek, Lebanon, the triathlon of stones or something like that. And those stones are there, and it's like, how do they move these crazy, ridiculous stones? Well, if there was like twice the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, and then they had like helium, and they were giants, I mean hydrogen, they could move it around quite easily. But today it
Giants.
would take us. Yeah, there's giant skeletons. Did you not know about that?
Oh yeah, there's a theory that perhaps there were giants that actually helped them move things around. Basically, they were incredibly strong because they would have, better. Essentially, they were strong, bigger, which means signifies that they were stronger. Therefore, they can lift objects and break them easily. Basically, that could be possible. We could theorize it for sure. Yeah, giants.
Or they had 19 industrial cranes, because that's what they said it would take to move the pregnant woman stone. 19 industrial cranes. So the biggest
Could you
cranes.
post an image, like a visual representation of what you're talking about? The cranes that you mentioned.
No. So the
If you have
cranes
any.
are what they use in cities to build the big buildings.
Like a skeleton, they get a skeleton.
No, not a skeleton. A crane is what they use to build buildings in the large cities. Pulleys, ropes, counterweight.
Yeah. It's like, say, using a
Yeah.
rope, basically, and then moving things around slowly, like a block as an example. Yeah.
Right. So weights, counterweights, ropes, and pulleys. So if they were using those, they would have to have today what's equivalent to 19 modern cranes. And I would say it's really hard to move something with 19 cranes surrounding a
They would
rock.
have to use, man labor. They would use humans to essentially hold these ropes and pull them, up and down to move things around.
Yeah,
So
but how would you get
take
enough?
a lot of ropes. Well,
How would you get
they
enough
just think
humans in one spot?
enough what exactly? And
It would be really hard to get that many humans in one spot, right? Because there's only so much land around the stone.
But they had a lot of slaves. That's the thing. They had a lot of slaves, based on what we know. So they could just have a lot of ropes and just essentially do calculations to move things around, however they intended it to be. Basically, they build those cranes and they just use ropes. Humans, from right, left, whatever that is, somebody does design for them. They would have somebody that is, an expert in those things, and they can just achieve those things essentially by using people and cranes, like you suggested.
Yeah, so my thing is like, if I'm one of those slaves, I'm like, man, can we get some birthday balloons around? Can we get some balloons and shit? Can we get some hydrogen balloons? That's
Yeah,
what I'd be
hydrogen will
saying.
make it so much. Yeah, helium will make things much easier. They can just trap it, perhaps. But
But
what
my
would
back
they
is
use?
killing me, bro. They would have to use like, I don't know, if they took hemp and I guess they could coat it in some kind of tar. Would that make it
I was
airtight?
thinking like animal skin or something, but I don't know exactly. They will need something to make it more
Or
dense, basically, to collect
they
it.
could sew it together
Then
with a gasket.
with a what?
Because the balloon doesn't have to be completely full. It just has to hold some hydrogen.
Yeah, and then it will push whatever is above it, basically. Say they want to move it above, they can just use a rope around it and just control it however they want it to be. So that would be dependent on density, basically, how gravity works, actually how density works.
In my opinion, that's how gravity actually works.
Yes, I do believe that gravity is density. Not that it's not how it is described by science, how we know it basically, by the mainstream or the norm. Yeah. That is the reason why we're not really floating around, moving away from Earth, because our bodies are denser. If you think of it on an atomic level, your atoms are essentially more dense, essentially more collected. They're hugging each other more than the end that is around it that is less dense, basically more spread out. But obviously, based on perception, you look at something, you can feel it when it's really heavy. That means it's more dense than what is around it. That is the air, basically, because you don't really feel much of air unless you move really fast. Because then when you move in your arm, basically, that is more dense than the air around you. You are collecting a lot of air with your arm, basically. So you are collecting a ball of density of air with your arm when you're moving around. Therefore, you feel the air essentially around your arm, basically, when you're moving around. So yes, it is about density. Everything has density, basically.
Yep, that's right. So the
Just like
question
a
is,
voice, our voices. Like, this is a dense voice, and then high-pitched voice that is less dense, basically. We use our muscles as tubes to concentrate. Essentially, you breathe in, you blow in that air, and then you use your muscles to make a deep, a dense sound. And it's the same thing for a high-pitched sound. Use muscles as tubes, basically. It's the same thing with heat. You know, we have sun and then water. The water evaporates, turns into air, and we can use that air, the density, essentially rewire it or harvest that air and reuse it as energy, basically. So it becomes dense. We put it through tubes, and we can just probably reuse that, essentially, store it somehow, and then reuse it, I suppose. Just based on my understanding, what I know of.
yeah, sounds right. So basically, we have to, we have to understand the argument completely. So what causes the density? And electrostatics would cause the molecules to pack together more tightly, right?
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
would make things more dense.
So what exactly makes us conscious? That's the thing.
What?
What exactly makes us conscious? That's the thing. Where does consciousness come from? Because I'm thinking,
That's
because
totally
you have to understand that. Yeah, because you have to understand that everything is of atoms, everything is of matter. Yet we are conscious, even though we are also matter within the same dimension that is this universe, or whatever you want to call it, really. And we are aware of ourselves. Essentially, it is just atoms aware of itself. But even the table in front of you or your room is also of matter, basically, or atoms. How is it not aware? That would mean that it is aware. So, atoms communicate with each other through sound or vibration, or an electromagnetic field. That's essentially what your brain does. It communicates through electricity. So atoms use sound to interact with each other. Like, say you touch a table. Imagine you as one atom. The table is another atom. When you touch it, you create friction. That's why you feel it's something that is physically there, basically. But what makes you conscious and what doesn't? Because we perceive other things that are not really, like, say, a table, as non-sentient, non-aware, whatever that is. But you are not at table to know what is aware of itself or not. That's the thing. We can only perceive our bodies. That's the thing. Yeah. So probably consciousness would be subjective. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be our soul?
Soul, as in what?
Who we really are.
But how do you prove that we have a soul? Yes, you can believe that you have a soul. You perceive yourself as.
Well, hold
But what
on.
is a
He's
soul?
not the one who left. Hold on, bro. He's not the one that left science. Yeah, to be fair, you're the one who left science when you started talking about consciousness, because science, as far as I'm concerned, has absolutely zero to say about consciousness. It knows absolutely nothing. So when you're talking about, consciousness, we're in the realm of philosophy now. So when he starts talking about the soul, and you're like, hey, wait a minute, what do you mean?
No, I just wanted to understand what he meant by a soul, so then we can talk about it. It's not like I'm. Yeah, I just want to understand what he thinks. Yeah.
Well, I think our soul is that consciousness. It is who we truly are. Our bodies are just a vessel, and without the soul, our bodies are nothing. once your soul leaves the body is worthless. It's dead.
Would you call it?
So
Would
I'm
you
sorry.
call
What?
it the emergent being?
I
Sorry,
agree
I
with
wanted
you.
to
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah, it's
Would you
alright.
call it the emergent being?
You said the emergent being.
The emergent being.
I don't know what that means. I've never heard that before.
Okay. The being that comes out of the body.
Yeah.
You want to call
Yeah.
it energy? Let's call it. We can call it energy. Let's just call it energy. That could also work, I think. Like, imagine, say, well, I have an example that would be like more scientific, I guess. Even though I don't mind like speaking metaphorically, what's the term? Philosophically. But think of your body as like a computer part as an example, and the energy that you have around you that have essentially your nervous system uses electricity to communicate with each other, to move, and so on and so on. It is thoughts, vibration, whatever you want to call it. So when you unplug the computer, then in your body's case, it will be just energy. Essentially, like say your body dissolves, then the energy will just fade away in the universe, basically. So that will be your soul. We can call it that. So it will be essentially just the electricity in your body that goes through your nervous system. When you don't have a body anymore, it depletes and it goes through the universe, or it's not produced anymore. But where does it go exactly? That's the thing. It can't just be nothing, because even nothing itself is still something. Therefore, the soul doesn't really just be nothing, because it will still be there in the universe, essentially. And if we all die and the energy essentially just goes elsewhere, that would explain that the universe will be conscious, because there will be consciousness everywhere, essentially.
Well, just because we can't detect it after it's gone in this state doesn't mean that it's not there, or
Exactly. Yeah. So you could say that the universe is conscious in a sense, because there will be essentially consciousness everywhere. There will be like every being that dies, its consciousness, its soul, its energy would be within the same universe, within the same dimension that we're in.
when you say universe, exactly what do you mean?
This what we are in right now, what we are experiencing, what you perceive, what we are in right now, essentially. Yeah. When I say
So do you
universe, I
think
don't necessarily
it is
space or
possible
whatever
though
that is.
that there is like other universes then that we can't perceive?
Parallel universes? Like
Right.
essentially, like say non-physical, like say this is a physical, there's a non-physical. Probably yes, some things that you don't really perceive. Like you can't really see the air particles. You have to use a what is it called, microscope, right? A device to see things that are really, really tiny. Yes, there's a lot of things that cannot be perceived by the naked eye. So I think so. Yes, it's something that is definitely not physical, most likely. We
completely forgot how we got onto
most
this. You
likely
asked a
are.
question,
Yeah.
and we've gotten really far away from the original question. I can't even remember.
Oh yes, my question, I think it was about consciousness. It was something to do with consciousness. Yeah, what would be consciousness? I don't remember exactly what was my question, actually.
Well, first you asked about the stars, and I've seen this movie where they said the ancient Germans believed the stars were the campfire of the gods. So some people believe that they were gods. Some people believe they're gas giants in a vacuum. So it's like, what are the wandering stars? And you know, he started us down a road of speculation, which I've said from the beginning of the conversation. This is all speculation. It's all for fun, but none of it's a claim.
Yeah. Well, if you go back to the term fallen angels, I mean, if you look at it just literally as in the term, I mean, something that fell, essentially, angels that fell from somewhere. So all these stars, all of this light, whatever that is, essentially us, there has to be something that will be above, essentially, that is heaven. And everything fell from heaven, basically, or the source itself, the thing that gave birth to everything, essentially. Because when a woman gives birth, something falls out of the body, goes out, it goes down, basically. But it depends on, like the term itself, what you mean by it, not going by it literally. Depends on what you mean by fallen angels, though. But as far as I know, it means that something that fell from something, basically, so they would be probably heaven, because angels don't really exist in hell. They come from heaven. That would explain that heaven would be where everything originated from, I suppose. I think, yeah, most likely. that everything most likely originated from heaven, and we are here. I don't know if this will be considered hell or not. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I don't know
What
about that
what
though,
would
because
exactly
doesn't
be
it
hell?
say in Genesis that the earth was here, but it
Essentially all
was
along,
void and
while
without
heaven was.
form, and then there's something, and there was I thought creatures here
Like beings,
before,
basically. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean,
So,
I don't think
so it was
you can say
ah. Well,
everything came
you could
from
suggest
heaven.
when we say as above as below, as in they're both really just one, but they were somehow separate because we have above and a below because of duality. But what if heaven and hell were actually essentially just one at first, and then they separated it, and then you have something in the middle that is the neutral, that is Earth that we are in right now, basically. So there will be actual hell below and actual heaven above, basically. But in reality, they're all really just one, and they were all just one, really. Hmm. Hmm. Just thinking this is
What if it's like
mind-boggling.
layers, right? I'm sure some of you have heard me say the word layers before. So when I'm talking about layers, you can probably go back to that conversation where I mentioned it before. But what if it's all like, there's below us, right? And there's like the layer that we're on, and then there's like other layers, and like they're all divided.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You can think of
different
it like an
levels of
egg, but it's divided
consciousness.
to many, many, like say 10 layers, as an example. But what if hell and heaven are all within the same plane, essentially? It's one dimension, but we perceive it as it's like, we think of it as it's something separate, basically. Say, what if hell, essentially you ascend by being healthy, essentially, because what the illists do is that they want you to be unhealthy, basically. So you ascend within yourself. It is all within. Heaven and hell are all within, really. You can experience heaven within you, essentially. So it will be this like close to perfection within your body, just essentially like say not consuming toxic foods, not being vaccinated, and so on and so on, living in a healthy environment and so on, being one with nature, basically. That would be heaven within. And hell would be you being unhealthy, just living a miserable life, basically, and going against nature. Essentially how nature intended it to be, basically. So heaven would be essentially you reach heaven if you are healthy. If you're not, then you are experiencing hell and always will be essentially in hell. You are constantly reincarnation in hell that is within your body, experiencing suffering in your own body, basically.
So are you in a roundabout way kind of saying that heaven, hell, and earth are sort of all the same thing? They're all, you can experience
I think so, yes. Yeah.
basically all of them at once?
Yes. Essentially, you transcend everything, to transcend this duality, reality, whatever you want to call it. You just transcend it. And it's all within you, probably.
Well, anybody
Because
who's been paying
whenever we
attention.
think of Because whenever
Go
we
ahead.
think of heaven, we think of something that is above that we haven't experienced yet. But what if it's what the elites actually get to experience, but they don't want us to experience it because they have this entitlement of power, basically, and they wasn't what they want us to say in here, essentially, keep reincarnating in hell that we're in right now, basically, and to reach heaven within you, you essentially ascend by being healthy, essentially. Because through jobs, through eating a poor diet and so on, you experience hell. It's that simple.
But even if you're completely healthy, like you say, and you're experiencing all that and you're doing all that, you still,
Yeah.
Heaven is, the way I've always come to understand it
You
is
can
it's,
you can probably think of it as a concept. Probably you can think of it as a concept because none of us
well,
know what it's like to be in heaven. It's in this imaginary place that we imagine. It's just like time. You see,
mhm.
it's about perspective. Really, it's subjective. It is just subjective. That's all, based on your experience. You see things moving around, and you just say, "Oh, this happened yesterday," whatever that is. But just bacteria moving, essentially. That's all what it is. Just things moving. Like an animal, for example, moving from point A to point B, but you count it as hours, even though it just moved. That's all what it is, and it's still in the same dimension or the place that you are in right now. Don't you think? Because it is only a concept, so heaven would also be a concept in hell too. But it's more about the experience that actually matters, whether you experience it or not. If you don't, you only really think about it.
No, that is fascinating. It's extremely interesting. I have no idea what heaven or hell is, but you bring up some really good, interesting points.
Yeah, I
So here's
think
a
that.
Hold on, bro. My turn. My turn. So here's a concept. What if, anybody who pays attention to how other people act and react to things, you all know that we can create our own little spiral downward to hell, like in our everyday lives. We're incredibly self-destructive at times, right? So what if, the road to hell isn't so much paved in good intentions, but our own self-destructive nature, that sometimes we act out of natural law, and then we want to blame other people, like, oh, I'm pissed off because I signed the contract and now I'm being held to this contract and I got a speeding ticket and it's the cop and it's the government. Well, you're the one who signed the contract, dummy. You created your own little spiral to hell. So what if we create our own spiral to hell or our own stairway to heaven based on how we're following God's natural law?
Yeah, and God will be essentially nature. How you use nature, essentially. If you're doing,
Well, my idea
well,
of
Vatican
heaven too
people.
was always anything. It was when the energy or soul, whatever you want to call it, leaves this physical body. You shed all the things that us in this body have, all the wants and the needs and the the questioning and all these things that we experience in our body. I feel like we shed all that. That's heaven. When you just you just are and you just exist and there's
Sounds like
no
it reminds me of ego death for some reason, because it is the ego that makes you want to do all these things. If you think about it, just the
Maybe
ego.
the ego death is heaven. How about
Yeah,
that?
right and shedding all those carnal urges that we have as men in our bodies. That to me, I always kind of thought was maybe that's heaven.
I wonder.
I mean, honestly, think about it. Every time your ego popped up, right? Was it good? I mean, sometimes you need your ego for self-preservation and self-defense. But normally when your ego pops up, isn't it usually bad?
Yeah,
Well, it depends on your perception, what you perceive as bad. Yeah, it can be bad, essentially detrimental for you or others that you care about, or say you affect others that you don't really care about, but it ends up backfiring at you because it just works like that. Somebody could get revenge on you, whatever that is. Essentially, that's how it works. Because not everything will always go away. There's opposition everywhere. You do something good, like say you care about somebody, but they just show you that they don't really care about you. It's just how it is by nature, essentially, how God, that is nature intended it to be, basically.
I don't understand hell at all because I always thought, being raised Catholic, once Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross and basically absolved all of us of sin, doesn't that kind of make hell non-existent then? Because
I can't wait to get to that part of the Bible. To read what it says verbatim. I'm not in the New Testament yet. Yeah, I'd love to see it read exactly that way. But as far as hell is concerned, what is hell? I mean, hell is just this concept that churches, well, at least the churches I've been to, put there for fear. But hell, what is that specifically? Because there's a lake of fire, there's Gehenna, and there's one more thing, I think. And neither of these things are. There is no specific place where if you sin, then you burn in hell for eternity. That's not real because that's not scriptural. You can't read a verse that tells you that, or there's no context in which you can derive that from. As far as I know, I mean, I've asked, I haven't read yet, but as far
You're
as
correct.
I've heard,
You're correct. I've looked. So the thing is that most people, when they think about hell, they think about Dante's Inferno. And when you look at Dante's Inferno, it's kind of like learning about witches from the witch's hammer. It was just one monk's opinion, right? So Dante's Inferno is just one monk, his idea of what hell was, right? So we don't follow the witch's hammer. We don't follow Dante's Inferno.
Does it ring a bell?
Well, hell seems about suffering. That's so essentially punishment for the wrong things that you did based on the book, essentially, or the religion, or what God told you, essentially. Hell
that would
indeed is
be for me. That's how I would also define hell.
yes. So
If I could,
pain,
because
suffering, agony. Mhm.
every time you sin, because really what a sin is something that you know you shouldn't be doing. Actually, like your mind, you already know you shouldn't be doing it, but you're doing it anyway. And it has some kind of consequence to your discipline, to whatever it is that gets you from point A to point B. That sin is a hindrance to that, whether it be your health, whether it be making bad choices and ending up in debt. I mean, there's a lot of ways to end up in hell when you're defining it the way that you just did, and the way that I would also define it.
What if
got
hell
So
is
if we
literally
define that way as
what
a
if hell?
physical place in the Bible,
Whoa.
though, is hell defined? Like, where do we get this concept from that hell is this physical place of torture and torment? That if we don't do what we're supposed to do, we're going to be condemned.
The church. Not when I say the church, I know my church, and I went to a Baptist church. I went to non-denominational churches. All of those churches told me the same thing. I'm assuming that the Catholic churches tell them the same thing. So
Yeah,
when I say the
they do.
church, I mean that's what I mean. But
So it's
again,
not
it
in
doesn't. It's
Scripture.
not. No. 99% of the things that I've heard aren't in the scripture, and that's just me reading the first few books.
Here's
You
the thing
mentioned
about
something about sin.
so
When you sin,
hold
so
on,
essentially
hold on,
God.
Brooks.
Okay, yeah,
Sorry, I've been trying to get in for a second. I apologize.
it's all
So
right.
hell to me is separation of God. So what causes separation from you and God's grace? Well, that would be sin. So what is hell? It's hell is what you get for sin, right? So the way I understand it, if you reject the Messiah, right, then you're going to be responsible for all that sin instead of placing it on him, which is what he, originally designed for us. If you just, kind of keep it and, the sin remains on you. So that's the way I understand it. Hell is separation from the Most High God due to sin.
So in those terms, you can really only experience hell then here on earth.
Like I said, I think that heaven and hell are all within, really. And when you say it's sin, essentially you know that it's wrong and you still do it. That would be essentially just say God is nature, as in our nature. And when you know something is good for you, bad for you, but you still do it, then you experience essentially it backfires at you. So essentially you go to hell. That happens within you essentially. So nature will backfire at you because you're not supposed to mess with nature, basically. So you get punished for it,
So,
essentially. If you go against
so
nature,
did
how nature intended it to be, essentially. Therefore, you experience hell within you, in your physical body. You experience it. Your soul experience suffering or whatever that is you want to call it.
when you said hell is really on earth, well, no one's in hell yet because no one's been judged yet, according
Yes,
to
but
scripture.
nature judges you. That's the thing. Nature
I
judges
I
you.
was referring to the other guy, and so I'm responding to him. So
Okay.
please don't take what I'm saying out of context because you think I'm talking to you.
Okay.
So also heaven will be on earth. No one's in heaven either. Whenever heaven will be had, it would be here on earth when that time comes. Um So where is hell? Who knows? I mean, it's right now. No one's there.
What if we are constantly experiencing hell, though? Whenever we do something that goes against nature, as in how it is intended to be or naturally programmed, essentially. Whenever you do something wrong for your own being, then nature will backfire at you and it will punish you essentially, and you experience hell. But there's degrees to it, obviously, as in this suffering that you experience or this punishment that you get from nature itself, that is God. That's what I was suggesting. So you could say that we are constantly experiencing heaven and hell subjectively and constantly, essentially, all the time. And it's constantly happening. There's no such thing as a neutral state, really. Like, say, when you feel really good, essentially you're all healthy and you feel mentally good and physically and so on, your soul, your well-being essentially feels good. That'll be essentially heaven within you. And when you're not feeling well, and especially if you do something wrong, essentially you know something is wrong and you sin, essentially you go against nature, how your body normally works, basically, and say GMO your body, whatever that is, consume junk food and so on. Then nature will backfire at you, your body will reject it, and therefore it punishes itself. Essentially, you punish yourself, essentially. Therefore, you experience a degree of hell. And it can get worse and worse and worse because it is not
I
something
kind of get what
static,
you're
it's
saying.
something that is constantly changing. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I hate to use Hollywood as an example, but basically, there's a guy named Will Smith who is experiencing hell right now. The devil is after him because of his actions, right? And there's this other guy, Chris Rock, who perfectly showed the fruits of the Spirit, turned the other cheek, and didn't even say anything, didn't even fight back. He basically, a perfect example of Christ-like, right? And a lot of people are, looking at him like, wow, he's a good dude. So Chris Rock is experiencing heaven right now because he has no backlash because he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything wrong. So all the hell is coming down on this guy who just, a few weeks ago, he was the fucking man. He was Ali. He was fucking, all these different characters, all these different personas. He was the fucking man. And now he put himself in hell because he couldn't control himself. And he tried to control others. And that's what people are doing wrong all over the world, as far as I can see. When people are trying to control others, that's Satanism, right? And when you're trying to control yourself, that's godliness.
It reminds me of somebody told me about some story about some sort of tribe or whatever. Somebody invented electricity, and those people thought it was sorcery. Essentially, what described as sorcery is that essentially when somebody messes with nature, they recognized that it's going to be used against humanity, so it would be actually backfiring at you. So nature would backfire at itself, essentially. That it does, essentially, and this technology will be used for bad purposes, basically, and that's what it's used for, wars and so on. So essentially, something that will be unnatural is just what will be really unnatural is just something that could be used for a bad purpose that would actually affect the well-being, essentially, that is you. I suppose it will be considered sorcery. Yeah, manipulating nature is never good. It's never a good thing. Like, say, genetically modifying humans with vaccinations and so on. You're just in your body, because you have to understand that everything that goes inside of your body affects you on a chemical level, because everything is
Hold
chemical.
on. Stop there. Hey there, wait there. Sorry that you can't talk about that here. We're streaming to YouTube. Yeah, so
Okay.
that's kind of the one no subject for sure that we can't
Okay,
talk about.
understandable.
Not saying I agree or disagree. Yeah, no big
Okay.
deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, carry on.
I
Yeah,
feel
I
like even
finished it.
trying to rationalize what heaven is or what hell is, we're way off base because we can never understand in this form that we're in now what that even is. Just like trying to think about why the creator even created all of this. It's beyond us. It's completely beyond us, and we will never understand, at least now, in the form that we exist today.
Well, I agree, but I don't think it hurts to try to figure out what the creator wants, and it appears that the creator wants us to follow certain laws, right? So if
Yeah.
you
Not
can
opposing, not
govern
manipulating.
yourself, if you can govern yourself, that'd be great. Like, I got to hand it to you, you know, because I have trouble even governing myself, and I assume that I'm not wrong or alone in thinking that people need to govern themselves. Because look at every other animal on the planet. Name one animal that has to be governed from without itself. I can't think of one.
Yeah, they behave by instinct and intuition. Yeah, they're not going to do things that will be harmful for themselves because that would lead to extinction of the animal.
You talking about the golden
It
rule? Huh?
dying.
The what?
What do you?
The golden rule.
What is the golden rule?
Do unto others as you would have them do to you.
Hold on,
So,
Hank.
in
Do
other
you
words,
think we need to be governed?
No, absolutely not.
Ourselves.
Govern by yourself, yes.
No,
You
I'm asking
watch
Hank,
out for
please.
yourself.
I'm asking Hank, please.
Ah, okay.
Well, there's
Govern
two ways
yourself,
to look
right?
at it. Yeah, you can govern yourself, or you can be governed from outside of yourself.
Well,
It's
but do we
basically your
need that?
choice. Do you need it?
Yeah.
Only when you're not governing yourself. Like the lady in Walmart with a knife, she had absolutely no right to be brandishing a knife in a market.
I'll put it to you this
You know
way:
why?
if we all governed ourselves, there wouldn't be a fucking Walmart. Feel me?
Yeah, I
Wait,
agree.
can you explain that? Wait, repeat that. Can you explain that again? If there's no Walmart, what are you implying?
I'm just saying, like, I can control myself. I can go out and control myself. If everybody could do that, then we need to say, hey, perhaps we need a group of people out there to fucking, you know, line us up when we get out of line. It's like, just stay in line.
Well, yeah, that's why there are people who have control.
And if you can't stay in line, I don't know, man. I'm not too happy with the creator making me like that. Fuck.
Well, when you say govern yourself, you can even think of it this way. When you have kids as an example, they are part of you. So when you give birth to them, so you're literally watching over them, but they're still part of you. So essentially, you are watching over yourself because they are part of you.
I don't know, man. I feel like I've got a pretty individual experience here myself, and all I'm going to do is keep myself in line by making sure I spread love instead of fear.
Well, it is your choice. Yes, you can do whatever you want. It is your choice.
Okay, so
Yes,
the
you can be
choice is what
judged by
differentiates
nature.
us from animals, right? We can agree on that? That we have choices. We make choices.
No, I think it's an illusion. We don't really have free will. It is all done by your subconscious. It is,
Well, that's true.
You're essentially on autopilot. But when you consciously think of something, you only think of it.
If we had free will, we would be able to fly without planes. You see what I'm saying? If we had free will, we could literally... We don't have free will. You're right.
Yeah, humans are walking sponges and you're constantly absorbing information. Essentially, as we speak right now, time in the past is all just part of your imagination, really. So the words that I say to you right now are literally affecting the way you behave, essentially, the way you think, your breathing pattern and so on. It is all affected by your surroundings. Even your thoughts are affecting itself, essentially. Your body affects itself by essentially just it existing, just being, basically. So when you actually think of something, say, I'm going to move an object, that is done by something that happened, essentially, that is happening right now. Like, say, some sort of object, like, say, pushing you, whatever, like, say, just me telling you to move your hand and you say no. That choice was not
it's
really
called
done
agency,
by you. It was done by
right?
subconscious.
It's called personal
essentially,
agency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you delude.
I didn't. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you and Hank. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask Hank if he thinks that we actually need to be governed, or that we're Hank. Do you think we need to be governed, or we're just being lazy and asshole?
Well, here's the thing. This current fallen state that we're in right now, there has to be governance because man is not willing to govern himself.
So, lazy and assholes. Got it.
Right. So if it was up to me, right, I would have control of the education system. And anybody who refused to govern themselves, they would go to a separate place where they could all live together and govern themselves over there. Especially, no, not a separate dungeon, a separate, like, island, right? Like, I'd give them Australia.
Sorry, that's...
And if they came back and they were like, hey, you know, I learned to govern myself. I made this raft. I made it all the way back. I'd give them a probationary period of like a year. And if they fucked up, back to Australia.
It's just so weird that we have to do any of that, right? Why would God make a thing that is supposed to be better than everything else, but it's actually worse?
Well, if it is better than anything else, then what would be an experience? How are you going to experience what is?
I'll tell you what. Bears cannot build a machine that puts smog into the air. Bears will never be able to do that. Therefore, in that, they won't need to be governed, will they?
Well,
just in that sense.
We have hands. we are literally superior than them. We are top of
How
the
does that
hierarchy.
make
No, we're not
better
superior. That's
than-
the problem. Humans have the hubris of thinking we're superior in any way, and we are not at all.
Well, I think that all animals are disabled because they cannot do the things that we can do. That is using
Right,
tools to
but
make
then we're
things, like,
given
say,
the
weapons.
ability to fuck up real bad, and most of us take it once or twice in life. And a bear
Well,
would never
then
do
again,
that.
you have, yeah. Well, then again, you have choice to do so. Animals
All right.
also make mistakes. Yeah, they make choices, but it doesn't always work their way. That's the thing. And
Well,
it's
that's
the
true.
same thing goes for
That's
us.
true. But they're
Yeah.
not doing it out of defiance, trying to get their way. They're like, I need to have that salmon now, and I'm going to do anything to get that salmon, and that's it. There's no emotions, no feelings. Salmon.
Yeah, they're dumb animals.
No, not dumb. Listen.
They go by nature. We go by nature too. You have to understand that.
Well,
we're also
we go by
naturalists,
nature
like we're
and
also animals.
we bastardize nature, don't we?
Well, yeah.
Do you think it's healthy for the ground under all these buildings to have buildings on top of that ground? You feel me on that?
I agree.
You think it's
with
good
you,
for that
yeah.
ground?
We do a lot of things that are not good for nature. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just not impressed with human activity. That's all. That's it.
Are you
And
crazy? How can you say that?
what?
What you just
that's
said?
all I'm
You're not
saying.
impressed with the
Hell
things
fucking
that
no, dude.
humans can.
Way, we could
can
do so much
do
better,
have
and we don't.
done? The pyramids don't impress you?
How do you know that a human being of our size made those things? What?
Well, I don't. I'm just
Exactly.
saying.
So just
What about okay? What about a couple that was married from high school sweetheart, stayed together 100 years, had 10 kids? That doesn't impress you? That love for each
love
other and the
always
way we take
impresses
care of
me,
each
yeah.
other and
certain
and
things
things
always.
that we can build. A car doesn't impress you?
Not really.
That a
No.
man built that?
Not really. No. Listen, if you believe in a creator and you think a car is amazing, you got some work to do.
Well, this whole thing that we're experiencing right now, it is fascinating how we're able to talk right now.
It fascinates us because we're lesser.
It is, yeah. There's something that is
Lesser than what?
definitely.
God? Of course we're lesser than God. But we're not
Right.
lesser than any other creature on this planet. We are
I
way
think we are.
superior.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't agree. But we don't have to agree on that, right?
It depends on
No,
what
we
metric
don't.
you're going by. So if your metric is, do we leave the world a better place than we found it, then the answer is no. But the people of ancient South America, from this documentary I watched, they terraformed the land, and it was about to like 15 feet deep. And it was like a compost pile that they made because in South America, the land's all acidic. It's really hard to grow crops there. So they pretty much took like everything that they used, like broken shards of pottery and bones and everything, and they just like made enough land that could cover like France, and it was like land that they terraformed, right? So by that metric, they were more sophisticated than us in modern times because we're
I
leaving
agree.
the land
And that's
worse
impressive. That's impressive.
than we
For
found it.
sure. Yeah.
Well, okay, but you have to understand another thing, though, that evil and bad men persist and get away with what they get away with because good men stand by and do nothing about it.
No, it's
So
because
what are
the
you-
availability for bad
No.
shit was created
No.
in the first place.
No.
Not our fault.
No, it is our fault. We
Okay.
could stop every atrocity.
No, because
that
it's
happens
programmed
on
for
the
us
planet.
to fuck up. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We are programmed to fuck up, dude. To err is human. Okay? And it's not a good or bad thing, by the way.
Yeah, to
and
err
We
is
can't do
human.
great. We just
But
mostly choose not to.
But you learn from those errors. That's
You hope.
important.
It's an experience.
You hope
It's
we do.
necessary. Without making a mistake, essentially, if you were to be perfect, there will be no mistakes. It's
Correct,
duality
and
of
even the
this
bears know
existence.
that.
It is-
I agree with you.
Yeah, it is necessary. Yeah, we have to make mistakes to know what is right. If they were to be always right, then there will be no right or wrong. There will be just it, essentially. Even though right and wrong are just it, we perceive them as something separate, basically.
Yeah, God forbid
It's
right
part of the
exists
experience,
without
essentially.
wrong. But that's
Well, and
Essentially, yeah.
that's what separates us from the bears, right? In a bear's world, there is no right or wrong.
Yeah, there's pain or pleasure, fed or not fed, etc.
Okay, check this shit out. How many of you people were taught that bears sleep for 6 weeks and this is called hibernation?
Wasn't it longer than that?
Well, we're gonna talk about the butterfly effect or something.
No. Apparently, bears, they don't ever go to sleep for 6 weeks. Like this was all bullshit they taught us in school. That
Oh, really?
hibernation
They
means
told me
the
like
bear
6
is
months or like 4 months, dude. They were like, hey, it doesn't eat for 4 months.
It just lays there and sleeps, and it doesn't poop. It just goes into hibernation. It's like that's a bunch of bullshit. I found out recently that bears just kind of slow down during the winter.
Right. Well, and we'd have so much like video and people paying attention to bears while they hibernate, right? We don't see any of that shit. Oh, he's in his second month of hibernation. Like, what?
He's got some real body odor now. He's just been laying there.
He's not rotting, but he's been asleep for 2 months.
Can you imagine laying there and not bathing for 2 months with all that hair on your skin? Oh, man. So I kind of think that's what we need to focus on. Like, focus on the bullshit that they taught us. And like, okay, do we need to be governed from without? Not really. Unless we're raised under this bullshit school system that teaches a whole bunch of useless shit and bullshit to boot. It's like, what for? Why did we learn that? What is all this NASA stuff?
Yep, I agree. And listen, I apologize. I didn't want to like say, hey, you believe something stupid. You know, like how Globers come after us. I didn't mean to say that. My opinion is just that the human condition is indeed, yes, a condition. And so there, that's all.
Yeah, we're all conditioned. Just that there's a reason to it, and you have to just essentially use intuition to figure out the right thing, essentially. Like, say you were to live completely separated from the environment that we're in right now, you'll be less brainwashed to essentially the ones that live here, obviously. If you were to live here your whole life, then most likely you will be heavily brainwashed compared to one that does not live here, essentially, say, completely separate from this civilization, obviously. So all of us are brainwashed in a way, and we are brainwashed. We are constantly absorbing information 24/7. It depends on how you use that information, also your surroundings, basically. So, hell, you can blame yourself and your surroundings, really, but it just that your body works that way, and you can do nothing about it. It will constantly absorb. You can't really stop your subconscious from absorbing information. It depends on how you utilize it. If you don't know how you utilize it, then you're screwed.
That's
You're
true.
going to be an NPC for the rest of your life, basically.
There's a Eric Clapton song called "It's in the Way That You
Majority of the people
Use
that
It."
live around us. Yeah, most people that live around us, really, on this plane, Earth, or whatever you want to call it, are NPCs. Really, it is a fact, and it's almost impossible for them to break it. Really.
Yep.
So. Yep. It is your choice to try to save the ones that want to be saved, that are open-minded, and not. It's your choice, really.
Totally, I got that. Yep.
Yeah. We are walking black holes. That's hilarious. Everybody just projects they just have an in and out, it's plus and a minus, and you are affecting other black holes. Everything you do, everything you say, even think, it literally affects your surroundings because you are all in the same plane or dimension or universe.
Yeah. Well, you know, and it's what it made me think about when Hank said we do have the agency. I wouldn't say, well, create while we're here, right? And that's why a lot of religions say, or let's just say Christianity says, you're made in God's image, and so we are supposed to believe. Hold on, we're supposed to believe we are as gods here, i.e., creators. You're not going to see a bear build a house, and a human could build a house, but he didn't create the things that are the house. He just kind of stacked it up.
I agree with you. Yeah, if you think about it, if you make it really simple, I'll explain it to you. You don't really create, you just use the material that is already there by nature. So God, essentially nature, created those things, the material, for you to utilize and delude yourself into thinking that you're actually creating something, but you don't actually create matter out of yourself, essentially.
Maybe it was created. We still have to figure that out, but yes.
It was created by nature, yes. I mean, you utilize the material that you have, you utilize the matter that is around you.
Don't come from nature.
Right, but then you got to figure out who created nature or what created nature, right? How did it all get here first? For me to be able to take wood and build a house.
Yeah, matter has to be there. It has to be a creator, a source.
Exactly, and it's an explosion that came from a fart in the middle of the universe that didn't exist before it came to existence on its own. Bet.
Yeah, from a source, essentially, yeah.
No, I was making fun of the Big Bang Theory, but yeah.
Well, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, even Big Bang could be a half-truth, really, if you think about it. But it's not the way that science describes it, really. As in, there was this explosion, essentially this whole creation, but not in the way that science describes it. Basically, that would be the source, nature giving birth to everything. Essentially, this material, matter, whatever you want to call it, and we utilize it, thinking that we actually create things, but we don't, because the material is already there. Really, it depends on how you use it. That's why when you make a mistake, essentially you utilize nature in a bad way, it backfires at you. That would be hell, basically. So yeah, we are not creators. We can never create anything. We cannot, because we're just utilizing what is already there. But we are
Sure, but
deluded
then
to
I
think
mean,
that
then
we
you could
create.
get into semantics and say, well, define creation. You know, does a house in outer space? Let's say space is real. Does a house exist on Mars? No, only on Earth can a house exist. So therefore, a human made a house. But what made the human?
Well,
It's
it really,
infinite regress, I guess.
yeah, but it really is just matter, manipulating matter, essentially, because you are a matter. It's like you manipulating your body, like moving your fingers around, and saying that you have some sort of superpower, basically, because you're already just utilizing things that are already there by nature, essentially. That is God.
Yeah, I got you. It's
We're only utilizing. That's all. We're just using nature to play with it, essentially. That's all what we're doing. We did not create nature because nature is already there.
Sandbox.
It was always there. Yeah, it is a playground. That's all what it is. We just play around. We just play with each other. That's all it is. We're literally just players in the sandbox, this game. That nature.
I wanted to
created,
address
you
one
could
more
say.
thing before I bow out for a bit. Hank said, "Oh shit! If I remember, I'll come back." Go ahead, guys.
Funny thing is that we have hands and we utilize it. We also play, make toys and so on. We also create video games. So we are creating a creation within the creation. It is our nature to essentially have toys and play around with them and build houses and so on. We build things and we create. It's crazy. It's literally in our program. Our nature is to create things, but in reality, it's just utilizing tools to delude ourselves to think that we actually create things because we want to be God so bad.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
It is in our nature.
It's a delusion of sorts, right? Like I said, a house. Say Mars and Earth. So say Mars is real, and it had a bunch of people and things living on it, right? Civilizations. But they built these huge buildings, and they didn't call them a house, but they all lived in the same huge ass building, and they called it something else. But we have these tiny little, wood boxes, and we call those houses, and you know what I'm saying? Like a house is a construct, whereas reality, we don't know how it got here.
You notice another thing when we build houses, it's usually 4 walls or 5 walls, whatever. Essentially, one above, one below, and then there's 4 walls from all corners. And that could resemble this reality that we're in right now. It would be a sandbox, a literal sandbox. It has to be a dome.
It's just a word, though.
It could be a house. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like a rose by any other name, a globe by any other name would just as non-existent.
Yeah, but But it is in our nature we build huts, and it's something that will protect us, essentially. So we are protected.
Yeah,
we are
that's true.
Literally in paradise right now, essentially, if you think about it. We are protected by God, by nature.
Paradise? You kidding me? You really?
Well, I would say, let's
How
just
can you
not
say that?
paradise. When you build a house, you feel really safe. And
hey, listen.
When they program you, to be afraid of nature, to not go out.
It's called
and
happiness
so on.
and slavery, isn't it?
Well, yeah, indeed. But think about it this way: if you go out, usually the people are just afraid of nature. They're just afraid of the unknown. It is part of human nature. But when you are programmed by the elites, they amplify that fear by a lot. Essentially, therefore, you don't go out. You're just staying home and displaying this virtual reality. Essentially, you use your imagination or use your phone. You occupy yourself with something instead of actually being out in nature, just doing things that will be actually beneficial for you. That will be considered natural. So they brainwash you into being afraid of nature, doing natural things, basically eating this certain way or behaving this certain way. That is completely unnecessary, basically. We're all brainwashed. That's all what it is.
I know, right? I keep going back to that, and I gotta bow out, but I keep going back to that Matrix scene where Cypher says ignorance is bliss, talking about that steak that he's eating. It's like, I don't know if ignorance is bliss. That's the whole point. Right? You will never know.
Shit.
Anyway. All right, guys.
Oh.
I love you all. I'll talk to you later.
This is fucking hilarious. That was hilarious. Yeah, what do you guys think about what we talked about nature and programming, fear mongering, and so on, and amplifying it? It's like It's like those people who just hypnotize you in every way possible. You can call it MK Ultra the umbrella term that essentially goes above everything that they do, music, media, whatever that is. They brainwash you into going against nature. It's little 24/7 hypnosis. Like, say you have a TV at home. Literally, all what it does is this hypnotize you, and say you go out, you sort of somewhat lay off the programming, but then you go out, you meet other people that are also programmed. Therefore, you are constantly being affected by their brainwash, constantly. It's just 24/7. You're not going to be able to break it unless somebody that is not as brainwashed as you actually opposes you and give you the opposing thought. But then again, they program you to essentially through these shows, whatever, to ridicule anybody has an opposing thought and be closed-minded. You think that you're open-minded, but you're not. They give you this false idea of being open-minded, but it is completely the opposite of what it actually is, essentially. So, say I tell you that the Earth is flat, you think I am crazy, and you will make fun of me because you've been programmed to think that, I'm this crazy tinfoil hat, whatever that is. Say it again. Did somebody say something?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I finished. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people think they're open-minded, but they're absolutely not. Essentially, being open-minded is just when you accept any thought, you just understand it, and you use intuition to essentially, you have to base it off of your senses, actually go out and perceive things, and use intuition, use common sense. When I say common sense, you literally have to use your senses to figure out what is the proper information and what is not, because it's incredibly hard to find actual, true, objectively true information, really. I don't think you could ever achieve it, really. So, yeah, you could be close to truth, but you can never figure out the absolute truth of this reality, really, if you think about it. You can only imagine and so on, and just keep exploring.
All right,
That's our
Leon,
purpose
I
in
got
life,
something
just
for you.
keep learning. Yeah.
I got something for you, Leon. Tell me if you saw this. I just posted it in
All right.
Livestream voice text.
I haven't watched it yet. Brainwashed. Yeah, I will look into it later, because if I tap out, I will crash off Discord. But I will definitely save it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I will definitely look into it. Yeah. What is this about? If you could describe it for me.
It's a song about how the whole world is brainwashed, divided, and conquered, and how it's done.
Well, yeah, I will definitely look into it for sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
where are you
everybody is
from? What
brainwashed
country?
in a way.
You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell
I
me
don't
your
really.
location.
I don't really want to discuss that information, but yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I just see the name
Yeah.
and I'm thinking you're Eastern Europe or something, but that's fine. I'm from Texas. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
I don't like to tell people very much about my personal life either. I just
Yeah.
I like to learn the different accents and how to apply them to what state. So yeah, it doesn't matter where you're from. It's all, the only thing that matters is the arguments you make and the things that you say and do.
Understandable. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, we're all brainwashed. We
Yeah,
all
we
have
all are.
bias. Yeah. And it's
I don't
like,
think
if you're
anybody
unaware of your
typically.
bias, then it's
Yeah.
controlling you.
Yeah, I believe
So
that
what you said
no way
about
to
not,
really achieve the absolute truth. You just have to essentially climb the hierarchy to be quote enlightened, like the elites. Essentially, they know more than we do, but I don't think they know the absolute truth, because this reality, this experience that we are in right now, this playground is all about experience. Essentially, you learn, you constantly absorb information for eternity. That's all what it is about, really. You just constantly discover, more, let's just call it more true information. That's the same thing with science, really. They can't really find the absolute objective truth. Yes, it is objective for the moment, but then you discover something new, and it just constantly changes, essentially shifts for eternity. That's what it's about. It's an experience that we are having right now. It's a human experience of learning from your mistakes, basically. Because without a mistake, you don't really know what is right, and you just have to keep constantly experiencing, essentially.
well, I've heard that smart men learn from their own mistakes and
That is
wise
true.
men
I
learn
agree.
from others people's mistakes.
Indeed, yeah. Indeed.
I'm learning from my mistakes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
if you will follow nature, if you follow nature and use it intuitively, you could definitely use it to your own advantage and actually be of benefit of you over the people that you care about. That's what it's all about, really, just about how you use nature, essentially. And if you use it in a wrong method, then nature will punish you for sure. It will backfire at you, or the people that essentially live around you. Therefore, eventually, you will also essentially those people will essentially go against you at some point, I think. I think that's how it works.
So earlier you were talking about the soul, and it's like we know the least amount of soul because you're talking about we can't know a lot. And I think there has to be a line drawn between, you know, how science, they say nothing's ever 100% knowledge, right? So when we say that it's like 99%
I would say
confirmed
experience.
via
It's
the,
about experience. You experience something, then
I'm
you
with
know
you.
it really. Yeah,
I'm with you.
even your
Yeah.
thoughts are an experience. You essentially experience something within your head, within your imagination. It's like
Yes,
similar to this
exactly.
reality that we're in right now. You could say even this whole thing is essentially happening within our brain. It's all like more like a lucid dream or a dream, really. And it's about experience. The same thing that happens within your brain, really, if you think about it. Because
Okay, in your
everything that
brain.
you
Yeah, yeah.
see,
I get what you're saying. I get what
yes,
you're saying.
you get what I mean. It's like an egg within an egg within an egg, and so on and so on and so on. A thought and so on and so on, and one thing affects another, and one thing leads to another, basically. Because
All right, but let me
literally
make
your
sure.
thoughts, yeah.
You're going too fast.
Okay.
Let me make sure I understand. So when you said that just a second ago, at first I disagreed because I think I misunderstood it. But then I thought about what you said, and I think I agree now that you're understanding that what you have in your life that is real is your real life experience that you remember from your memory, your real life experience from the present, and everything else is imagination, right?
Yes, past, future, it is all happening within your head. It is all just one that is what is happening right now, the present, basically. It essentially. But yeah, you could say that time is only a concept, just like really anything, really evolution, whatever that is. Just that you have to experience it. So you're not really experiencing the past. You experience the past at some point, but then again, you have to think of when you imagine yourself experiencing what you experienced during that time, during that moment in the past. That past was the moment. It's the same thing. It's like right now is the past, but you are experiencing the past that is essentially the present right now. If you know what I mean, it is just everything is the past. It is all happening within you right now, basically. I try to explain it, but I'm just I wasn't really well with the words. But yeah, yeah, the past, future, it is all present. Really, just that's all I have to say. It is all about experience. Mhm. Do you have anything to add?
My wife has a piece of glass in her foot, so I'm looking for the tweezers.
Take care of that.
Oh, okay.
Take care.
Yeah, I got kind of my business.
Well,
I'm
that's an
looking for it. Just
experience
sit
for
down.
you.
Yeah, that's an
That's an
experience
experience.
right there. How about these?
Yeah, she will feel better afterwards. Because without pain, you don't feel relief. It's necessary.
Here you
Yeah.
She's gonna owe you her life.
No. No.
Yeah. By the way, could anybody link the stream in the chat? I just want to have it saved.
I'll get it for you.
Nice.
I got it.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Because it was a nice discussion. I would love to definitely check into it again because I missed part of the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, Leon, I'm gonna give you a tag here. Let's see if I can find it. Valued.
Value.
Yeah, because you seem to be able to put your thoughts together into sentences really well, and we need more thinkers.
Unlike me.
Well, thank
Always.
you. Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Shout out to Sleepy Joe, Annie Sophus, Ben in the YouTube chat. Nutty. What's up, Nutty? That looks like it. That's all that's out there right now. Cheers to the YouTube chat. Well, I kind of came in, listened half-assed, trying to figure out what I'm doing here. You guys are talking some pretty deep stuff, I think. Guys talking about philosophy.
Talking about a lot of things. Yeah. Philosophy, science, quite literally everything, really.
Science.
About history. Yeah.
History.
Essentially
energy,
everything at once.
Positive energy. I don't know. I got simple rules in life, man. I keep it real simple.
Yeah. Indeed.
If you wish a lot of people happiness throughout your day, you'll find happiness. It's so stupid and simple, right? Totally doesn't make sense, right? Yeah, right. Give it a try. See how it works out for you. All right. Hey, Hank, you're a moderator, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Can you unban Democ for me there?
I don't know who banned him and what for, so I'm gonna say no. When it comes to going against other mods.
All right. I'll take the blame. You know,
I don't really know the rules when it comes to that.
Well,
In fact, I don't know any of the rules.
Exactly. You don't
I don't know
know.
them either. I never read the rules.
Weird,
I just,
man.
I just behave.
Shit.
You just gotta
That's
use
how I've always
intuition, you
done
know.
it.
Yeah.
I'll just show decorum and
Could have been just
mute myself.
You know how Democ is. Sometimes he gets off on some tangents and interrupts people, and he probably just did something like that, something simple. I mean, it's not like he was fucking, totally being a complete fucking asshole, but he might have been off his rocker that day a little bit.
I don't know. I don't know what he did, so I can't
I don't
really.
know. I wasn't there either. What'd you do, Democ?
Is he in the house with you?
No, that's what you did. He's in the chat, man. Yeah. I'm trying to get the link, Democ. What did you do to get kicked out of the server, man? I wasn't here, man. Do you remember what day it was? I can maybe go back and listen.
He's in the chat, the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Changed his name.
Somebody probably banned his other one. Something. I don't know, man. I spent a lot of time with Democ over the years, and yeah, he's got his moments of. But he's a great flat
perhaps
earther.
give him
The guy's
another
a fucking
chance. Why not?
solid flat earther, man. That's all I got to say.
Give him another chance. People learn from their mistakes.
Does too. That guy's taken on way more globies than I have, dude, and just sat on them all night long, man, for hours. And so he's kind of like, OG flat earther for sure, man. All right, I'm trying to mock, man. I love you, brother. I'm trying. Talk to. Need some head mods around here. Apparently, I got to go all the way to the top here on this one. All right, well, I don't mind. I'll do it for sure, man.
Yeah, you gotta find some governors.
Yeah, talk to the president or governor or somebody.
Yeah.
We'll get there tomorrow. Nothing bad. Yeah, I don't think it was bad. You were probably just interrupting somebody that day. It happens. 11:11. Far out, man. I dropped the link right at 11:11. That's perfect. Make a wish. Apparently, Glad told me. I did not know that was a thing until last night. Cool. I didn't think you. I've known you long enough, Democ. I'm sure you didn't. You might have cussed somebody out. I don't know, but that's no grounds for. I see a lot of people get cussed out around here. Damn. It happens. I don't do that kind of thing, but you guys, Anyway, Leon, man, you got a pretty South African accent. I don't know. How's my ears doing? Good?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Close
I don't really reveal a lot of information about me, but yeah, you can assume anything you want. I don't mind.
Oh, okay.
I just go on.
No, man, I'm just testing my ears, man. I kind of got my speakers turned down a little bit too. I don't have headphones on. Anyway, cool, man. I live in Southern California, man. Right near Disneyland, man. Pretty close. I grew up across the street from Disneyland. Such a weird experience, man. It was so weird. And it was like farmland all around there too, man. There's so much farmland. When I grew up, orange groves mostly, and strawberry fields and orange groves, man. Some lemon groves here and there, not too many.
Strawberry fields forever.
Tons of them. There's still tons of strawberry fields here, by the way. I got one right next to my house, actually. A really pretty one, man. It's really nice. It's kind of on this hill. Slant, a little slanted slope. It's been there since I've been here. 27 years, man. I've been here. Damn. All right. So Demox says he's in the 24/7 2.0, but there's nobody there. I don't know how that. When you're banned, nothing shows up. I don't know, man. I've never been banned. I've certainly been muted a couple times.
Well, I don't even know how to unban. I'd imagine it's a lot like banning people, but I haven't done that either. So I'm the
I think you
type of
just check.
mod where I'm just.
You have to go
I'm
to
just
server
here.
settings, I think. I will check for you. Hold on.
Hear me out.
Servers? I don't know anything
I'm
about it,
just
dude.
here in case somebody
Yeah,
told you in the
go.
live stream.
Never mind. You're on the YouTube channel, yeah. I have no idea actually, because I don't really use YouTube. I never stream.
Are you like
Anyway, it's not that. I mean, I'm trying to be a nice guy here. It's like, yeah, I don't want to put you in any shitty situation, Hank. So we'll just fuck off until I get a hold of Helio or something.
It's not really a situation. It's just I don't unban people.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of a new mod. You don't know all the controls and shit and ups, downs, ins and outs. There's so much to fucking Discord, man. I've been on here a couple of years. I'm like, still, I learn shit every day. I'm like, oh, really? You can do that? Oh, fuck.
I kind of accepted to take the responsibility to protect the live streams. That's it.
Good enough, man. I'm
That's
down
all I'm
with
trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Cool, man. There's no other mods, so yeah, we'll just leave it that. Sorry, Democ, I'll get a hold of Helio tomorrow or something. We'll get that fixed out, man.
Hey, Hank, the gentleman we were talking to earlier about the soul and all that stuff, was he a flat earther?
Yes, I am a flat earther.
Oh, you're still here? Okay.
Still here, man.
Yes, I am. Sir. I'm just listening.
It's Leon, man.
Yeah, I gave him valued. He has to earn flat earther, but I think he's already earned valued because the way that he presents himself so far. I mean, he interrupted us a few times, but he'll get better at it. We all interrupt each other.
It was a good conversation. I really appreciate some of the thoughts he brought to the chat.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, indeed.
I'm glad you guys had a good chat, man. Let's keep it going. What up? I usually come on here just to make fun of the Globe late in the evening. But hey, man, speaking of Globes, man, Professor Dan went up against David Weiss today. What a fucking train wreck shit show that was. Fuck.
Yeah, man, I wish Dave would stick to making videos. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
I don't have anything negative to say about Dave, but man,
But no, those two clashed like a fucking day and night, man. They was like, whoa, this is not going well. But total Dan fucking Professor Cuckfuck kept calling him stupid and idiot and shit like that. I hate that, man. Fucking hate that.
Yeah, if you're civil and the other side is just constantly attacking you, then that makes them look really bad. So I didn't watch it, but I wish a real debater, someone who does it on the daily, like maybe Elijah or Chocolate Sand, could have got in there.
QE would have fucking called him a fucking retard 47 times, I'm sure. But yeah, it's when you're dishonest and you're not, there was a guy in here today, it was the German kid, man. I was about to fucking call up, get on the thing, man, and go, dude. He couldn't even answer like if there were how many horizons there were. It was so. I mean, it was so frustrating, man. Like, dude, there's one horizon, bro. And he goes, "You want me to say one, huh?" And he was like hoping for, and he's like a sailor, and he's been on the ocean, and he knew about apparent horizons and whatever. But if you've got any honesty, he was so intellectually dishonest, and I hate that. When you know the answer to something, you just say it. It's like, how many horizons are there, Hank?
There is one apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Exactly.
Or water.
Boom. Sky, it could be the sky and the ground. There's sky and a mountain, and there's sky and the damn water. Boom. Uno mas on the horizon.
Well, so everyone thinks that I'm double speaking here. I have mentioned a false horizon in the GIF where it shows the Skunk Bay time lapse. Notice I called it a false. Notice I called it a false horizon, which means that it isn't a horizon.
Could you post the visualization, by the way, and image and representation if you have any?
Yeah, I'll show you the Skunk Bay time lapse. Hang on.
Oh yeah, that's a great one, man. Yeah, I could look at that thing for hours, man. It's pretty cool. Makes me want to go there.
Would it be possible to follow the sun so that you'd never see the sunset, like with a drone or in a plane? If you could,
There was a plane. There was a video of a plane that took off from New York and flew to Moscow. And
whoa! I have an idea. So
he had a time lapse. I think it was like I don't know. It was many hour flight, man. Like 8, 10, 11, somewhere in there. And it was a time lapse, and the sun never set, man. The whole fucking time.
yeah, it depends on how far it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was so cool, man. It's a great video. I don't have that one, but you've seen it, Leon?
Yeah. He just zoomed in. That's all what he did. He literally just had to zoom in further, and then essentially he just changed his perception. And that's all what he took. Literally just zooming in.
I don't know if
our eyes are limited.
I thought it was a time lapse. Just he stuck the phone to the window, and that was it, man.
No, it was the video that I've seen. It was essentially just a video. There was a sunset, and then the sun appeared to be going further. And all way they just zoomed even further with the telescope, and that's all what it took to actually see the full sun again. Because when it goes further, it shrinks. That's all what happens. Just like how you move your finger away, it shrinks. It's the same thing with the sun. It's all about your perception, basically.
I'll try to find that video. I know a friend of mine has it. Damn. Anyway, that's the Skunk Bay, man. Pretty fast.
What altitude do you need to be at in order to be able to do that? I wonder.
He was in a jet airplane, man. So we'll go 35,000 feet, and he just kept it on the sun the whole time, man, through the whole flight, man. It was like right there outside the window. Pretty cool, man. I saw that video maybe 3 or 4 years ago, man. It's been a minute. It's nothing. It's not new, I don't think.
You said he took off from New York?
Mm-hmm.
How long of a flight is that?
I don't know, man. New York to Moscow, sun never sets. I don't know how I would search that up, man. You can't put flat Earth in there. That won't work. Whatever you're looking for. If you put flat Earth in there, you're not going to find it.
Do you know what time of day it was when he took off?
Yeah, he took off in the morning, I think. No, wait. Yeah, I think he took off in the morning and just stayed up. It seemed like he took off. My memory says it was like he was near the horizon when it took off, and it just pretty much stayed on the horizon the whole time. It was interesting.
I have a question, by the way. Do you think you could have day for, say, 3 days at once? So you were to follow the sun, essentially. Do you think that'll be possible?
That's basically what I just asked.
Not experience. Because I noticed nobody talked about it, but this is a really good question.
It is a good question. And let me
having, for example, daytime for 3 days, essentially just by following the sun, the direction of the sun when it's just constantly moving. You just follow it. You're underneath it. Therefore, you experience constant daytime, basically.
if you're in an airplane, yeah, you know, and you didn't run out of gas, right? Some of these airplanes, man, can fly like a 747. Man, can fly for like 18 hours, man. If it's not
Dude,
like
you just
fully
put a solar, just solar power that bitch. Just fly under the sun forever.
Well, you're gonna have to keep a certain speed, man.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, that would explain that the Earth is actually limited. It's not actually infinite. That would explain it. Because say I sleep right now in my room, I sleep, and it just goes by 24 hours, and then the sun comes back. That means it doesn't travel for very, very long.
All right. Just saying hi.
Just thinking. Because the Earth
No,
could
I'm
be
just gonna
either
look on, but I'm
infinite or finite. That's what I'm thinking.
What's the speed that it is moving around the flat Earth? Does anybody know the calculations of the?
knows the answer. Hank knows
If it's limited, then you would know. If it's not, then it will be just random. That's the thing. But even if though it might seem random based on perception, it must have a rhythm to it. Because everything is perfect, just that we perceive it as imperfect in a way, probably. I think we can calculate it, probably. The speed. For distance, I don't know, actually. We assume that it's like 3,000 miles, but I don't know. You would have to actually go near the sun.
Figure it out, man. Well, it's going at 1,000 miles an hour, basically.
1,000 miles per hour.
Boy.
Anyway, I think it's less than that, but I could be wrong.
What you been doing there, Sam? What you been doing there, Sam? It's all right.
You talking to your
Yeah,
dog?
so
Hank?
flat Earth. I was wondering.
To a cat. He's kind of on the verge of being wild. He's outside so much, so I'm trying to tame his ass. I don't like feral cats, so I'm holding soon because he's growling. So yeah, muted me. Sorry.
Samuel.
Yeah, Flat. I was wondering if you think that the Earth is limited, or is it essentially finite or infinite, basically ever expanding?
I'm pretty sure it's limited somewhere, not too far.
Why
man.
not?
Infinite? I
Why
don't know.
not
I mean,
infinite?
you would have to have multiple suns.
Yeah, that's true.
If it was infinite, otherwise it would just be a big frozen block of fucking nothing.
What do you mean by a frozen block?
There's no
Serious?
consensus on that answer. We all have our own.
Yeah,
different
exactly.
beliefs.
This is my own. This is
Well,
not.
yeah, we can theorize. That's true. We have to experience, of course. Yeah, we can theorize. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, I love theorizing. I love spitballing and shoot the shit. And
it's good to think out of the box, but the elites don't want you to think out of the box. They just want you to limit your consciousness. They just want to cage it.
In all reality, there was a documentary called "The Lost History of Flat Earth."
Could you link it in the chat? I would definitely save it and look at
maybe.
it. I would appreciate it. Yeah.
I'll try. Hold on. Let me try.
Right,
I gotta search. Good shoot, man. Let's see. It should come up. Hang on. Yeah, I'll try to link it. All right. Here's 5 hours. All right. Here you go. I got it. So it's a 3-part series, man. This is just the first one. This one's 5 hours. The next one's about 5.
Jeez.
It's called "What on Earth Happened."
Oh, I heard of this. Yeah.
What on Earth Happened? And then there's another one called "The Lost History of Flat Earth," Volume 2. And I've only seen like 3 or 4 seasons of Volume 2 or whatever series, whatever.
Yeah.
So he's got about 10 hours of stuff or more. 15, I don't know. It's up there. But he goes into the infinite planes, the domes, the electrical, the sidereal, the different calendars. I mean, he goes into all of it, man. There ain't nothing you're not gonna get an answer for, or at least a decent explanation for, whether it's Tartaria or flat Earth or the moon, or I mean, it's just he covers it all, man, and it's amazing, man. And I would love to interview this guy, man. I would love to sit his ass down and just talk to him for a couple hours, man. It would be great. But he's probably CIA, total insider, something. I don't know.
Controlled opposition.
I don't know, but the goddamn shit's fucking really good information, and it'll make you think. And maybe that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to make you think about shit and realize, it's we live in an amazing place, man. And they hid all this really cool shit from us, bastards. Yeah, really cool shit, man. They hit it. They make you go to work at 7-Eleven or AT&T or NASA, whatever. You have to go to work, bitch. And you don't get to sit around and think about cool stuff like, all day long.
They occupy you, basically.
I've done it for years, man. I sat around and discussed, politics, money, flat earth, you name it. I've been fortunate. I work for myself, and I gotta spend a lot of time looking into shit. Most people can't, man. I'd say 90% cannot go be out there.
It is a privilege, really.
It's a privilege, and I know it is, and I've taken full advantage of it. I did not waste it. Whether it's looking into the music industry or Hollywood or all of it, man. I've looked into all of it, and I've been down some dark holes and went, "Whoa, man, that's deep." And I love flat Earth because it's an evident thing that you can go out and prove for yourself. Self-evidence is one of the greatest evidences you can have. If the saw blade's spinning at 20,000 RPM and you put your finger near it, your attention span goes up immediately.
Well, the interesting thing too is all those rabbit holes you talk about, they all eventually come full circle back to flat Earth.
I've come full circle, man. 100%. That's where I'm at right now.
You are in a flat Earth.
And it's just like, self-evidence. I want people to examine themselves and be honest with themselves and go out to the beach and say, "What do you see, man? Oh, it's flat and level. You see any curve? Nope. Okay, cool, man."
You really just have to unplug yourself from their tool, essentially. Just go out. That's all what you gotta do. Just go out.
Let's go
and
out.
Explore, if you could. Explore what you are able to explore, essentially. That's what life is about, to understand, essentially. Yeah.
Next time you get on an airplane, man, look out that horizon, man. See where it is. Where is it?
But you gotta watch out for those oval glasses that you look through.
Glass, but you can stick
the GoPro camera
window seat, man. You can stick your face right up there, man. You can. It's pretty flat, man. It's fucking flat, man.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it would take for the entire system to come crashing down if there was a mass awakening.
It would fuck it all up, man. And then it would be mainstream, and then it'd be like, "Oh shit, bastards." I don't know.
Well, they will definitely try to oppose it. They will definitely try to oppose. They're not just gonna let it happen easily, for sure, because they'll destroy the hierarchy. They are on top. They're not gonna go. They're not gonna want to go down. But how nature works is that there's always gonna be that one, guy that is right below the elite that's just gonna try to pull them down, and eventually it will happen. I think.
Well, I wonder if there was a mass awakening. I mean, they have to have some sort of plan for that, right? So, would they just drop a bomb on us to try to,
Exactly. That's their plan.
Yeah, but what are they going to achieve? What are they going to achieve? That's the thing. They have to target those specific people that are awakening, but what are they going to achieve without the people? Who are they going to capitalize off of this? The thing. They need us. They literally need us. They need
you guys asked how long it would take. I think it would take 5 to 10 business days.
I love you.
For this.
Hey, you told me, brother. That was great.
Yeah, they can just kill everybody. That's the thing. They will never happen.
I
So if
love
there were to be a
mapping.
mass awakening happening at a fast pace, they just can't just kill everybody at once because other people will realize it. So yeah, they have to do it
Yeah.
really slowly if they want it to be happen. Basically,
Hey,
yeah.
I think they got a plan for that. We might be somewhat in the middle of that plan. I don't know. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
They have to have. They're 100 steps ahead.
The plan was to, kind of like make some people not be here anymore, and they've been offering this free stuff for a while. It's like, yeah, people have been lining up for it around the block apparently, and
Well, yeah, target the ones that are more enlightened than the other ones, essentially, and that will just slow down the process of the awakening. That's what they have to do. Focus the heads, the ones that are more informed, basically, the actual thinkers,
yeah, they're not coming after us like that because we
the ones that know more than us, essentially. That's what they have to do it. Target the ones that are right below them, and that will make this process even slower for the one that is even below it to even get,
I
to
mean,
climb.
I don't know where you live, Leon, but here in America and California, last year at this time, everybody I saw was wearing a mask, man, except for me.
Yeah, that's the same thing where I live. Yeah.
And I'm
Somewhat.
like, oh, and they're driving with them, they're riding their bikes with them. I saw people jogging with them. I'm like, oh my goodness, what
Swimming in the ocean with it.
women in the ocean eating a hamburger with their
Showering
mask.
with it.
Oh my goodness.
Showering with it.
I actually saw a video of somebody doing that. They were in the ocean with their mask on.
Yep. I saw that video months ago, but oh my goodness. So yeah, I got that was like what we call a litmus test, right? That's a litmus test where you're going to see what's going to happen if we do this, right?
If you do what exactly? You're not wearing a mask in the future, you mean?
Well, just they made you wear masks. Who's going to wear them? Who's going to not? That was their test to see who would wear them and who didn't.
I see.
And that
Well,
gives
yeah, they
them-
do a lot of things. It's just
gives them a lot of information, man, because they know the people not wearing them are like they know, they probably know what's up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They didn't even have to do anything to enforce it. They had our neighbors enforcing it on us.
That's true.
They had everybody turning against each other.
Yeah, they just they got exactly. It turned everybody into cops. I remember when cigarettes became a thing where before 1986, I think 85. Anybody could go buy cigarettes. You could be fucking 10 years old. You can go buy a pack of cigarettes. They didn't give a fuck. Nobody checked IDs. Nobody gave a shit. I used to go buy cigarettes for my mom all the time. I was like, 12 years old. You
could smoke anywhere too.
My mom smoked Benson and Hedges menthol.
You could smoke in the hospital. You could smoke on an airplane.
I smoked in airplanes. I smoked in the supermarket. I smoked at the hardware
grocery.
store.
Yeah, you could smoke in the grocery store.
I remember my mom putting cigarettes out in the grocery store with her foot, right there in the aisle. I was like, that was normal. Not as a good thing, man. I wouldn't want to do that to, the grocery store. That's kind of weird. But, it was normal. It was okay. Nobody gave a fuck all, Nobody cared. So
they had ashtrays all over the place too.
Oh, ashtrays everywhere. Yeah. Smoke. And then they switched it to smoke. Anyway, I remember when I was like, oh, now you're going to ask the clerks to be the cops. I go, that sucks, man. That's kind of like putting them in a shitty position. Now they got to check IDs and shit. Let me see your ID for cigarettes. And they used to do that with the alcohol. But when growing up, my brother was much older than me. You could buy beer at 18. You didn't have to be 21. You could buy beer. And then
I think it's like 12, 14, and 16 in some countries in Europe, like Germany.
Germany, man.
I think it's like...
I think, if you're like 15, you could probably buy a bottle of wine or something.
Well, and they used to have strictly just beer bars too in those days, right? Just all they served was beer. They didn't, and you just had to be 18 to get in. But they didn't serve hard liquor, right?
I don't remember that. I did have a fake ID, but I was supposed to be 21, so I had a fake ID, and it's like when I was 18, I'm like, yeah, here you go, here's my ID. And then I went to Vegas, and if you're sitting at the blackjack table and spending money, and you're 18, they don't give a fuck. They don't ID fuck all. They just they bring you free drinks, and I thought that, man, this is really cool. I could hang here for a while. So yeah, I go over to the $2 blackjack table. I can hang there for a while on $20. It's ebb and flow game, man. It's up down. You're not. It's pretty easy if you know what you're doing. And anyway, so yeah, they've turned the clerks and everybody turned into Karens. Or they call them Karens now? Is that the term?
Mm-hmm.
Put your mask on. Put your mask on now. Come on, Hank. You're gonna kill my grandma. What?
Yeah, that's a lot of people's excuse nowadays. Just that they don't want to, mess up their grandmas, or they were forced into it, even though they had a choice. That's the thing. But yeah, they feel like they've been forced. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a shitty situation to be in, man, and it's not right. People,
I wonder if they're lying about the technology and where they're at right now in technology, and that they actually don't need us, and that's just all bullshit to scare us. Because if you think about it, why if they don't need us and they can survive without our servitude, why don't they just go into their shelters, wipe us out, and then have their own little utopia? Well, I guess they already have the utopia, so
they're gonna have to. I don't know, man.
Because it'll be fun for them. That's why. Why wouldn't they want to do it? They're entitled to their own power. And they feel like they own us. They have to make use of that power. Essentially, they wouldn't feel powerful without us being below them. That's necessary for them.
Hear me softly with his back. No. Yeah, they like to do it slow and low and steady Eddie, man. They have like really super long-term plans.
Well, yeah, they pre-plan. They program us into thinking that things are going to happen. They just make them happen, essentially, like alien invasion and so on. They can make it happen if they wanted to.
Yeah, man.
I mean, predictive programming.
I even had the idea that they rolled out Flat Earth to say, hey, man, these people are crazy, and then they made
controlled opposition.
Millions of dollars making us look crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then
creating those fake maps, creating fake maps and doing a lot of things, having those shills on YouTube and all over the media, basically, just to ridicule people like us that actually like to think. They program people into thinking, using those comedy shows to make fun of anybody who thinks out of the box, essentially, just so that they program the people. So essentially, if you propose any thought that opposes their beliefs, whatever that is, they be programmed because they worship science. If you oppose anything that goes against what they believe in, you're crazy, essentially, or they're just not going to listen to you because they're closed-minded. They don't think.
The latest motherfucking cuck show is that these motherfuckers will not define a woman and a man. What? Fuck off, man. Fuck off, right?
Fuck.
Well, not only that, they're trying to force sex onto children that have they're not interested in sex at those ages. They're not thinking about sex, but they want to inject it constantly in their brains at that young, fragile age. It's disturbing.
It's
sick.
Super disturbing shit, man. And for anybody to say, hey, man, I can't define a woman or a man, I'm like, wow. You're a grown adult.
Yeah.
I mean, I
need
could
people to define it for you.
4-year-old, yeah, okay. Maybe 3, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, maybe, but no, a grown person says. And this was asked to a Supreme Court justice in America, man, a nominee. That was one of the questions she got asked, and she didn't answer it, man. Can you define a woman? She's a woman. And she didn't answer the fucking question. That's like beyond my comprehension at this point. I mean, you've gone in complete retard. Fucking what the fuck kind of matrix shit is this, man?
Well, how many poor kids are out there trying to identify as trans or bi or whatever, but they're just doing it because it's like a hip thing to do, just like baggy pants or something. You know what I mean? It's just
I got my Jordache jeans and my
yeah,
Varney
it's just like
sunglasses and Ray-Bans, whatever.
yeah.
Fuck off. You know, you're a woman. You got tits and pussy, and you're a dude if you got a dick. You know, I'm like, not
I
complicated.
love the dudes in women's sports though. That's hilarious. I hope they do more of that because that is hilarious. I love it.
Now we've gone into completely another level, man.
Yeah, well, then again, if you have something in between, like say some sort of genetic mutation, then you just mutilate it. That's all what it's about, really. If you're leaning to say more to the masculine side, then you are a masculine who's essentially deformed, and if you're leaning to the feminine side more, as in the physical traits or whatever that is, essentially the hormonal profile, then you are a deformed female. That's all what it's about. It's that simple, really.
Right.
And then you have right, wrong. There's the neutral that is kind of messed up, or just like a mixer, basically. That's all what it's about. But they have to create all that extra shit, which is completely unnecessary, really.
Well, I'm calling this a big giant distraction from some other things that have been going on lately. Like people are lining up for medical treatments for free, and they just line up. And I'm like, wow, but they'll distract you with, transgender kindergartners or whatever, just to keep
incredibly
you off the ball, man. And maybe they threw out flat Earth to keep us distracted from the other thing, man. And maybe there's if I was a diabolical fucking cock, yeah, that's what I would do. Let's give them flat Earth for a couple years, and then while they're looking at that and trying to figure that shit out, we'll go ahead and put this Coco program together for for 2020, and we'll get that rolling, and then we'll a year from there we'll get them going in the cuckoo.
Oh, dude, that's the same shit would be the slap. What is it called?
Cocoa Puffs, and then now we got a war.
Wow. Oh yeah. The BLM, the George Floyd when he got assassinated, supposedly, and then there's the COVID, and then there's the war, and then there's a slap now. It's just constantly going. They're just distraction while they're playing on new things. That's literally what they do. It's so fucking stupid.
Oh, dude, they took their eyes off the moon landing.
Oh
with fucking Woodstock came out. Woodstock came out right after the moon landings, man. I mean, it just totally dominated the news. Woodstock did. Dominated the news. And anything that dominates the news, man, is suspicious. Straight away.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I wonder what's going to be the next thing after the war. Supposed war. What's going on right now.
We can go back and do a little Coco.
Maybe a new pandemic. Maybe there's going to be a new pandemic. COVID is over all of a sudden.
Coco 2.0. Who knows?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
A lot of people say, man, it's going to be an alien and blue beam. I'm like, whoa.
Oh yeah, blue beam. They can definitely fake a lot of things, like say the coming of Antichrist, alien invasion, and so on. They can literally just fake a meteor laughing. What is it? Meteor landing, like something hitting us from the sky. But using that essentially to depopulate the world or whatever that is, destroy some sort of building, whatever that is so easy for them. Yeah.
It's so easy, man. It's super easy. If I was the program director, I can handle this. So could you, Leon. I know you could. And yeah. Paul can handle it as well, man. I know that about him. We between the three of us, we got this. We're just program directors. That's all we are. No, man, we're truthers, man. We want truth. We're digging for truth. We like to look at truth. I like to have fun while I'm doing all that, looking for truth. I spend a lot of time, watching videos and searching shit. I'm not, complete fucking Mongo over here, but at this point, man, I have to laugh at it because if I don't, I'm going to go crazy. I have no doubt about it. It's like, it's so beyond my imagination. Man, the Hollywood people would love all this shit, man. I know they would. But they're all into like devil worshiping, Satan, fuck all. Who knows, man? Hollywood's fucked.
I think it's probably bullshit they worship Satan, really. Just that they probably want you to think that they are Satanists. That's also part of the control opposition, in my opinion. I believe they probably want you to think that they are Satanists because they do things that are, you perceive as morally wrong, but they don't care. They don't care about what is good or bad. They just do whatever they enjoy. The ones that are really up high, and they want you to think they are Satanists, essentially. Don't you think?
Well, I don't know. A lot of them have like weird,
yeah.
Just, I don't know, man. There's so much shit out there, man. I don't know what to make of it, but I've been to Hollywood.
Fucking everything is controlled opposition, if you think about it.
I didn't get to really hang out with too many of them. A couple.
Yeah.
But, there's a lot of just regular people in Hollywood, man. The guys that runs the lights and does the camera and, these pretty regular people, man. I've met a lot of them. Script writers or secretaries or whatever. Program. I've met one of my wife's best friends worked on a big TV series, and she was, like a project coordinator. It was like really a tough job. Paid well, but it was a shitty job. But yeah, I mean, she just had to do her job. She's nobody special. She's not a Satan worshiper. I know that. I know that.
That's hilarious.
But hey, man, you guys carry on for a minute. I'll be back maybe in like 5 minutes. I gotta take care of something real quick.
Man, take care of that cocoa.
You take care of the cocoa.
This stream, by the way, does it ever end, this stream that you linked? Or is it like, say, separated and posted on the channel, or what? Because I look at the channel name, it says 24/7 live stream, I think. Hank. Hello? Oh, he's not here.
What were you saying, bro?
Yeah, I was asking, does the stream ever end? As in, do you guys like separate and then stream again or something? Like say 4 hours, an example, then
Yeah,
stop and then do it again?
it goes for roughly 12 hours. Sometimes there's not a live stream, but
Do you use any timestamps or anything? I think it would be ideal if you guys put timestamps. That would actually help with the view count and so on. If you just like say make a comment which had everything that you guys talked about, it would help a lot. I think you should definitely do that. I would recommend it. But you need somebody that would just be just listen to the stream, just tuning in, essentially just writing down whatever you guys talk about, and just put a timestamp to it and pin it in the comment section. That would be ideal, and it would actually help the live stream actually grow.
Yeah, there's only I think there's only one person that deals with the streams. That's Helio Skeptic.
Yeah, you should either do it with the YouTube feature. I think you could separate timestamp the video itself, and also you could also do the comment section. So you could probably do both at once, really. Yeah, it would be ideal.
All right, I'm back. What's up?
Welcome back.
So yeah, we've been. Once you got a hold of the media, I mean, I don't know, even papers, newspapers, books. You can write whatever story you want, man, and they do a great job at it. Every day they're telling a new story about something. And,
well, yeah, history,
most people just tune in and go,
television.
yep, that's it. That's it. And they just agree with it. And, oh, we're supposed to wear masks. Okay, let's do that. What?
Yeah.
There's a big giant study here, man, out of like
It's
Stanford.
just crazy what they achieved, though. It's just
Like,
impressive,
oil
honestly.
and gas is really bad
We got
for
to
you.
this fucking point.
So, I mean, people will buy in, and that's the litmus test, man. Was the mask thing, man? That's what just spun my head around because every day we had to go out and look at everybody wearing their mask, and you know, it's part of their diabolical plan. It was absolutely played out perfectly. Yeah, and then
Yeah. I remember my first time ever wearing it. I just felt so uncomfortable. I could barely breathe because I never wore a mask in my life. And
Right.
It felt like I had some sort of alien on my face, basically suffocating me. Literally, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never bothered. I just had a couple
So disgusting.
bandanas.
I had this like we call it Gator.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, it was nothing to it, man. It was like a net. I was like, yeah, I'll wear this for you. And
Dude, what's crazy is that there are some people who even wear it at a gym. I remember at some point I just attempted just giving it a try to wear it at a gym, and I could hardly breathe. You could literally suffocate yourself and actually pass out. It's actually insane.
Can't breathe.
How far people
I
go
still
with this
see
bullshit.
people.
Still,
see people driving with them on by themselves.
I know, right?
Even
Holy shit.
today, you know. So
Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
going on, man. This hasn't left us. It's still there, man. Little reminders.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been an interesting couple years, boys and girls. Damn. And that's actual gender calling. I'm calling out gender. Oh my God. Flatter dude Kenny. He's such a
yeah, hurry,
cunt.
hurry. Name the rest
I'm
of the
such a
genders
cunt
before we
for
get
saying
server shut down.
They'll call me a cunt for saying boy or girl.
No, don't say anything, Theory. Just don't talk. Just breathe. Probably even your breathing will bother them. Just put a mask on. Don't do anything. Don't even exist, really. Don't anything. Don't even it.
Where are we going? Where is this fucking train going to?
Fucking everything is a problem. Even your existence is. Yeah, they don't want you to exist.
Circus show, man. John Lennon was right, man.
It is. Comedy is everywhere, indeed.
John Lennon said, "Hey, man, the world's run by psychopaths, man. Get used to it."
He would know. He's probably one of them.
Yeah, well, he was just in the mix like the rest of us, bro. You know, he's just trying to fucking do his thing, but he did try to like say, "Hey, man, this shit's fucked up a little bit." You know, I mean,
I'm gonna be fucked up too, and just go by it. Why not?
yeah, it's
act
no
it
different
out.
than us coming on, you know, hey, Discords or whatever, man, saying, "Hey, man, this shit's fucked up out here, man." We're gonna call it out for what it is, and you know, we can do it actually more than John Lennon can do it. At least we could do it more honestly, because there was a lot. I'm sure he had to bite his tongue at some point, but even him, like, trying to do it covertly, it was like, but he did come out and say, "Dude, man, the world's run by psychopaths."
Yeah, they don't care. That's what most people think when they just discover that they're actual elites running everything, basically. Especially world leaders, yeah.
Yeah.
They just don't give a shit. Whatever happens to you, they just don't care, yeah.
I tell you what, they really showed us who's boss. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what they like to do, man. They like to
Put
show.
us in our put-
They like to show
They
off.
put us in our
dicks. They like to like flash their dicks right in front of our faces. Man. They love that, man. Those cocks love that. They're like, "Hey, yeah, let's show them your dick today." You know, like, oh, okay. Fucking cucks. Oh man. Anyway. But they can't take my sense of humor and our spirit and our beautiful minds, man. They can't take it, man. You can only let them take it. And we haven't let them take our minds, and we got that going for us.
That's what matters the most, indeed. Your soul.
Yeah.
Essentially, your mind is your soul, really. Yeah. When they have control over your mind, then you have no soul. You're essentially an NPC, and that's the case with almost everybody to ever exist, really. Yeah. Your mind is your soul.
Then when they rip that from you, yeah, you're screwed, man. And we're way above all that, man. I mean, so we can.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We can
The
cruise.
metaverse bullshit, the virtual reality is literally a soul harvest, and that's all what it's about, really. Just essentially taking
Yeah.
control over consciousness, basically. They've
Well-
literally taken your soul and just saving it elsewhere, essentially. You are another playground. That's all it's about.
Yeah, how about that?
You don't exist.
Well, they started that with Atari 2.0. I don't know. Video
What is
game.
that?
It's a video game. I don't know. Sega. Oh, pick one, man. I don't give a fuck. Any one of them.
Sega.
Yeah, they're all
video games. Yeah, video games.
video
Indeed.
games. You're like
We
totally.
are in a video game, but they want us to be in a video game that is inside of a video game. That's what it's about.
Did you see the movie Free Guy?
Free Guy, no. Could you link it?
Oh
in the
no,
chat?
I can't link that one, man.
Free Guy. Okay, I will just write it down until I remember it for sure.
Free Guy. Yeah, it's kind of like this video character that's kind of alive, kind of. No, it's weird, man. It's a really creepy movie, man. Probably cost $200 million to make.
Free Guy. It reminds me of the Truman Show, actually.
Yeah,
for some
it's
reason.
Truman Show-ish. That's a good point, Leon. I like that, man. Kind of a good correlation, man. It's a Truman Show inside of a video game. Ooh. Yeah, it's weird, man. Anyway. Pretty interesting characters. Anyway, so yeah, we got this crazy world that has a lot of information to spew out,
to discover, to explore.
But the greatest thing, man, is discovering nature and being with nature. And just
that's all it is about, indeed.
Growing food, hanging out with plants, trees, animals, all that cool shit, man. Really good. Rivers, lakes, oceans. Beautiful, man. What a cool place we live. And we got, mountains, canyons, deserts. I mean, it's pretty cool. Now, what happened before us? Got a lot of questions. There's been a lot of speculation going on.
Well, you can only theorize, really. The further you go back, then the further it is from being true, because it can be easily manipulated. And even now, we are experiencing history in the present, and even now it is constantly being manipulated. So you have to figure out the truth, essentially, by intuition. And unplug yourself. We go back to that
Leon,
saying.
Once you get to that, like, rocking chair place in life, you're like, oh, okay, I see where they're going with this bullshit. And you smile and you say, oh man, I'm so happy. I know that they're trying to manipulate the situation. That's cool. Right, go ahead, man. I mean, you can't stop them from manipulating the situation, man.
It happens, and you just have to oppose it. That's what you got to do.
Recognize it, laugh about it, call it out, man. I think that's, it's a powerful place to be, man. It's not a place for, submission, man. It's a good place to stand and say, no, that's bullshit. I mean, you don't.
I'm not gonna do that. Yeah.
Just calling it out totally empowers you 100%. It just gives you more energy to keep going. Okay, well, those cucks, bastards. Hey, man, you guys want to go to the bar? Oh, okay. Whatever, man. I mean, damn, that whole lockdown thing was a trip, dude. I don't know where you're at, but I was watching these people standing on their balconies, banging their pots.